Previously on the European LCS.
It was a completely one-sided game, but Evil Geniuses were the ones destroying Fnatic. They were in control of the game from the very beginning. They won the lane phase, they won the mid game, and it ended with a team fight that Frogan just said, "Peace, I'm out."
It doesn't matter because Frogan's backdoored, and he's taken down 2 Nexus turrets. Oh, the minions are on the Nexus. He's got it. I do not believe what Frogan just did. He's just got a Peke on Peke.
So against all authority, they picked up their new dude, Yu.
And they had Gambit defending and having to fend off AAA the entirety of the map.
It all came down to the fight at Baron.
Freddy gets caught, bullet time comes in, it's not perfect. And against all authority, disengage, no getting caught there in the cocoon. Alexic trying to get in the middle. That's 4 kills and surely the game for Gambit.
A little bit more patience and control, AAA could have won that game.
SK Gaming really managed to pull a rabbit out of the hat here.
SK Gaming destroyed Gambit.
It is going to be SK Gaming. He's going to get decimated. It's Ocelot with another kill.
Alexic, for me, is one of the best mid laners of the world, and beating him is a honor.
At the end of the game, only 1 member died. 4 players went 0 deaths against Gambit. It's unheard of.
And from now on, things are going to be different for sure.
It was a stomp.
They played as a team. They attacked well. They controlled the map. Every single one of them played phenomenally.
Gambit really looked out of sorts towards the end of that.
I think they believe we can beat Fnatic as well.
Welcome everyone to week 10 of the European LCS. It's our final super week of the spring split. With 3 days, 20 huge games, and the playoffs in sight, every single one of our teams has to step up this weekend. And as icing on the cake, we'll also be introducing the European All-Star team later in the show. But first of all, where would we be without our awesome commentators? Give it up for Lee, D-Man Smith, and Jason Kaplan.
Yes, welcome ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the party started and check out the all-important standings straight away. So this is Super Week. Lots of things going to happen. 20 matches can happen throughout this weekend. It is the final week as well before the playoffs and the promotion all kick off. So top of the league in the standings, it is Gambit. They are currently up there, 18-5, tied with Fnatic, but of course they are 3-1 up in that tie. They obviously, of course, went 2-1 last week, but they did have an all-important loss to SK Gaming. Fnatic, meanwhile, they went 1-1 after that heavy defeat against Evil Geniuses, which you just saw in the highlights. SK Gaming, of course, you saw Ocelot there, how delighted he was to beat Gambit, beat Alexic in that mid lane. Evil Geniuses, meanwhile, they're 12-11. They went 1-1. They had a fantastic win over Fnatic, but the next day it all fell apart and they lost to Giants.
And Demon, to me, this is where things really get down to the wire. We have the bottom 4 teams all within 4 games of each other, and anything can really happen during the Super Week. Copenhagen Wolves had last week off. We've seen it work out well for teams. We've seen it work out really bad for teams. We'll see how it affects them this week. Against All Authority and Giants are both tied for that 6th and 7th place, but because Against All Authority is 2-1 up in the series, they are in that 6th place position. And Dragonborns, they are out of the running right now for that 7th or 6th place position. But right now, they're looking forward to the relegation matches where they are trying to avoid Meteor Makers.
So, of course, you can check everything out. That's where we are standing right now. But you can stay up to date with the standings, all the stats as well, the match previews, the recaps, the replays, everything is on there. You would be mad to miss it. It's a sale. It must go. It's lolesports.com. Get over there right now. So we're going to be starting off Super Week. We will have a final battle, of course, but many final battles, in fact, this week against All Authority. They're going to be taking on Evil Geniuses. That will be the first match of the day. They're currently sitting at 2-1 to Evil Geniuses, but, well, EG have already been caught napping a few times, so they've got to be very careful in that game. Then it's on to Dragonborns versus SK Gaming. Dragonborns, they finally picked up a win to break out of their massive losing streak, the biggest losing streak in LCS history right now. But will they be able to challenge SK Gaming after their stunning performance versus Gambit, of course? Then we move on to our current battle for 6th place against All Authorities. Back in the action again, 2nd time of the day. They're going to be against Giants, though. This is a clash that's happened for the last 3 weeks running, and last week Giants finally came out on top. Will, against All Authority, be able to maintain the hold of their playoff dream?
And of course, right after that, it wouldn't be a Super Week without El Clasico. Fnatic currently leads 3-0 in the series, but look for SK to try to take a much-desired victory against the only team they have not beaten in LCS yet. And then, of course, right after that, we have Giants versus Gambit. Out of the 3 teams these teams have met, the two So the Giants have unexpectedly taken 2 victories off of Gambit, but can they take a third against the Russian overlords? And of course, we're going to end up the day with Fnatic versus EG. And Fnatic currently sits up 2-1 in the series, but can Evil Geniuses show us the team we saw last week against Fnatic yet again?
Well, I mean, there's some massive, massive games to end the day off as well, so you do not want to miss every minute of the action. So that's what we have in store for you today. We're about to get the show on the road, but first we want to hear what you guys and girls at home have to say. So let's check out what Shox has for you this week.
Yeah, of course, we want to hear your opinion on everything LCS, and we've also got a Twitter question for you, that is, which region will triumph at the All-Star Tournament and why? You can hit us up on Twitter at LOLesports, #LCS, to let us know what you think. And coming up next, Against All Authority are in danger of falling in the ranks, and they need to start winning if they want to avoid the summer relegation match. Can they come out strong against Crepo and his crew? Against All Authority versus Evil Geniuses kick off our day after the break.
So I would say like the transition coming in from Season 2 into Season 3, like myself individually, I played more support role junglers, and now it's more into aggressive carry assassin junglers.
But now that there's a lot more AD casters in mid, like K6 has said, they can just shut you down completely. That's something we have a bit trouble adjusting to, so we have to give up on our old Season 2 champions and basically get a whole new champion pool. And when we get that, then you see, just like last week against Fnatic, we can actually win pretty easy.
We've just been playing them all day in solo queue and scrims all the time, and now we're really good on those.
We understand how to be aggressive and we know how to push. It's more down to our practice regime. We played all day, every day for an entire week, and it showed in the results against Fnatic. And hopefully coming into Super Week, we can carry that on and have a strong finish in the playoffs.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I can't speak today, but the party is officially about to begin, for this is Super Week here in Europe. And forgive me if you've already caught all of the action that's been happening over the last 2 days. The North American LCS has been going on, OGN has been going on, the LPL is going on, but it's our turn now, so you're going to have to sit and listen to me for the next few hours. So, starting off, we're going to have Against All Authority versus Evil Geniuses.
And of course, Against All Authority looks like a completely new team. They even gave Gambit a run for their money. Dude in that bottom lane with Nono has just changed the team so much. Even Schlea, he stepped up so well against Gambit with his Orianna. He was the reason that they were so close, but unfortunately, he was also the reason why they lost because of those missed ultimates at the end. They are currently in 6th place right now with Giants right on their heels, and if they want to hold on to that spot, they got to get some wins. I mean, they have a lot of games to play this weekend, but every game is crucial for them. And of course, EG, they did show some amazing light last week, like the team we used to see in Season 2, but we'll see how quickly that actually fades because they did lose to Giants that week and see if they can bring it back.
Yeah, and you saw in the video there just how they're building up and how they've had to transition in Season 3. So let's check out the lineups, though. So blue team, it is going to be Against All Authority. It's going to be Freddy 122, Virtual, Schlea, Nono, and the new dude.
You always get me with that one. And for Evil Geniuses, we have Wicked, Snoopy, Frog, and Yellow Pete, and Crepo.
So those are the teams. It is, of course, going to be blue side advantage or disadvantage, whichever way you look at it as the teams. The teams always have different views on this. So for this matchup, we will be focusing, of course, on the AD carries. And for Against All Authority, that is the man with the infectious smile. It is Nono.
Yes, it is. And in weeks 1 through 7, Nono had a KDA of 2.5, but in weeks 8 through 9, his KDA kind of skyrocketed. In those 2 weeks alone, he went to 4.23. And it's really a testament to how comfortable he feels with Dude as a support in that bottom lane. His Ezreal, he also has 8 games played with him and a 50% win ratio on him, so maybe we'll see that come into play. And it's also a little hard for EG to really know exactly how they're going to play that bottom lane because they've really switched their styles just over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, and of course, on the other side, Evil Geniuses, it is the man who loves the water here in Cologne. Apparently, according to him in his last week's interview, it's Yellow Pete.
And he's currently sitting at the 4th highest KD overall out of all AD carries with a 3.47, which is no easy feat. And about his champion pool, he's played Varus 8 times with a 50% win ratio. And he's played 7 games on Misfortune with 5 wins. And that shows just how much he really relies on those 2 champions because the next one after that, of course, is Caitlyn with 3 games played. And also, he tends to get, these 2v1 lanes because no team really wants to 1v1 Wicked anymore. So we'll see if he can really take advantage of that.
So we are going to get things started in a moment. Hopefully, Champion Select will get underway. What are we expecting? Picks and bans straight away in this game. Is there any sort of patterns we're expecting? I must explain straight away we're on the 3.5 balance patch, which is effectively what you guys are playing on right now. So nothing's different. The only differences will be Zach is not enabled and nor is Karma.
Oh, and Zach, oh man, I cannot wait till he gets really enabled.
Next week they are both in.
But in terms of picks and bans, I would not be surprised to see a Leona ban targeted at Crepo because he was phenomenal on him in this game versus Fnatic. And also Thresh, where Dio had really stepped up. I mean, he's trying to take over that Thresh Prince spot of Crepo, maybe even head for King for Edward since he was so close on that KDA. But then again, we mentioned the AD carries. We highlighted them. I wouldn't be surprised to see Varus and Misfortune taken away because those are pretty much the 2 AD champions to go with now.
So the picks and bangs getting underway. Twisted Fight being taken away from Froggen straight away. And Kha'Zix also being banned out from Schlea. Varus and Elise, some quick and firing bans coming out here. And honestly, they're all fairly standard bans. Shen being taken away. Will Renekton go next? Will there be any sort of AP champions? It is Renekton.
Man, that crystal ball's working well for you today.
Yeah, Jat left it here when he went back.
But the Twisted Fate ban, it's not surprising because we saw him in 5 of the 8 games last week. We saw Froggen do a phenomenal job on him. We saw Asa do a great job. We just see everyone really stepping up for that champion. And of course, we do see Against Authority locking in that Thresh. We talked about DU doing a great job on him, trying to go for that Thresh King spot. And we'll see how well he can use it yet again. And of course, Wicked, I mean, those are so far comfort champions for them with the Zed in the top lane. And then, of course, Yellow Pete can be running that Misfortune.
Didn't work out for him, and hopefully he doesn't get Draven against him.
Oh, gosh.
Didn't work out too well in the 1v1s, but we'll get back to that later on. Evil Geniuses, though, they are trying to pick up a win here. They're desperately trying to chase down third place. SK Gaming is mathematically just about possible, but there'd have to be a hell of a lot of results to swing in their favor. Meanwhile, against Authority, they are, of course, fighting for that 6th place. They need to try and stay in the playoffs. They don't want to slip down into that 7th spot. We do see Ezreal being locked on for Nono. No surprises there. And also Jarvan being taken for the jungler.
Yeah, the Jarvan. So that's actually a really key pickup because you mentioned the 3.5 balance patch, and Volibear, he's kind of, I say a little bit nerfed in his early game because he was so reliant on his speed to get in there, and that was taken down. It obviously is faster in the later levels, but you don't really scale that, or you don't level that Q up as your first thing. So it's a very solid pickup. Everyone's been excited quite well with him on Jarvan, and also Snoopy has been doing quite well on that champion. As now we see Leona, being sound, I mentioned that could potentially be a ban over to Crepo because he played phenomenally against Fnatic. That does get locked in, so we're going to see that on him. And then, of course, the Nautilus, which we haven't seen a lot. He wasn't really changed too much back in the day when he kind of got stopped being played, but he still has so many forms of CC. He's really hard to deal with. And you have Hook versus Hook here, Demon, and we'll see which one's stronger.
Yeah, Nautilus is definitely an interesting pick. I haven't seen that one for a long time, certainly in the European scene at least. A number of champions being played, of course, all around the world. Games happening right now. Friday is really a super day for League of Legends. If you're an esports fan of League of Legends, you are absolutely rolling around like a pig in some brown stuff.
In some mud. Yep, but get your energy drinks because, like you just said, so many games to play this entire day. I know I won't be getting much sleep tonight, but we do have against Authority maybe lock in their next couple of champions as they do lock in Karthus. So we've seen this happen before for against Authority, and when they usually run a Karthus, they kind of switch him up into a solo lane. So we might actually see him in the top lane so we can get his blue buff early on and really just start to farm under his turret. And of course, Xin Zhao being locked in, so now we could potentially see a Xin jungle instead of Jarvan. We could have Jarvan in the solo lane.
Do we think this is Schleyer going to be taking Jarvan, or is this going to be Freddy? I mean, it could be Xin Zhao or Jarvan. Which one are they going to go with?
I believe Freddy was the one that plays Karthus, usually in the solo lane, and then Schleyer. I mean, we've seen also play Jarvan in the mid lane. We've seen Froggen do it on his own stream earlier in Season 3, so that is a very strong potential.
Yeah, because they're one of the few teams that actually do quite happily switch around their top and mid lanes. Let's see which the final pick is. What are we thinking? AP champion for Froggen right now. Anivia is available.
It is. It wouldn't actually be bad for their lineup because if they ever do wall someone off, you have the ultimate out of Leon to really set it up, or you can use it obviously the other way around, and then you have Nautilus to lock them down. You can disrupt the entire enemy team, and it gives you a lot of damage because that's one thing I like to really talk about is if a team picks up 2 heavy damage champions and they go for a tanky top lane, they really lack on damage as the game goes on. But we do see Lux being picked up, so that is a very, very deadly team. So much burst damage coming out of everyone on the team, so much control as well against the entire lineup of against Authority, which, is relatively tanky, I'm going to say, because Karthus will naturally build, that Rod of Ages to get a little bit tanky to get in the middle of a team fight.
Well, I mean, so it seems to me that against Authorities, they've got that double dive champion, they've got the Xin Zhao and the Jarvan, but they've got so much to lock them up, Evil Geniuses. They seem to have countered them in the picks very well here. They've got that Leona, no problem getting there. Snoopy on Nautilus, he's going to be having no problems. You've also got the light binding coming out from Frog, and there's a lot of CC there.
There is, and then, but one thing against Authority does have is they have kind of dive buddies with Xin and Jarvan, so they can get into the backline against Yellow Pete very quickly. He obviously will have that flash, which we might see distortion come out on those boots, which we see happen so often with AD carries who don't have an escape. Like they rely on that flash every time a team fight happens, they will have it up. So they have that working for them. They also have the global presence of Schleyer on that Karthus who can just get in the middle of a team because if you ever do pull him in somehow, that's exactly where he wants to be. And of course, Nono and Thresh to follow it up. So it's going to be a big just clash of both teams, everyone getting into the middle of a team fight. And then you have just so much AoE from both teams to really sort things out.
Yeah, so it looked like Nono just having a problem with his mouse. I would not be surprised to see a pause the moment this game loads up. We'll see how it goes, though. There's Evil Geniuses on your screen. Of course, Wicked, that 1v1 against Soaz. Everybody watched, I think. There was that many people watching, 144,000 or something like that. Crazy. There's Nono, that big smile on his face. Schleyer alongside him. Not the normal setup that you would get. You'd normally have the AD carry to the sides, but he's got Virtual next to him as well. And of course, it's going to be the man up top, which is why Renekton was banned. Freddy122.
Yeah, actually, I really like to see how people sit in, or how teams have the seeding differently, because it really kind of shows you their mentality of a team, their way they work together as a team.
Well, Fnatic are the main one. They always have Peke on the outside.
Yeah, and then they have Enrated as well, which
because he's always backdooring. So it's just like you can just be over there, guys, because you're not going to be involved in this game. You go and do your solo stuff. We'll just carry on playing the game with the rest of them. But we are about to get underway here. It is League of Legends. If you've just tuned in, it is the League Championship Series Super Week, Week 10, the final week of action. Well, not quite, because the playoffs and the promotion championships They come the next 2 weeks, so there's a lot of games still to be played for, but this is really all about who will finish at the top of the league, who will manage to keep that playoff spot, and who will stay in the LCS. Of course, we do get things underway. It's going to be Against All Authorities as the blue team, and the red team will be Evil Geniuses, and we'll have that on your screens in just a moment because there is an invade coming on from Against All Authorities.
And they are being very aggressive here, EG. I mean, they have a really strong lineup to kind of counter this, but they just instead ward up their own blue, and they will back off away as Against Authority does the same thing.
So as it stands, they did manage to get that ward out. They're going to come around. And like you say, there's not a great deal going to happen from that one. So everybody just backs off quite happily. And looking like Evil Geniuses, meanwhile, they're trying to set themselves up. And then Gar going to continue through. They're using their Karthus to clear the way. That layaway's coming out, the hook coming out from Dude, but not landing.
And they are actually, wow, they're really trying to apply a lot of pressure around the map because this is do or die time. This is Super Week. You have to pick up every single win. Pretty much everything that happened the weeks previously does not matter at this point. And they're really showing the aggression against EG because they're one of the teams that we expect to, well, actually they've been very vocal about researching teams very heavily for that level 1 action.
So does look like it's going to be the Wolves starting off for actually Wicked, who's going to be in the bottom lane. He's getting Frog and helping him out. Meanwhile, on the screen here, you can see it is Crepo helping out the top lane. So the jungler's going to be starting off red buff, Freddy122. Meanwhile, he's going to be on Xin Zhao. He's going up towards the top. So it's going to be a 2v1 in both top and bottom for the opposing lanes, and it will be the 2 mid laners, Slayer on Karthus versus Froggen on Lux.
Yeah, we talked about this potentially happening. No one wants to go 1v1 versus Wicked anymore, so they always send the dual laners to deal with them. And we'll see how well Yellow Pete and Crepo can really capitalize on this in the top lane, because a Leona and a Misfortune, who are both very strong early on, is going to put a lot of pressure on the Freddy.
So top lanes setting themselves out. Still junglers both on the red. We see Snoopy with that red buff, looking like he may well try and go for an early gank there. They did manage to get the ward down in River. I can't quite see whether there's a blue ward. Looking like it is, because it looks like there's a heavy shadow on it. There it is. Yeah, I can see it on your screen. And Snoopy's going to get spotted out. He is going to go towards the blue, though, because he realizes that's where he's going. And Xin Zhao's going to be following him. They're going for the invade, so both lanes are going towards this one. Snoopy, oh, Freddy didn't want a piece of that, realizes that Crepo was coming, but it does look like the blue buff of EG has been stolen away by Against All Authority, so they have to pick this one up. Slayer's going to try and distract him. He's coming across the layways, going down there. Snoopy has to try and get the difference on this one. He's getting taken very low. He gets knocked up. He gets taken down. First blood, Freddy122, and now they're going to dive in towards this one. Evil Geniuses are going to go on towards Slayer. He's going to go down. It's Yellow Pete that picks up the kill, but it does mean it's going to be Snoopy being set back a long way.
Wow, that was a really ballsy play out of EG to go in for that right away when they knew they were spotted. We had Yellow Pete a little bit slow to get around to the jungle or into that blue camp, but it didn't matter in the end. That first blood getting over to Against All Authority, but luckily EG was able to pick up a kill as well, and that went over to Yellow Pete. So we have both of the top laners picking up a kill for themselves, and it's really going to affect how the lanes develop.
Well, Froggen trying to return to that mid lane. He's getting bullied out by Virtual, but on your screens you can see Wicked and Nono and I nearly said N-rated, because that used to be his old team, Against All Authority, but it's Dude. It's a long time ago, back in Season 2, that he was on Against All Authority, but the pressure on this turret is going to keep getting applied. The hook lands the death mark. Will it be the death sentence for him? No, because Nono takes the turret hit, and now we do see Virtual diving towards that bottom lane.
Yeah, we do see him coming in, and he's level 4 at this point with double buffs. He will be spotted by the sword, so it looks like Wicked should be able to back out, and Snoopy's nowhere in position to come down here and help out. So this could be potentially first turret for Against All Authority if they want to be really aggressive with it, or just to deny a lot of farm from Wicked.
He's going to keep going aggressive there on towards Wicked, tries to turn around, put some damage back towards him, but that red buff, of course, it's going to keep him very zoned out from the experience there. Virtual's quite happy to play the anchor man, as it were, to keep him at bay, and Nono and Dude now coming up towards to see if they can get towards him.
And this is the problem, is that Zed has a way easier time of escaping against a 3-man gank, but Zin in the top lane might get really shut down here if Snoopy wants to come in for that. He obviously will be spotted coming in, but still, that is a really heavy CC team to take it down in that top lane, and he shouldn't really be able to survive that.
So it's really about whether the mid laners are going to go and help. Neither of them have got teleport, so neither of them seem to be making a move towards it. As it is, Slayer's down at about half health, so Froggen's poked him out, and it looks like he might go towards the top.
Yeah, you mentioned the mid laners, and Froggen actually has blue buffs, so he was able to take that away from Against All Authority, which gives him such a huge advantage in this lane. He can consistently push Slayer out, really deny him the farm he needs early on. And seeing the top lane, they're going to be very aggressive, still pushing that turret with 3 men. But the question is, will they take the turret right now? Because Snoopy, he needs the experience. He's already behind level 3 to level 4, and we know how strong Nollis can be at that level 6 point with that ultimate knockup.
Yeah, it does look like Snoopy was getting some of that experience back there. They will keep draining down this turret, the bottom lane. Of course, Wicked has managed to get himself back in there, away from Virtual. Virtual are backed off, and he tries to go aggressive. That turret's going to go down, and it will be picked up. So Evil Genius is with the first turret of the game, despite the fact it was against the authorities, putting the pressure on the bottom lane.
And we'll see how this really develops, because it's a really weird decision. Oh, it's not a weird decision, but it's a really crucial decision on how the game's going to go if you want to take that turret early on. I mean, we saw Virtual come in the bottom lane, he pushed Wicked out, but against Authority, instead of trying to take the turret, it just denied the farm. They kept pushing the wave against him and just kept Wicked out of experience range. But do see him getting caught under turret.
The death sentence goes in again, but again, he can just keep it at bay. Now he's putting the pressure on towards No, just draining down that turret. A couple more hits, and Wicked needs to start making tracks, because you can see No going aggressive, but that minion wave came in just at the right time, and he backs away from it.
Okay, what we do see a lane swap happening now for Evil Geniuses. They're going to put Yellow Pete and Crepple in the bottom lane, and No Dude, they need to switch to top because they're not very strong against this combo. Misfortune will out-damage them, and if you pull someone in, Crepple's going to stand right in front of you and just say, hey, that works for me because I'm the target you want to get pulled in the end. So they're going to have to swap here, but Zen is pushing that top lane very heavily, and Wicked will go up there.
Yeah, so Xin Zhao pushing against Zed. It will be, meanwhile, the mid lane. The lasers are starting to be fired by Frog, and he's going to go back and buy because he's got no mana left. But you can see, in terms of CS, he has a huge advantage building up against Slayer here. 51 to 37.
And he's sitting on 1,600 gold right now, so whatever he wants to go for, he can pretty much snatch it up at this point and continue this lead going on. But, you know, Schley is going to have the Catalyst relatively soon. He's going to try to farm his race and the enemy race as much as possible, and that's where Karthus really gets ahead, is if he can continue to get that CS and become that really big threat later on with that ultimate.
So it looks like it's going to be the Tier of the Goddess and Cage's lucky pick there for Froggen. So he's going to be happy, as well as the boots, of course, he picked up. So let's have a look towards the top lane. As Snoopy holds off this mid lane, it is going to be Wicked now versus Xin Zhao. How do you see these two stacking up? Because Freddy wanted to, he can get in, he can kind of try and get the 3 knock-up, but Wicked can just shadow dash away from that, just like, yeah, he can't get me.
Yeah, and also, but Wicked can harass him from range quite easily. There is no turret there, so Freddy has to be very careful. But the thing is, like, Wicked doesn't have to sit in this top lane right now. He doesn't have to sit there the entire time, push lane in. He can just roam around. He could go for a gank onto Karthus anytime he wants to and really create an opportunity for Frog to get a kill. And then also, maybe their team can collapse on the mid lane, get a turret, maybe collapse on bottom lane. So it's really Wicked, it's really a situation of Wicked doesn't have to fight you, but if he does, he's going to win that fight.
And talking about the bottom lane, let's talk about the items on the bottom lane, because we can see the Vampire Acceptor and the Roran's Blade, but No, we're going for something very different.
Yeah, that's Spirit Stone. So I haven't seen this really happen too much on AD carries, but in the end, when you get that Spectre or Spirit of the Ancient Lizard, or one of those lizards or whatever, it's a really effective item because it applies that nice dot over time. It's true damage, and when you're against a team who's going to be relatively tanky like this, it's going to help out quite a bit. We see Virtual actually getting catching Yellow Pete.
He's gone in towards Yellow Pete because he made the True Shot Barrage. Did it land? The Karthus Requiem does come through, and No manages to get the kill at the end there. Very nicely played there. I don't think Evil Geniuses were expecting quite so many members of Against All Authorities to come diving in for that one, but they're going to try and react to it. You can see Snoopy, he's speeding in there. Is he going to go towards it? Froggen just off the side. He's chugging down the potions. They do not want to let this buff go towards Against All Authorities. Snoopy's going to be hanging around. He has not got Smite available, though. It's not going to be up for a while.
Yeah, this really is the battle of the blue buffs right now, because Karthus always needs it. Froggen always needs it as well on that Lux. And if the team can control it really well, they can deny just so much over onto the enemy side. And of course, Against All Authority, with that nice gank, they could have actually pushed the turret if they wanted to, because obviously Yellow Pete was down for a while. Wicked was spotted on the map. Instead, they back off. They're just going to buy up a little bit more and get a little bit more comfortable on the items, as we do see No picking up the Spirit of the Elder Lizard as his first major item. So it gives some attack damage, gives some cooldown reduction, which is always a good thing to have on Edgel. You know, more arcane shifts, more Qs, more ultimates, and we'll see how the item really works out for him, because it's something new. I mean, we cannot say we've seen this really too many times before.
Yeah, and Yellow Pete, since he was sent packing earlier on, he went and got back and got a pickaxe. We do see the blue buff. That's going to go across to Froggen in just a moment. There it is, picked up. Thank you very much. Drive-by blue buff. And now we do see the mid lanes starting to get stacked up. So No and Dude stacking in towards that middle. Meanwhile, Yellow Pete, he's going to be having a bit of free farm down that bottom lane.
Yeah, we've talked about this quite many times with some pro players, and this mentions where if you lose your turret early on, you can either freeze a lane, which we're currently seeing Freddy do in the top lane, I believe, or you could push it and then try to group up for these team fights, because Wicked is doing exactly that. He knows he got the turret, he wants to group up, they're going to start forcing objectives, which you see the first one happening right now on Dragon. They will be spotted by a ward, but Against Authority isn't really 100% in position to stop this.
Now they're all stood on top of it. True Shot Barrage is available. I expect to see No maybe trying to go for the steal. He can see it full vision. Is he going to know? He's just going to try and steal it with a Q. and backs away. So Snoopy taking that one, securing it with the smite. And now Crepo going aggressive on towards Dude. He's going to have light binding coming across as well. The laser's going to land, and the hook from Snoopy finishes the job with Yellow Pete taking the kill.
And that is the burst potential out of EG right there. You saw Frog. It doesn't really have any items built up just yet, but that damage came out of him was insane. And you're seeing in the meantime, Freddy just trying to push this turret as much as possible, but look how fast Snoopy is. Look how fast that submarine man is running across the map, and they should be able to catch him here, but will he be able to escape?
The boots of mobility helping out wonders, and he's not going to be able to get away from this one, or is he? Deathmark goes down, Wicked dives in towards him, tries to knock them back, but it's not going to happen. Snoopy's going to get the hook up in there. Freddy 1-2-2, he tries to turn the damage on towards Wicked, but it's too much to deal, and Wicked picks up the kill. Meanwhile, they're diving on towards Yellow Pete. He's a dead man in the bottom lane. It's another kill, this time for Virtual.
Okay, I was going to say right there, we saw Freddy. I mean, he knew they were coming up there to deal with him, but against Authority off of that, are going to make a play somewhere else, and we saw it happen right there. Yellow Pete getting denied. And the thing is, he's 2-2 at this point. He's down about 20 CS as well. They're doing a great job shutting him down, but Froggen, he's ahead in CS. He has 2 assists. You even have Wicked, who has that 1 kill and is ahead in CS as well. They're doing good shutting down the AD carry, but they have to deal with these solo laners somehow. Yeah, they have a lot of CC as we saw in the middle. How they can lock up a champion, just completely shut them down. Dude had no chance. We saw that in the middle, and they seem to chain that CC very well, Evil Geniuses, as you would expect from any of these LCS teams. They've been playing a long season, it is, 10 weeks into it, and well, it's the final week of the season split. We're going to, of course, have the summer split starting out in the next coming up months. Can't give the exact dates just yet because I don't want to spoil things. Well, I want to know about them. But anyways, I mean, going back a little bit really quickly to the Spirit of the Elder Lizard we have on No-No. I think if we saw maybe a Razor on the Virtual, we could have had a very early Baron, because Ezra obviously was doing 25% more damage to that target. But we went for Spirit Sun instead. He's just going to be a tank for his team. And we'll see what they actually decide to do with that, because that item, it's still confusing me. It's really interesting pickup.
Well, we'll see whether it works out for him. As it is, he is 1-0-1, so managed to pick up and help out. He's going to go back and buy. Let's see what he does go for his second item now he's completed that one. I mean, compared to what you would normally go, well, Morella Nomicon just coming out for Froggen there. Looks like he's gone Vampiric Scepter, so... And the longsword. Is he... What is he building up towards now?
Blade of the Rune King is a potential with that.
Of course, yes.
He also could eventually go Bloodthirster if he wants to with that too, but we'll see how that actually develops. And then the Morello's Nomicon going out of Froggen, so he's going to have that 40% CDR with that blue buff on him. He's going to need that for these fights, and it allows him to build a lot more damage. You see, people not picking up Athenes anymore because of the cooldown reduction, so they just counter it with that Morello Nomicon. It also stops any sort of healing you're going to do. So any AD carry you go up against, you just completely shut them down if you can get them into position to have that reduced healing effect.
Yeah, since Athene made his million for the charity event, nobody needs to give him the money anymore, so he's quite happy with that. So Morello Nomicon starting to get the balanced champion in there instead. So, we do see Freddy 1-2-2 in danger of being dove on. We saw Crepo try and go for it. True Shot Barrage comes across, clears out the minions. And well, Freddy, I don't know if he realized how close he was to being absolutely wiped off the map.
Well, actually, it was, I think against Authority wanted to engage on that, because you saw No-No, he tried to clear the entire wave, and you saw Dio try to get in there with his Q to land it, so they were trying to engage on them right when the mini wave disappeared. The turret would be hitting them, you lock them down with that box, and then you try to pick up a kill or two, but with this 4-man push from EG on in the mid lane with Wicked coming down as well, this is going to be very hard for Against Authority to hold this turret.
Yeah, I can't see them keeping them away here. We do see Wicked sneaking around the side, but he is inside a ward. We do see the light binding Kitchen on towards Virtual, and they do hold on just a little bit longer. Poke on towards Freddy 1-2-2 as he came across through the jungle, and they are going to have to back away from this one. And Evil Geniuses, they are not stepping down from this.
I mean, they have no reason to really back up right now at this point. They don't really have anything else to take Dragons down. They just want to keep applying this pressure, keep forcing Against Authority to miss out on CS, because No-No needs to get a little bit more just to do the damage he's going to need. But their blue buff is up, and they need to get that over to Karthus as soon as possible. If he does get that, they can stop this push easily.
Yeah, and Schleyer, who's coming across to get that blue buff and realizes, you're going to have to fight for it, son. Wicked is ready and waiting for this one. There's a big Dane, he wants your number, and he's not going to give it up. The rest of Evil Geniuses, they're going to cross. Will we see the Final Spark try and steal it from Frog? And I think we will. Final Spark comes across. Didn't quite get it, though. Went a little bit too early for Unso as well on the camera.
Not enough damage, unfortunately, but Schley, good job to monitor that, and able to pick it up for himself. That's going to really deny this push out of EG. As you see, Wicked head up towards the top lane, realizing it's just trying to keep the lanes pushing against All Authority and force them to really react to this, because they're just doing the objective game right now, which is Evil Geniuses. They're forcing you to defend some objectives, forcing you to miss out on the CS.
So, looks like Wicked's going to push that top lane down. Freddy's going to react to that one. Blue buff, of course, going to go across to Froggen as Snoopy holds that one off for him, and he's going to clear out that bottom wave. So, what do we look at across the board. Big CS difference starting to build up. Wicked, of course, was just getting a little bit of free farm, but it's a very different build between these two champions. We're going to see Sunfire Cape coming out from Freddy122. Meanwhile, Wicked looks like he's going for the Bloodthirster.
Yeah, so against Authority, they're trying to build as tanky as possible and then trying to outlast the burst Evil Geniuses can apply. So Froggen, you know, once we get later into the game, even with Schleia getting his tankiness in, he can only really one-shot Nono at that point. And we've seen Nono actually, unfortunately, get caught quite a bit by, you know, Threshes, by light bindings as well, but that's their goal. If they can get Nono out of the game, they only have to deal with Schleia as the damage champion, and they can really deal with that quite well with the lineup they have.
So we do see, of course, Giant's Belt, you mentioned the tankiness. We also see the boots of mobility being stacked by both junglers, Virtual and Snoopy, trying to zip around that map as quick as possible. And you see Virtual on your screen charging down to that bottom. It's actually a race with his support. It's like, who can get this CS first?
And it's a smart pickup by both junglers because it's a good response out of Virtual, knowing that Snoopy's just running around the map, trying to push lanes in, trying to force, you know, 3, 4, 5-man aggression with EG, trying to get turrets. So he's trying to match that. He's trying to keep up in terms of running around the map and not missing out too much.
Well, the AD carries, there's a big difference between them. It's a 40 CS gap building up Nono versus Yellow Pete. In terms of gold, that is not stacking up too badly, though, between the two. Looks like Infinity Edge going to come out from Yellow Pete this time instead of that Bloodthirster, which he could have gone for. Or, well, we'll see. Oh, like Binding just missing out on Virtual. A lot of poke coming towards him. Dragon is up, and that's where the fight's going to happen.
And we'll see if against Authority can really defend against us. Virtual's already low at this point. We do have ultimates up. They are going to go for the engage.
Well, Virtual dives in. True Shot Barrage comes across, but it really doesn't land. Dude getting absolutely sniped down on the laser there, and there's going to be misfortune. You can see bullet time landing across on Virtual. Does go down at the back there. Dude going down as well. Virtual finally drops there. Now Freddy122's the target, but they did manage to take down Wicked, who'd gone a little bit too deep on this one. Evil Geniuses, they are not in a safe situation there. Cut off. And Schleier's going to go in. He does manage to get the Defile. It's Froggen, they're going to go towards it. Flashes through. Requiem comes down. He picks up one. No, yes, he does. Nono comes in. Barrier baits Yellow Pete and picks up the kill. The ignite is not enough. And Snoopy, the only man standing for Evil Geniuses.
Holy crap. So let's recap that fight real quick. So we saw Schleia exhaust Wicked right off the bat. Right when he was trying to pop his ultimate, which was right there, just gave him a huge advantage in the fight. Wicked wasn't able to burst anyone down, and against Authority just picked him apart. But at the end right there, against Authority knew his ultimate was up. Schleia wanted to flash in just to create some more damage, and we saw Nono follow up right behind with a flash. The thing is, he arcane shifted over the red wall. The arcane shift damage hit Froggen, ended up getting the kill on him, and then he just picked up against Yellow Pete.
And now Snoopy's in all sorts of trouble. He's not going to be able to get away from this one. Tries to flash, but Freddy122, but no! Here comes Greppo on towards Freddy122. Nono's going deep. He wants this. He gets the kill. Will he be able to get away? He doesn't have a flash. Death Sentence comes in. He manages to catch on towards Wicked, and the Lantern pulls him away. And Huge showing his new tricks for Against All Authority.
Dude, that was a great Lantern coming out of him right there. But that's Against Authority. This is the new team that we're talking about. They just play so much differently. Nono seems so comfortable, you know, in his lane with his support player. And dude, he's done a phenomenal job with just getting into the team and really making himself stand out.
He's a cool dude, that's for sure.
Yes,
He's been doing some excellent moves here, and Against All Authority, they're taking it to Evil Geniuses right now. Just 1,000 gold between them, 8-7 in kills and 1-1 in turrets. We see the light bindings going down. That's just going to get popped off. Luminescence from Froggen. He's keeping that mid lane, keeping it farmed, as you would expect. But it is very, very close right now between him and Schleier's been picking up all of those assists from that Requiem. All of the kills in that last fight, though. Look at Nono, 5-0-2. Big, big swing for him now against Yellow Pete, and that may well help them out.
And he was able to pick up his Blade of the Rune King on top of that, so he's going to be very deadly. He's going to have the extra movement speed to shut anyone down, and also the heal off of that. And then Yellow Pete, he obviously went for that Bloodthirster just because everyone, or at least with Freddy, 1-2, and Virtual, can dive onto him, which really hurts him quite a bit. He needs to be able to have that sustain in these fights, which that will give it to him. And then Froggen obviously going to be going for Zonias as well, because he's going to have to deal with the pretty much 4 attack damage team that will be hitting him.
Great warding as well from Against All Authority. They have full vision. They know exactly where Evil Geniuses are going. There's nothing sneaky. It's kind of working out for them right now. They're just keeping their distance. Wicked again off the side. He's been trying to get in the back, but like you mentioned, he's just not been able to absolutely wipe anyone out because he gets caught every time.
And the thing is, Schleia's exhaust every time that's what you have to do to counter a Zed. If you don't have like a KO to really counter the ultimate, if you get that exhaust onto him, it's going to hurt him so bad. As you see him actually catching Schleia a little bit, but you see right there how far behind he is. He didn't really do that much damage to him.
Didn't do a great deal of damage at all, and Schleia, with that Rod of Ages on him, he's just going to clear out and pick up the blue buff. But are they going to try and set up for a fight directly after it? Final Spark comes in. I think he got it. Yes, he did. Froggen managed to snipe it this time.
Great job by him. Great job by EG in general, just keeping wards on that blue buff, allowing Froggen to go for this. And by denying that away from Schley, they're going to have a hard time, you know, stopping a push out of EG. They're also going to have a hard time really sieging down this turret, but they are going to be going for a 5-man push here.
They are going to dive in towards the mid turret, but Snoopy seems to want a piece of it. They are getting the poke back and forward. Wicked trying to get a little poke on towards Freddy 122, but that Sunfire Cape is going to be helping him out with that big armor stack.
And you're seeing against Authority, they're being very cautious for smart reason. They don't want to fight unless Schley has that exhaust up. He's the only team with that available. They know that if they use that on Wicked, it'll shut him down, and it makes it pretty much a 5-on-2 in turn, or at least a 3-on-2 in terms of damage. So you see, unfortunately, missing that pull, and Schley just gonna be farming up that bottom lane. He does have ultimate up though, so if A gets some damage down, he could participate.
Yeah, as soon as he shows himself down the bottom, I expect to see Evil Genius is going a little bit more aggressive here. He's going to clear out the wave and head back in there, but Evil Genius has realized situation. They know that Requiem is always a global counter, and they do back off from this one. So Wicked's going to farm out this top lane. Let's have a look between these guys. See who they're stacking right now. 8-7 in kills between them. Very close. Gold being picked up by Wicked on that top lane. You do see against our authorities, they've been stacking around this mid lane. This is almost like a solo queue game. You know, every time you see the teams just stacking in that mid lane, eventually somebody's going to give, and it looks like it might be Evil Geniuses.
Well, it's a very scary point in this game. We do see Snoopy trying to go in. He does have ultimate available, so he does get the pull back on Virtual.
He does manage to get the hook. The light binding comes through. There's the laser. It's going to be the Nocturnal ultimate. Does manage to catch him, and just on the tip of the bullet time, Misfortune does manage to get it there, and Yellow Pete will be happy for that kill. He's chasing down towards Nono. Light binding comes through, but didn't quite catch on towards Nono. Instead, we see Snoopy going very, very deep. Crepo gets in there, does manage to get the Sunfire, puts on the glasses, and walks away with his shades down, and Slayer also dropped off. Can he get a light bind? Yes, he can. One last hit on Crepo. Will the Requiem pick up a kill? No, not quite enough, but Evil Geniuses won out that fight.
And that was a 4-on-5 fight for Against Authority. They still did that well, picking up those 2 kills. So in the end, it was a 3-for-2 trade in favor of Evil Geniuses, as we're going to see some items being picked up now, as the Lucker Onslaught is now picked up for Crepo, and we see a Ruby Sightstone done for Dude. So, you know, during that entire fight, we saw Virtual, he got caught a little bit. He got pulled back into the turret range by Snoopy, but then you saw Dude put down his ultimate, as you saw the ultimate out of Snoopy hit Virtual, and it pretty much just said, hey, you're not going to go after him. Like, there's no one to engage through that wall because you'll be too slow, but the bullet time was enough to pick him up.
But have they bought enough time for Wicked to pick up that bottom turret? He's working down on it. Nono's trying to clear out the top, and I think Wicked, well, he's going to have Dude coming in, but I don't think he's going to quite do enough here. I certainly wouldn't want to engage on an AD carry, but he's got no vision, so he does back away, and Dude does successfully defend out that bottom turret. Very well played from the support player.
Now we're seeing Schley in terms of items. He's picking up Azonias as well. Froggen has his completed, but Schley, I mean, he knows he's a little bit squishy. He has the home guard boots as well, which I want to point out. Because you're card this, because you want to keep farming, you want to get back to lane as quick as possible, and that item really helps with that situation. Blue buff is being picked up again for Froggen, and that is just a great job by EG to control it every single time.
Yeah, they're keeping on top of that one after losing it at the very start of the game. They have managed to retain it, and Froggen, again, it's such an important item for Froggen, especially with that laser. Keep that cooldown. And of course, let's not forget the mana regen. It does help quite a bit on Froggen, but he has got quite a lot of mana items. He's got his Zhonya's Hourglass now, along with that Morella Nomicon. Meanwhile, you see a Zhonya's Hourglass also being picked up by Slayer.
And that's the thing. I mean, Froggen doesn't want to build another item for CDR. So if EG can control that blue and keep giving it to him, he can build more AP and become more impactful as the fights go along. We do have a Last Whisper now done for Yellow Pete, though. So he's going to be hurting quite a bit against Freddy and Virtual, who try to dive into the backline against him. But they don't really have, well, he can't really take Freddy in a 1v1 at all, and Virtual doesn't have the armor he needs at this point to take him down, but just the disruption it applies, it allows Schley and Nono to pick up kills on a Froggen, or pick up kills onto Wicked when he goes in.
And meanwhile, Crepo, he's still got that Total Biscuit in his pocket. He's not used it yet, no need, despite the fact he has died twice, but he's a wide chunk down on the biscuit, so you got to save him for a cup of tea, and keep yourself nice and calm when the fight does actually break out and you need to chug through that biscuit. As it stands though, we see the AD carries Yellow Pete. He's got himself that Bloodthirster and Last Whisper along with the Berserker Greaves, but a very, very different build for Nono. He's all worried about that light binding. He's got the Mercury Treads in there as well as the Sheen, Blade the Rune King, and the Spirit, the Elder Lizard.
I'm curious if he's going to go for the Trinity Force, actually go for the Frozen Gauntlets there, or the Iceborne Gauntlets to really, you know, try to stay alive. But the thing is, he's not being dove on too hard yet by Wicked. But the thing is, if he does pick that item up, he can obviously kite him around quite well, especially with that exhaust out of Schlea. But, you know, in terms of Nono's build, his damage will start falling off a little bit just because the way he's going, and as Yellow Pete keeps picking up items, he's going to out-damage him more and more.
And we do also see the top laner, Black Cleaver now picked up. Oh, Death Sentence lands on towards Snoopy. They're going to slide into it. Virtual jumps from Cataclysm onto everyone. Snoopy does go down. Bullet Time manages to go through the team, but it doesn't really make much of effect because against all authorities, they are very tanky and they are turning to Dragon.
That's a great time around that engage, but it looks like EG won't give this up. They do have Cripple's ultimate available, so they could lock them down as Virgil's just going to try to zone them.
He does manage to get the knock up in there. They go diving in again. Final Spark misses. That's a vital opponent. And Froggen now, he needs to try and make this one count. Yellow Pete's been picked off against all authorities, taking all the damage they can. And they are just going to back away from this one again and return back to Dragon. They pick up a kill, go back in there. Finally, Evil Geniuses, they do pick up the mid turret, and now they're coming back down for this one.
This is a very iffy play up against Authority. Virtual's very low, so is D. They're going to have to back off, and EG, they could even pick this up off the back if they want to. As you're seeing, against Authority, just back off completely. But that last fight where we saw Snoopy get picked off, Virtual played that so well, where he ignored him, he went towards the backside of EG and locked them down with that Cataclysm. He made it so Snoopy could not get out of that fight whatsoever.
And proof that he was that tanky, it didn't really matter. Evil Geniuses are going to try and start this Dragon off. They realize that against all authorities have backed away, so they may be able to take something from this one, which would keep the gold advantage in their favor. Currently 12-10 though in kills, and against all authorities are showing there no slouches coming into the start of Super Week.
No ulti.
Oh, not going to quite land the True Shot Barrage. A little bit too late on that one. And that does mean the gold advantage is currently, Yellow Pete nearly getting caught out on the top there. Gold advantage currently with Evil Geniuses. He has got a 2,000 gold advantage. And looking across the board, you can see where it's stacking out there. The top laner, Wicked, he's got 1,000 gold over Freddy122 right now. Jungler's pretty even right there. Mid laners, there's the difference. It's all on Froggen right now. AD carries, big difference swing back towards Nono though. And the supports, it's another swing back to Crepo.
Yeah, the gold difference is really coming from the CS and from the 2 dragons to the one that Against Authority has. Not to mention the 2 turrets to the one that EG has as well. So it really is a very close game at this point, and both teams are playing this extremely well. It's just to see where they really develop, where they decide to go with this game. We know Froggen's ultimate is down, so it looks like Schleya will finally be able to pick up another blue buff here and really start to hurt in these fights.
Well, as long as they kill it quick enough, because they're not down for too long. Final Spark we used to try and just guess, really. See whether the blue buff, trying to blind snipe it, wasn't there, didn't get vision of it. And instead, against all authorities, do give that across the Schleya, so that's going to be important. Requiem will be coming up very quick. Didn't use it in that last fight, of course, so it's available. Wicked, meanwhile, he's going to push on the bottom turret. Bottom turret will go down. Against all authorities, realize they have a 5-man advantage in the mid.
They are going to go for the push on here. Dio taking a lot of damage. Could potentially be picked up by that Spark if Lux wants to use it. But in the meantime, we're seeing Wicked just split push away, trying to go for that turret. And against Authority, they have to react to it. They cannot let him do this. And good for them. They did make the right call, and they are going to stop that push.
Yeah, they tried to pressure in that mid lane. Looks like Freddy is going to be the man to stop off the aggression. Of course, they don't have that mid turret anymore. Wicked did take it down in the last fight. So that was kind of where the gold managed to keep in Evil Genius's favor despite losing out the fight. What do we look like now? So Freddy122, he had that Sunfire cape really early on. He's stacking out yet more armor right now compared to Wicked, who's just going all burst.
Yeah, so you pretty much made it so Wicked will never ult Freddy, and he'll just go head-to-head against Yellow Pete. He has the health at the moment to survive the burst coming out of Froggen, so he's not too worried about that. And that ult hit everyone on Evil Geniuses, actually, even hit Snoopy on the top side. So that's why he's been built up. We have the armor coming out of Nono, so we'll have the Iceborne Gauntlets very soon. But EG, they're going for a push on this top turret, and no one really, and Against Authority, is in position to stop this because Nono is back in base.
Schleya getting caught with the light binding and the final spark there from Froggen. That's going to keep him away. That may well give him enough to get this turret because he's going to be out of the picture. Of course, he can just do Requiem from that base. A lot of poke going on towards that turret. Does take about half the health off, but Evil Geniuses choose to back away.
That's a smart movement in the end on their part. I mean, it's just, the game is so close at this point that if you make one little mistake and a team takes advantage of that, you'll fall really far behind. Against Authority, they're able to react to that quick enough. We didn't have the home guard boots on Nono just yet, but we do see the mid lane actually being a potential possibility for Against Authority to take.
Yeah, they reacted very quickly, run straight across that jungle, and they're going to go straight on towards that mid lane. They realize Evil Genius has backed off. Wicked is all on his own right now. He's not going to be able to defend it. Yellow Pete trying to be a thorn in their side, and he's going to pressure on towards the inner turret. I think, you know, a trade mid turret for inner turret, not too bad if they can get it. Yellow Pete will get this one. They've got to deal with him. They're going to keep pushing on towards this inner turret, but Yellow Pete, he can keep going on towards the inhibitor.
And it looks like Against Authority are trying to make the decision to keep pushing this turret, sending Schleya back. Actually, he's sticking around. So Yellow Pete, you're always going to get a lot of damage onto that inhibitor turret. And Against Authority, they're just running. I mean, that was a little bit of a miscommunication.
They're purposely keeping them busy as well. You can see Evil Geniuses, they're chasing them down. They're not going to let them back away here. Yellow Pete still been told, looks like nobody's got away from you yet. Keep the pressure on towards that inhibitor turret. He's going to have that strut, that bonus to be able to run away from it. They have got a couple of wards in there. Now they can see Freddy122 coming across, and Yellow Pete's backing away. Very well played by Evil Geniuses considering the situation.
Yes, very well played. Because of that aggression Yellow Pete gave at that inhibitor turret, it forced Against Authority to back away, even though it was a 5v4 in the middle lane. Great job by them, and now they're going to have a nice chunk of damage onto that turret, so they could go for a 5-man push, but the thing is, they picked up that extra gold from that turret.
So, let's have a look. Let's take stock. Top lane's where the action's happening for Evil Geniuses. They've managed to put the damage on towards the inhibitor turret. Mid lane, well, Against All Authorities tried to push on towards that inner. They didn't manage to get any damage on it. No damage on Against All Authorities inner turret either. Bottom lane, nobody really getting either of those inner turrets just yet. So very much a tactical game of chess right now between these two teams. And it is so close in terms of fights. We've seen Against All Authorities win out the last team fight when it actually happened. They are 12-10 up.
And we're going to see a problem develop for Against Authority as the game goes on, is that you can't really siege a turret when you have a team like EG who has so much CC and so much burst potential. So they can't really easily get free damage onto a turret, so they have to win a fight somewhere. And the thing is, if they try to defend a turret, there's still a really strong engage out of EG as well. So they're going to have a problem defending and attacking turrets, but they have the team fight won right at this point.
We do see No putting some damage down to Snoopy. Against Authorities, they're trying to position for this one. They have got an Oracle advantage as well, because they didn't see Crepo having an Oracle just a moment ago. Dude does have that. And they're going to put pressure. They're going to take this turret down and try and bring things as close as they can. It's 4-3 in turrets now and just 3,000 gold between them. And again, we see Wicked. He's off at the side. He's going to be pushing that bottom lane.
Yeah, EG's reacting really well to this. They know that Against Authorities grouping has 5 and pushing around, but they're letting Wicked just split push the entire time. He has the items he needs now to pretty much 1v1. Well, at least the squishies on Against Authority, not necessarily Freddy at this point, but he's forced his own to deal with them, and the pull just missing right there, but that Oracle just really applying pressure to EG. They're being forced to really check that Baron, but Wicked just still pushing this bottom lane, and they're not reacting to it.
Well, this is a problem for them, and they do manage to catch on. The Cataclysm comes in on Snoopy, but he just flashes out. Bullet time catches Against All Authority. Wicked does take down the inner turret. Against All Authorities, they have a problem in their hands, and it is a Zed pushing straight in towards their base. He doesn't have a motorcycle this time, but he's going to get in there nonetheless, and that will be an inhibitor turret going down. We can see No, he's gone back. He's charging in. He's took half the health down already. Wicked might be able to turn on towards No here. No, catches him very nicely. The Iceborne Gauntlet is doing a wonderful job. And Freddy122 turns back on towards him, tries to get the death mark down, but No is too tanky. You see it go off, and it's killed by Freddy122.
And you saw right there, even with the Iceborne Gauntlets, how squishy No is to him at this point. That's how crucial Schleya's exhaust is every time. You're seeing Evil Geniuses pick up potentially their 3rd dragon of the game right now. That gives them such a nice chunk of gold lead as well.
And that is going to be the dragon going down, and that continues their gold lead. It's 4,000 now, 13-10. And really great tactical play from Evil Geniuses. I thought for a moment Against Authorities may try and force the Baron fight. They knew that Wicked was down the bottom there. They thought, okay, we're going to be 5v4. We reckon we could take this because a Karthus sat there, Defile. It's a very dangerous thing to dive into, but they were suddenly caught and just that indecisive moment, and Wicked took full advantage.
And the thing was, they engaged on Evil Geniuses, but it wasn't enough. Like Stoopy, he had his flash up. You had the ult out of Crepo if you wanted. You also had Yellow Feet to zone. So they had a great disengage against the engage of Against All Authority, and they're able to just walk away while Wicked just free to push that bottom lane. But we do see a Death Cap picked up on a Frogger now. We have a Random's Omen done on Stoopy, so he wants to get in there. He wants to slow everyone right away, slow their attack speed as well. And they're starting to get the items they need to really just dominate Against Authority in team fights.
Yeah, and let's look across those items. You can see the Hex Drinker and the belt being picked up now by Wicked. Freddy122, meanwhile, he's got himself Phage as well as the Glacial. I can't remember the name of it. Glacial Shroud. It is Glacial Shroud. I was right. I should have just carried on with my line of thinking. As you mentioned, Rabadon's Death Cap has been picked up. Virtual, he's kind of been mixed between what he's building for a long time. Hasn't continued to build it. I think he may even be going for a Warmogs in there. I'm not too sure whether he's going to go for Rendian's Omen as well. Oh, Flash comes out. Does try and catch on towards Slayer. Misses out. Crepo missing everything there. But it's going to be the Nautilus knockup. There's the bullet time. It's going to be Slayer, but the Zhonya's Hourglass comes out. Cataclysm catches them all on there. Final spark comes through. That's going to be Slayer going going down, but Crepo's going to drop. Is he going to be the right target, though? We've seen Requiem coming out. Will he pick up any kills? We do see one go down. It was Crepo, and Nono continues to chase. Snoopy in all sorts of trouble now. Freddy122 caused himself a problem for Yellow Pete, and now it's a 4-on-3, but Nono continuing to chase, dodges out the light binding, continues to chase on towards it. Can't chase her, looks down.
No, you can't. That was a great engage out of EG. They blew so many ultimates right there just to catch Slade, and in the end, they didn't do that anyways, but he flashed into the Cataclysm of Jarvan, trying to die in there, really keep him in there as well. They sit inside of that lay, waste, and defile damage. The thing was, he flashed into Lux's ultimate as well, so he ended up dying inside of that, but it kind of faded away too early, and EG was able to escape, but still a lot of damage, and you saw Nono how well he was hiding, how much damage he could do, and it was still a very close fight.
You can see he's very cautious of the fact that Froggen is there. Froggen almost had enough to completely melt out the team there. Did catch a few of them out. Yellow Pete, though, is getting a lot of free farm in his top, but no, 6-0-7 versus 4-4-5 currently for Yellow Pete. But Yellow Pete's build, you know, he just needs one more item in there, like an Infinity Edge or something, and he's going to be so dangerous. He's got that Bloodthirster, the Phantom Dance, the Last Whisper. He's already doing a hell of a lot of damage, but instead, he's going to go tanky.
Yeah, he has to get a defensive item because we see Freddy can be able to a Triforce right now. Has the Zeal, has the Phage. So you saw him go head-to-head against Yellow Pete, took him down very quickly, and that's what Yellow Pete's going to have to deal with. But you know, looking over to Virtual, he had 1,800 gold to spend before that death, and he bought an Aegis full outright. So he didn't go for Warmonks, he went for more of a team-oriented build with that. It's going to help out a lot to keep Nono alive, to keep Schley alive, and also Dude, who's been having some tough problems with those Lux ultimates.
Yeah, as it is, we see the Oracle now picked up by Crepo. No Oracle for Dude, though. So vision advantage may well swing towards Evil Geniuses here as they can try and clear that out. Of course, against our authorities, they're going to get in and try and put as much wards down as they can, dodging out that light binding. They didn't quite get the pink in towards that bush, I don't think.
No, they didn't. Actually, we'll tell you in a second. Nope, it is not.
No, it's just on the outside of it. They do try and get in. The hook doesn't quite land, but we see Virtual going back in. Trishop Pelage rattles across, but it's Crepo taking all the damage. And again, Evil Geniuses will be happy for that.
And that was a great job against Authority. They got a lot of chip onto Crepo. They're going to be able to push this turret down a little bit here. And Crepo looks like he will be back in.
Oh, the laser comes through. Dude gets melted straight away. The final spark was the end for him. And now Freddy122 Virtual, they are making a run for it.
And that's exactly what we talked about. Dio getting unfortunately caught by too many lasers of Frog, and the Aegis not saving him there. And now against Authority, when they had pretty much a 5v4 situation, are forced to back away. Not the ideal situation in EG. They're on the aggression now. Froggen's pushing mid lane. They do get the catch on a Nono, though.
They come in towards him. They catch him in the tri-push, but you see Virtual diving in. Cataclysm on towards Yellow Pete. Yellow Pete is getting melted down here. Wiki's trying to go deep, but he gets exhausted. And Slayer gets in and gets the kill. Final Spark comes across, does catch on towards Slayer, but it's not enough. And that was a great turnaround from against Authority.
I was going to say, who caught who in the end from that one? It's against Authority coming out with those 2 kills. That was a great mistake, if that's really even the correct phrase to use right there, but they were able to pick up those 2 kills and able to survive long enough. Now, EG, they could have potentially gone for a Baron right there since Crepo still has that Oracle. With that great engage they saw right there, they were able to stop that from ever happening.
So Crepo just walked past the ward. Just checking it out there, just checking it out there. Knew that it was there. So as it is, they do clear him out. So, close game so far. Just coming up to the 40-minute mark now. 5-3 in turrets. Evil Geniuses with the advantage there. The advantage in gold as well. Because of that, they have that 3,000 gold advantage. They picked up a couple of Dragons more as well. 16-3 in kills, and Dragons spawning in 50 seconds time, but it's really Baron that people are starting to worry about.
Yeah, it is. And the thing is, EG, the items that they've been building up to right now, so if you look at Froggen in particular, he's pretty much deterred anyone from against Authority to just try to burst him down with that Zonius, with that Saracen Embrace. So Yellow Pete's really the target right now. And when you have a Leona protect him, it's virtually gets caught.
Just not enough, is it?
Just not enough. He's just too tanky at this point with that Runic Bulwark. But Yellow Pete, he's the real target to be killed here. But he has a lot of protection with Frog, and he has protection out of Snoopy, he has protection out of Crepo. It's really hard for anyone against Authority to get into that back line, so they're kind of stuck on who they want to go for the kill on. With Wicked, he's almost at that point where he can 1v1 Nono completely.
And that's a worry, I think, for Frog. And the fact that he's got all his full build, well, I mean, he's just got one more item to build in there. But the fact that he just got his full burst combo on towards Virtual and didn't even take him below half health. Because that Runic Bulwark's in there, he's got that Giant's Belt in there, he's very tanky right now.
It is a problem for him, but Froggen's such an experienced Lux player that he knows that doesn't really matter in the end anyways, because he has Yellow Pete to deal with that, he has Wicked. He really just wants to hit Nono or hit Dude or hit Schley because he can pretty much one-burst them down. That's all he really has to do in these fights.
Karthus out of position a little bit here. Schleier's stuck in the top lane. I wasn't sure whether Evil Genius is going to continue pressuring this one. Instead, with that Oracle on, they should be able to stop out the banana bush. They try and catch the light binding again. Virtual actually walked into that one and took it just just to see how much damage I think Frogger was doing to him. He's like, yeah, no, I can take this. I can take this. This is all good.
No, getting really ballsy right there. But Dragon is up. And we see against Authority with Virtual, with that Oracle, just trying to clear wards up because they kind of want to contest it, but it's at that point where if you get engaged upon in that pit, it's such an advantage for either team. You don't really want to be in that close space that you could lose a major team fight, lose Baron, even Inhibitor, when you already have the bottom Inhibitor turret very low for against Authority, as well as the top one.
Very aggressive play here against all Authorities, pushing on towards Evil Geniuses. Well, look at that. Virtual thought about Cataclysm and on towards Froggen there. He had him in his sights, didn't go for it though. And instead, they keep on pushing. Dragon is now live. You can see it in the top corner of your screens, and it is available, but it's not what they're interested in. It's this inner turret of Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, they're still having a hard time sieging this turret down. Looks like EG will give it away here, but Slayer doesn't have the exhaustive, so if EG goes for a hard engage, they could win this.
Light Binding comes in, misses out to Slayer though. And I'll tell you what, those Iceborne Gauntlets, they are causing problems. He keep catching that Q onto people, and instead he just slows them, stops them in the tracks every time.
Yeah, it's a great job. It's allowed him to kite Wicked around quite well on top of that if you see him in these team fights, and also stops any sort of engage you're going to see out of EG. If he hits it on a Snoopy, you can't get that ultimate off. But the thing is, everyone at EG has Flash available right now, so even if you stop one person, there's going to be someone else to really get you with a strong engage.
So with that Trinity Force complete as well, Freddy122, he's clearing out those waves very quickly. Blue buff now up. Our Evil Genius is going to make a thing of this. Snoopy, it's kind of started off there, but they realized that against our Authorities are there. They can't just go for it right now. I think he may well try and take it. Yes, he will. Froggen sneaks around against our Authorities, unawares of this situation. They are sneaking in there. They may try and collapse across towards Freddy122 at the moment.
I'm not sure if they have the damage to really beat him at this point because there's a 3-man hold on that middle turret against Authority. Going to try to push it down here. And there will be a free blue buff for Froggen, even a free bottom turret against Authority.
They're going to get them both. They're just working down both of them there. Finally, they realize they're going to have to go for it. Can they get on towards it? They do come around. Snoopy is there. It's Nono they want to get onto, or Slayer. It's Slayer. They hook on towards him. He goes to get the Defile across there, and the box goes down. Crepo's getting dropped. Yellow Pink gets dived on from the side. Freddy122 comes in just at the right time. Requiem comes out. That explodes another, and now we see Virtual going aggressive. Wicked just about walking away from this one. Virtual trying to get aggressive. Nono still alive and absolutely doing fantastic. There is no limit right now to what he can do, and it's going to be another turret going down. Five turrets. The aggression. He goes on towards Froggen. Froggen, he's not going to be able to escape this one. He's going to try and turn around the burst. It doesn't matter. Nono's there. Uses it, dives in towards it, and now the top inner turret is going to be their focus.
They're going to pick up 3 kills and 3 turrets off of this, giving them so much gold and the gold lead. If they want to back right now, they're going to have a lot of gold to spend, and they could actually contest Baron here. Froggen down for a minute. We're 42 minutes in, and those death timers are so long where if you die, you're going to be in a really bad problem. Nono gets caught.
Nono gets caught out by Snoopy, but it's not going to be enough to slow him down. Wicked wanted to get in there. He's 8-0-10 right now, Nono. Absolute dominant performance, in his team are really playing this absolutely by the book. 5-5 in turrets, 19-14 in kills, and now the gold lead with Against Authority.
And that's a great job. I mean, Nono, in their game versus Gambit, you went 12-6. Even though they lost that game, it just shows like how much he's grown as an AD carry in this team as LCS has progressed on. And his items, I mean, looking very solid. He's sitting on 2,600 gold if he wants to go back and buy. And I'm curious to see what he's going to go for here. Most likely another damage item. And as I say that, he picks up a GA.
Oh, Frozen Heart, though, coming out as well from Freddy122. There's going to be not a lot they can do about him. So that's now Freddy122 and Virtual that they can't go for. They can't touch, really. Slayer with his Hourglass. He's going to be a pain in the backside. Nono is actually tanking now with that GA. There's no easy targets right now for Against Authority.
And he's hiding so well too, which we really need to point out because you can't get to him. Like Wicked only has one opportunity to get to him with that ultimate, with that W, and as long as he can stay away from that, keep that barrier up, he'll survive. And we saw in that last fight how quick Yellow P can really die. As Wicked kind of getting caught here, might actually go down.
He's in all sorts of trouble. He's going to get the knock-up. He tries to put the death mark down on Freddy122. Freddy actually taking low, does get dropped, but Wicked goes down as well. Bullet time comes across. Slayer gets the Defile across all of them. Does manage to try and catch it in there. He has got the Lantern available if he wanted to use it. Final spark, and so, no, he's almost going down. Oh, is it going to be enough? No, he's still going aggressive. One more hit will do it. The Guardian Angel comes out. Cataclysm gets jumped on there. He's trying to get Nono down. Turns around. No, he lives.
He lives indeed, teammate, and that's 4 members of EG going down. They're going to push this middle turret. They should be able to get the inhibitor turret and inhibitor off of this unless they want to go back and go for Baron. You see 30 seconds plus on everyone of Evil Geniuses, and Schlea, phenomenal job by him because he flashed in and exhausted Yellow Pete because Wicked was already dead.
Wow, amazing, amazing stuff here from Against Our Authority. They're going to tank out this inhibitor turret. I'm not too sure if they've quite got enough. Virtual does throw down the Demacia standard. They have taken down the turret. And now Snoopy, he's got to be careful because Virtual has been making some awesome plays in this game. And Dude's been backing him up. You can see the Lantern out there. And they're going to take down the first inhibitor of the game. Evil Genius is starting things off strong.
Yes, they are. And the thing is, we have to be careful. Is that if Against Authority doesn't back away quick enough and heal up, that EG could potentially rush Baron right now. LP will be up in 4 seconds, so they'll have the damage for it. And as you see on your scoreboard, Nono 11-0-11 at this point. His aggression is just ridiculous. You know, going into Frog and going into Yellow P right there at the end of that fight, and then realizing, hey, I have my GA up. You can kill me once, but Virtual's going to back me up, and we're going to get those kills.
And now he's just picked up a BF sword as well, and he's completing the items out. Is this the new Ezreal build we're seeing? This is the 3.5 balance, remember, so things have changed a little in this patch.
Yeah.
But my God, starting off with the Spirit Elder Lizard?
I'll say if you ever play solo queue in the next couple of weeks, you'll probably see a similar build on Ezreal nowadays because of that. As we are going to have Schley, he's going to pick up his own blue, so they're looking very good. He has ultimate available this time. He didn't have it in that last fight. He was actually using it in the beginning, didn't he?
Corn on me. He sold the GA.
Yeah, because it was down.
Because it was down, so he's like, I don't need the GA anymore, I'm going to sell it. Meanwhile, we see Rabadon's Death Cap being picked up by Slayer. He's getting more damage in there, along with that Void staff that he's got, as well as the Zhonya's Hourglass. His AP ratios are going to be incredibly high. That Requiem will be a big, big finisher when the fights happen. And now we see Nono and Freddy. They might get caught out. Ooh, nearly.
Yeah, we're just like, we're waiting in silence. Like we do see the engage coming out Against Authority here.
And it's going to be Virtual sliding in. Will he cataclysm onto him? Yes, he does, but he only catches Yellow Pete, but that's the target he wants. He manages to get the bullet time across. Nono picks up another kill.
Wow.
Final spark lands on 3 of them, and the Requiem comes out. Is it going to be enough? Snoopy goes down to that one, and now they are just getting melted. Evil Genius is turning it around here, and Virtual goes down, and it's an ace for Evil Geniuses. What the hell is happening?
Holy crap. If you saw in that fight, if we were looking at Nono during that, you saw Zed ulti him, and you saw the final spark come across him as well, and he just blew up. Without that GA available, it got exploded on. And Evil Geniuses, the thing is, Against Authority, they won that last team, or the team fight before. They were able to push Inhibitor down, but they conceded vision on Baron. As you saw right there, the engage was a little bit too cocky, and Evil Genius was to take took that aggression and use it against Authority, picking up that ace.
Whew. Wow. So 700 gold between these teams, 7-5 in kills. Evil Geniuses, they have a lot of minions in their base right now, but they are going to clear them out. So super minions were pushing in there, going straight up the mid lane. As it stands though, 25-21. It seems to be all about the positioning right now, who will win the fights out, because we saw the Cataclysm coming out, but Yellow Pete, he wasn't interrupted. He got that bullet time across everyone. The laser came across everyone, so the Evil Geniuses, when they land them damage combos in the right place at the right time, they can be fatal for Against All Authorities. Even the ever-present Nono, who seems to be avoiding everything. Normally, ironically, Nono's the first man going in.
Yeah, usually.
But this time he's been kiting so well, but he got caught out that time, and you saw that's a big problem for Against All Authorities, because when that damage goes, they've not got a great deal left.
They really need him to be such a dominant force in these fights, and we saw with that BF sword, he picked up a Bloodthirster, so he's going to have that extra sustain during these fights. Already has the lifesteal off of the Blade of the Rune King. He's currently sitting at 31%, so it's going to be giving him a lot of sustain in these fights, which he's going to need, because he can survive the damage out of Frog, and he can survive the damage out of Wicked, but he can't survive it when they both use it at the same time on him.
So we'll see whether Evil Geniuses feel they have it in them to actually push on towards the base here, push on towards the tower. I feel them light bindings from Froggen may well be vital in this. He has got the Oracle now, so Froggen, of course, he's got his complete build, so he's like, I will buy all the Oracles because I have all of the cash right now. He's 9-3-10, by the way, I should point out. He's sneaking up there in the kills. Absolutely dominant performance again across the board. Some fantastic plays from both these teams. They're pushing on the turret.
Oh, he seems to be getting caught.
The Death Sentence comes in, but they don't want to follow it up. The Light Binding gets thrown out. Oh, bullet time was used. Final Spark comes out as well. Slayer taking very, very low. I think Evil Genius is going to push on this one.
That was a very, very close death out of Slayer right there, as he will be backing, but Evil Geniuses, so they have Slayer to back. He has home guarded boots, so he should be able to get back in the fight. They should be able to potentially defend this inhibitor turret. In the meantime, Evil Geniuses are actually going to back away, and Demon, you talked about Froggen having his full build, we talked about Nono having his full build. They're both sitting at like 19,000 gold total throughout the entire game. Next closest person's at about 16,000 on Wicked. That is just ridiculous.
Absolutely massive gold stacks across the board, yeah. Froggen's got more money than the two supports put together. It's just like, I'm rolling in it. As is Nono, by the way. Nono, the highest gold in the game so far. So, position-wise, what are we looking across at? You can see there's a big creep wave on the top lane, actually, that Wicked is going to have to go deal with. Blue buff's about to be picked up by Froggen, if he doesn't reset it properly first. Dragon, meanwhile, that's going to get picked up by Against All Authority. They're going to take that one. That's going to take the gold to, well, it's just 500 between them. Actually, no, it's a lie. That's 1,500 between them, because they did pick up the turret a moment ago.
But still, 49 minutes in, it could be 500 gold at this point.
It could be anything, because everybody's starting to stack up. We've got 6 item builds being completed by a number of members here. Wicked, I might point out, has actually got a hell of a lot of damage right now.
Yes, he does. The Mama Morty, so obviously the lower health he gets, the more attack damage he's going to have, the more ability he's going to have to just burst down Nono. And that seems to be their target every single time. And that's actually making me wonder, will Nono sell Bloodthirster or sell maybe his Spirit of the Elder Lizard to pick up GA again? Because it should be off cooldown relatively soon, and that would give him that sustain in these fights.
Well, we'll see whether he does switch up towards that. Would be interesting to see if he does, and really still nobody with full control, honestly, right now.
Yes,
Baron's still on Evil Geniuses, and he has just sold it. It wasn't the Bloodthirster he sold, though.
No, it's the Spirit of the Elder Lizard.
Spirit of the Elder Lizard, and picks up the GA. So, we'll see whether that works out in the next fight. Oracle on Dude is continuing to clear out that Baron pit. It's not going to be up for a while, though, keeping the river cleared out, though. So, what are we thinking?
We see Froggen actually sold his Morello Nomicon and picked up a DFG. So now Virtual or even Freddy are going to have a really tough time dealing with that burst damage that can come out of Froggen. Not to mention if Nono ever gets caught. But, you know, where we're at in this game. So we have a very close game just overall. But the thing is, Against All Authority are kind of in the driving seat. If they can get that middle inhibitor down yet again, it forces EG to play defensive. They can siege that top turret, which is already very low on health because the minions push it the entire time. And they could just catch them off guard. You see Froggen sitting at the raid camp trying to catch someone off here, but with the race respawning, he won't be able to do that, unfortunately.
Both of them at the side there. Dude ready to try and get his death sentence onto someone. Wouldn't be the death mark, that'd be Wicked. Oh, Froggen just up the sideline. Binding lands on, but it's virtually gone towards, and Freddy 122, he wanted to get on towards Froggen there, out of position off the side there, trying to chase him down. And look at the damage from Wicked there. He's taken a lot from Nuno. No, that was just a couple of shots.
Yeah, and we see that Yellow Pete, he picked up an Infinity's Edge. He hasn't really built up his next defensive item, or his actually defensive item he started working on earlier with the Giant Spell, so he's still very squishy. If Freddy Virtual get into the backline on him, and even Nono, who has his GA available, he will just explode. Did I say Nunu as well?
A mix of both.
Nuno.
I want to see Nunu on Nono, or Nono on Nunu. I'm not too sure which way.
That'd be too hard to guess.
So it is Against Our Authorities keeping the pressure on Evil Geniuses now, despite the fact that Baron has just worn out. They have the Oracle. There's also one in the bag. In fact, no, it's been used. So they've got double Oracles running right now, Evil Geniuses, because Snoopy's got one on him as well. Oh, my word. What are we looking at? How is this going to lay out? Because this is surely about who's going to initiate and who's going to catch the right person at the right time.
Right, it's very true. I want to touch real quickly. We see the Warmog's armor picked up on Yellow Pete. So we see Virtual actually going in. This might be the final engagement, but he's really hesitant because he knows if they lose this fight, that will be game for EG.
He wanted to catch Froggen there. The death sentence actually does catch on Froggen, but I don't think they realized it. They couldn't really follow up. We saw Virtual. If they would have been clumped together, I am almost certain Cataclysm would have followed.
And it's a very tense game right now. Every team, or both teams, just know one wrong engage will be the game. And the thing is, they're trying to play it very cautiously. Baron will be up in a minute, but I honestly don't expect that to be taken one more time this game. I expect to see a big fight happen during or right before it.
Trishot Barrage used to clear out that top wave. That's going to keep the pressure on, trying to keep those minions pushing in there. Of course, there's a creep wave pushing the bottom for Evil Geniuses. That's going to go down. Looks like Freddy wants to go and deal with that. Yes, he does. He's going to try and head off there, but they've got to be careful. They're only 30 seconds away from Baron. If they're caught out of position at the wrong time, Evil Geniuses have that timing because they did take it down. They are getting ready for this.
I think it's that we saw out of Ezra on the top lane was actually a really smart play because it creates a wave stack up there, and the turret's already very low, so EG will have to kind of deal with it or lose another inhibitor turret, which will leave two inhibitors open.
They could, of course, try and go for Baron. Looks like Against All Authorities, they may try and push straight up mid. They're out of position now. Evil Geniuses, are they going to go for this one? Are they going to take the bait, or are they going to turn in towards it? They do manage to get the Wall of Pain down on Wicked, but it's not quite enough, and it's a standoff again.
Oh, we see EG actually getting split right now. Crepo is actually off on the side all by himself. Against Authority trying to group up here. and we should see this engage happening very soon. Just both teams are on the edge right now, just wanting to fight.
Very, very tense. There's a huge creep wave at the top against our authorities. They've got themselves penned into the Evil Geniuses base. There's no turret, remember. They could just go straight in for those inhibitor, and they are running for it. And now Evil Geniuses, they're going to run straight up the backside.
They can catch him at this choke into the base, and they can destroy him with that Karthus.
They're going to try and go in. The Death Sentence lands on Snoopy, tries to pull him in. They still haven't taken down the inhibitor. Now they go in. There's the Defile catching across. Tree Shot Barrage just come down. Crepo's getting kited. Final Spark comes out, but it's going to be Yellow Pete that's gone down. Evil Geniuses may well take this one. Frogcroft just shut down the bottom there. Froggen's getting dropped. There's another kill. It's Slayer that picks up the double. Requiem's going to come out. Crepo's going to get dropped so low. There's another kill. No picks up the kill. Evil Geniuses are going down to the Against All Authority. It's going to be 2-2. And what a game to start the Super Week off here in the European LCS. It's going to be Against All Authorities with the win. What a game.
What an insane game right there. That last fight was so perfect for Against All Authority. Shleya using that choke to his advantage where EG had to tunnel through. He just flashed in with that lane waits to Defile on and just destroyed Evil Geniuses. So well played by Against All Authority, and look at their faces. They are so happy about that. Thinking, no, he's always smiling.
Woo, what a start. 13-1-14 for Nono on that end there. Absolutely amazing stuff. Pretty sure it's going to be the MVP performance, but to find out, we're going to go across the analysis desk so I can take a breather and have a little bit of heart palpitations in between. It's Joe and Quickshot.
Thanks a lot, Demon. An incredible game. I wasn't expecting that to come out, but, well, what, 53, almost 54 minutes long, that matchup. We were talking, you know, about what's going to happen in this game, and we didn't really know what to expect from it. We said last week that Against All Authority, Nono in particular, with Dude now replacing Corellius, has stepped up that game. You know, Jason talked about the stats, that he had a 2.5 KDA ratio. That jumped up to 4.5 in the 2 weeks that Dude has been there. And well, it just got a whole lot better for him.
That game was actually in complete control of Against All Authority during the mid-game, and it was primarily due to the fact that Wicked couldn't get his ultimate off on Nono. It took something like 40-odd minutes before he had his first death, and it was one team fight out of the entirety of that match where they managed to get to chain all of the combos effectively from EG on the right target. And Nono, you know, he just kited, he was in control, he was never out of position, he didn't get caught. It's not the Nono that we were watching from the opening weeks of the LCS. And it's like we said, from week to week to week, and especially now with Dude in the roster, AAA really seem to have buckled down and, you know, turned on the heat because it's the last few games that they've got to play.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that build from Nono, because when it first came out, we were like, okay. Now, this kind of build has been tried. Wei Xiao, for example, from World Elite, has done a similar build to this one. He went Brutalizer second instead of going straight in for that Blade of the Ruin King. I think Cutie Pie has played a similar build as well with Ezreal over in North America. But talk us through the build, like how strong, where were its weak points, strong points,
so
in your opinion?
First and foremost, as soon as I seen that coming out, I immediately thought back to the days when AD carries would started picking up Madras Razors, and you would have 2 or 3 members of your team with a Blood Razor forcing down objectives, forcing down dragons and barons. It didn't end up being the case. What it ended up being for Nono was the regen on his mana. It allowed him to continually spam and apply that damage over time dot onto his enemies and just poke. I don't think Nono ran out of mana once that entire game, because of the fact that he itemized around it. And following on that with the Frostborn Gauntlets, he just played zone control. He pretty much just said, look, I'm never going to win a straight up DPS fight because that's not the build I'm playing. I want to survive Nautilus. I want to survive Zed. I want to be able to kite the Leona and, you know, people trying to get to him. And he played it perfectly. Talking about items, I also want to touch on Dude's build, because after 50 minutes in the game, he only had a Kindle Gem, Ruby Sidestone, and Merc Treads, right? That's it, okay? He had the same amount of money as Crepo, but he was investing all of it into Vision. Every single gold that he earned went into wards, and oracles. And that was it. This is my job. I need to provide Vision. I need to provide information, or enough information for my team to make the right calls.
Yeah, and again, Against All Authority, they just look like a different team right now compared to the earlier weeks that we saw them. Dude's obviously given them something new, an injection of life, I think we can say, into that Against All Authority lineup. But we can go into replays now. We actually had a really hard time of deciding which replay to show. We had about 10 different ones, like, okay, that's the replay. That's the replay. But we actually went there for that last fight, because not just about the team fight, but about the whole positional, very interesting encounter.
Well, I'm trying to see if this would work, but it's almost like a field goal. It was literally Evil Geniuses stood to the side and said, there you go, have our mid lane. Let's jump into the replay and actually
actually show you what I'm talking about. There was a little bit of a dance back and forth between the two teams, which resulted in, against all authority, getting the, the better positioning on EG. They realized the inhibitor was up and they decided to literally rush straight for this inhib. Initially, their focus is going to be on the inhibitor once Evil Geniuses jump into the party. But look at the slow there from that Frostborn Gauntlet on Nono, completely controlling the entrance to the side here. Now, the one thing I do want to point out, first and foremost, you have Freddy, Schleyer, Virtual, and Dude in a moment diving straight onto Yellow Pete. The only person that focuses Nono was Crepo. Nobody else got to him. Wicked, again, for another fight, could not get in range to get his death mark down. The laser hit absolutely nobody. And it was just the damage dealers of Against All Authority were left practically undefended, the entirety of that fight. It was a case that we've seen over and over and over throughout the game where AAA simply zone controlled their opponents better than Evil Geniuses could.
Well, they definitely look, as I said, like a different team. And we saw last week the whole feature of the Against All Authority gaming house. It seems to have really helped them out, that one. Obviously, Dude is the guy that has to wash the pots every day. And this time, he was the guy buying the wood. So good guy all around is Dude coming into this lineup. But promising stuff here in our final week of play in the Spring Split. Of course, a super week. Loads more games coming your way. But first of all, we're going to crown ourselves an MVP. And it's no real surprise who it's going to be.
Not in the slightest. We had to give it to Nono for his Ezreal play. From the get-go, he was in control of his lane. He had a very big CS advantage. Highest earner in the entire map, 422 CS, and just GG. I mean, one of the best AD carry performances we've seen all season.
Yeah, and his KDA is going to be skyrocketing after that one, adding into his impressive last couple of weeks. So that's it from us here on the analysis desk. We're going to go over to the interesting people on the main stage, where Shox is waiting with Virtual.
Thank you very much. I decided to talk to Virtual, the jungler, for a change. Now, Virtual, talk us a little through picks and bans before we get into the madness of the game. Your counter jungler, Snoopy, went for Nautilus. What do you think of him as a jungler champion for now?
I think Nautilus is actually really strong in mid and late game because he has so much CC. But the problem of Nautilus is really weak until level 3 or 4. So we took this advantage, and with Japan is really strong level 2 and 3. So we decided to invade and try to mess with Nautilus, and I think it worked because he was really behind me. So Nautilus is strong, but he's really weak to counter jungle.
Yes, you shut him down in the beginning, and then the game just was incredibly close. Once again, just like the game against Gambit, but you did manage to close this one out. So what was different?
Well, this time I think we did better decision on the map, and also we had a compo who can engage easily. So if they do a mistake, like Z bot and Z mid, and we can catch them instantly and kill them and take objective. So yeah, that's why our compo was better to finish the game, I think.
You needed this win because, of course, it's super weak here. So how are you dealing with the pressure? You've been here for a couple of months playing in the LCS, but this is when it gets really important.
I think actually this week was the best of all week for our practice because we did a lot of scrim. We talked way more than before, and we hung out together way more. So I think we got way more prepared than the previous week of LCS. So our pressure is fun, actually. We're confident about our play.
Confident, AA. Thank you very much, Virtual. Now, coming off a thrilling victory last week, SK is looking to cement itself in 3rd place. But Dragonborns are also riding high after ending their double-digit losing streak with a decisive win. Who is going to keep the momentum going? We'll be back with SK versus Dragonborns after the break.
Welcome back to the analysis desk. I'm Joe Miller, and joining me is, of course, Trevor Quickshot Henry and Schleyer from Against All Authority. First of all, congratulations on a fantastic win against Evil Geniuses. Almost said against All Authority, because that just comes out naturally now. Talk us through, your plan going into that game. What was, the whole idea coming into that match against EG?
So first of all, we picked Cartus to snowball on lanes, so we had to get strong lanes and try to snowball. We had Thresh, so it's hyper a lot. So it was kind of snowballing from Cartus, and yeah, it was our plan.
I got a quick question about Karthus. We normally see Freddy 1-2 taking him sort of the 1v2 lanes, and he plays Karthus. Do you think you're the better Karthus?
Actually, I don't know. We need to do 1v1 like Soaz and Wicked, and we'll see.
I like that. I like the challenge. I was talking to you a little bit before we went on air, but Nono's build in particular with the, Spirit Elder, Lizard, blah, blah, blah. Talk us through the build. Was it planned? Did you guys talk about it as a team? How did that somewhat new EU build come into play?
So we saw it on Korean stream. So we watched so much stream, and we tried to see what is going. He get inspired by one player who is GoGG. He just build around, and now he's the first person to do it in EU, and I think it's good.
Okay, how much did you guys practice with that beforehand? Have you played this sort of composition that's sort of like kiting Israel in scrims before?
Yeah, he play a lot Israel. Like he's known for Israel. He's really dangerous with it. He's for me one of the best of Europe, at least. So we play some solo queue. He saw the build. He try so much thing. He do so much terror craft. So I think he knows the champ in his fingers.
Yeah.
Talk us through we saw last week a feature, of course, on the Against All Authority mansion, as No called it. How has that helped your team, being able to really focus in? Because the weeks before you were here in the ESL TV studios till late every night. How big of a change has that been for the team, having the house?
So now we are in the house. We got a whiteboard, I think it's the word. So we can see what is bad for us and what is good. So we do picks, bans against team before the match. We do everything. Like I think this week we were more prepared than every week we did before.
How much of a difference has Dude had on the impact as well? I mean, it's a fairly recent change, 3 weeks now, plus minus, with the gaming house. You guys seem to really step your game up once he stepped into the support role.
Yeah, I think Nono at least feels so well with Dude. Like we can see, like they are amazing bot lane. I think now they are pretty strong, like one of the best of Europe. So it's good for us to count on them. Like before we had so much, not so much champions we can play, but now we do whatever we want. So it's pretty cool for us.
You're a predominantly French lineup, obviously Freddy being the lone Englishman in there. How does the communication go, especially with that bottom lane? Do they speak French to each other in-game?
No, they speak English, actually, but sometimes when they miss something, they speak French, like, oh, you could have done that and that. And so it's pretty English to make Freddy be in our family.
So is Freddy going to be learning French, or are you guys all learning English?
Yeah, he will learn French, I tell you.
That's a tough step for an Englishman to learn French, I know that one. But, it's a super week here, our final week. You guys have a lot of work to do still, even though that was a great first step, it has to be said, taking down Evil Geniuses. What are your feelings for a final finishing place? What's your real hope from this last super week?
So we want to, I think our principal rivals, it's Giants. So we're going to play it today. I think it will be a huge match between each other because we lost previous game and we want to revenge and see how it is go after. Like Giant is the match we are waiting for.
Well, thanks a lot and good luck in your later games against Giants and, of course, for the rest of the Super Week. We have another exciting match coming your way in just a second. And your commentators, of course, for this one will once again be Demon and Jason.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. It's time for Dragonborns versus SK Gaming. Both teams are fighting for very different positions in the league right now, but equally desperate for a win.
Yeah, this is really bound to be a good one, Demon. Last week we saw Dragonborns with like a new gust of wind under their wings. However, last time Dragonborns took a game off SK was, back in week 2 with the amazing Shushei snipe with his Lux. The thing is, that was the old lineup of Dragonborns. We're with a new lineup, and we'll see how they really do here. And Yamato Cannon, you know, he's been in the top lane for him. It's been about three weeks for him. He's actually started to grow. Like, we've seen him start to develop in the top lane. He seems more comfortable finally. He's also the shot caller for the team, so it's really a lot to put on your shoulders all at once.
He's not afraid to speak as well, speak his mind, right, with the wicked comments with the Z builds.
Yeah, and that's really what you need. Like someone that's really that out in the open. And then, of course, you know, Dragonborns, they have a little bit of confusion in the calls. You know, we talk about Yamato Ken having that on his shoulders as well, but they've been a little bit iffy sometimes. Like indecision is what I'm trying to say. We saw that happen back with Dragonborns when, you know, Spontex and Luna were on the team. But then again, you know, the new lineup of Dragonborns, we could see some really cool lanes. We saw, you know, Hosan playing AP mid in the middle lane and Shushe taking the AD carry role for Dragonborns. We could see, you know, AP mid Soraka again, or maybe something else, because you have to point out, they're out of the running for LCS for right now, but they're looking to dodge Meteor Makers in the relegation matches.
Well, when you say out of the running, basically we're talking about the fact that they can't finish above they can't get, especially against Authority just once, so they definitely can't get 6th place now. That's like well out of their hands, but they don't want to get 7th or 8th. It's like if they get 8th, they're probably going to get Meteor Makers. If they get 7th, it's either alternate or I say probably Meteor Makers. Dexter is actually evil, may well have a say in that. This is, of course, what I'm talking about, the summer promotion series. We're going to get down to that. We're going to explain it later on, so don't worry. But this is what they're fighting for right now.
Yes, they are. And then, you know, they're up against SK, who looked just outstanding last week. I mean, we've seen them like that before, but just, wow, not in that kind of set. Asa on his Twisted Fate was amazing. We saw Candy Panda do phenomenally well on top of that. But can they continue that momentum? That's the real question.
That is a big question. So let's check out the lineups, of course, for Dragonborns. As the blue team, it is going to be Yamato Cannon, Maluno, Shushe, and Mouved. And Hosan. Actually, how did I miss Hosan? I mean, is the man, you know, you know what I miss with this team? I miss the chest bumps.
Oh, we need to see one of those. That would be amazing, or something else. Maybe like a headbutt. That would probably be really bad for either one of them. But over for SK side, we have Kevin, Hercubot, Ocelot, Candy Panda, and Nif.
Yeah, and that bottom lane, of course, has been together for so long that there's been an outstanding feature of League of Legends. So for this game, we do shift on, and it is all about the duo lanes, but it's the support players we want to talk about because they often get overshadowed. So for Dragonborns, it's the man that tries to keep up with Hosan. It is Mouved.
And speaking of that, he actually did quite well last week with keeping up with him, which is something we don't normally see, but he also has the lowest KDA out of all supports at this point. He's the second lowest KDA overall, and he has about 20 more deaths than any other support. But like we said, last week he started to step up a little bit. If he can do that again this time, it will be phenomenal for the team. And not to mention, his crescendos last weekend were just so spot on. It really set up his team to do extremely well against the Giants.
Yeah, I mean, it's effectively what won them the game. It was a fantastic play. And of course, for SK Gaming, it's the veteran of League of Legends. And having been around in every single season to date, it is Nif.
And he played a fantastic elite support last week. We saw Crepo, the only other man, doing that. His solo in the beginning of the season was amazing as well. He had so many perfect crescendos that really led his team off to a great start in the season. And of course, out of the 8 times he's played Stone, he's won 5 of those matches. So very good statistics on her. Maybe we'll see that picked up again, or maybe even that Elise, which we saw, which was just phenomenal. I think he was 3-0 at one point. He was pretty much Edward status in terms of securing kills.
Yeah, that Elise was absolutely outstanding play, and really what kind of started them off, because that bottom lane, that's where the snowball began, of course. But when we spoke to the players, they seemed to have a very clear idea of how to beat one another.
Every player of our team is on a bit higher level than the Dragonborns members, so we can just win our lanes and snowball the game like that.
But we beat them once already, and I think we have everything that you need to beat them, and we're gonna do it if we focus.
About SK, I feel that they are not bad, but they're not super good as well.
The only champion I'm worried about from Dragonborns bot lane is Draven. I think any other champion I can handle, but if he plays Draven and he all-ins you with Flash Ignite, it's impossible to live, so we will just ban Draven and we will win.
So it's pretty clear that Candy Panda doesn't want Draven against him. He's definitely going to ban that one out. So we're going to go into the picks and bans in just a moment. So picks and bans, what are we talking here? What are we thinking? You've just mentioned it, the fact that Son has been so strong for Nif. Elise last week was very strong. Draven, Candy Panda has just mentioned, that's going to be a ban for SK Gaming. What are we thinking Ocelot's going to pull out his bag of tricks here? Or what will Dragonborns do?
I think they want to take away his Twisted Fate last time, because we saw 5 out of 8 games he was played, did great in every single game, and also was pretty much a key to their victory as well. But we do have bans already coming in. We do see that Diana being taken away, as well as Draven. So obviously, I'm not going to see Hosan on his famous Draven champion. And then Ocelot not going to be on his Diana.
Yeah, Twisted Fate being taken away as well. Ocelot used that against Gambit to great effect last week. Absolutely fantastic MVP performance, so the Dragonborns don't want to fall for that one. Jarvan, the fourth, being taken away. Maluna has used that one a few times as well. Then really has been the flavor of the LCS, I think it's safe to say. The American team's been using Jarvan the fourth quite excessively lately. Europe have definitely started using it lately as well. What are we thinking? Other bans? We did see Renekton being taken out before. We've seen... What are we thinking? Maybe Kha'Zix's going away?
I think Zed is going to be taken away as a really strong pick. Because, you know, Monocan, we see him play it quite a bit. Also can play it. Kevin can play it. And it might be just a safe champion to take out of the running, but the Renekton does get banned away, just like you suggested, and the Kha'Zix. So your crystal ball is a lot stronger than mine. Your Kung Fu is
what can I say? I've been around a while in this game, and I kind of know what's going on. Thresh has been picked up there, so it's going to be Mouvette with Thresh. Let's see what it's going to be. Is it going to be Elise? Is it going to be Nif with Elise?
Oh, that's the surprise about her. That's the good thing about her. You could pick her, or you can play her in the top lane, in the jungle, in the mid lane, even as support, but we did see Nif on her last time.
Yeah, and it was against Thresh. Remember, it was the Thresh Prince playing, and he got outplayed by Nif.
Yeah. So that would be a very strong pickup. You know, if it works once, why not use it again? But we do see the Nasus locked in. I wouldn't be surprised to actually see Nautilus on Maluna. It seems to be one of those champions he favors, like a Mumu. He's more oriented around that kind of thing. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for that. But we will see picks come in. And then, of course, Shushe, most likely going to leave his pick for last and try to get Hosan and move it there. Or Mr. already has his, but Hosan his AD champion.
So it looks like the dog has been let out by SK Gaming. Hirkibot will be taking that one. And we're going to see what will Hosan choose to go with. Will it be Misfortune or will it be Jace? Jace is actually a champion that Hosan has played in that bottom lane. So that may not just be the top lane for Yamato Cannon.
That is very true, and that's one thing that can always catch a team off guard. Like, you love teams that can do this kind of thing, where they can pick a champion that can really go anywhere, because you can never really fully counterpick them. And of course, Dragonborns, they're really well known for switching last second on you, so you're not really sure what will happen. But you know, it's also a very good pickup. I'm sure Shushe can play him. I'm sure Yamato Cannon can play him. And we already know Hosan can, as the Shen being locked in. So it looks like we will... I don't want to say we will see Shen in the top lane, but it is most likely.
Yeah, we'll see whether it is. Could, of course, be the jungler. Maluno did have Jarvan taken away from him. Of course, he's known for a Mumu as well. So we'll see whether that one comes out. So SK Gaming, what are we thinking for these? The AD carry almost certainly going to be the choice, and the top laner.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised to see Varus or Misfortune picked up, because they're like pretty much the standard AD champions right now. Varus, a very strong champion with that % health damage, and you're really a really big bully in the lane, and that's right up Candy Panda's style. But this will be the top laner locked in, because Ocelot never leaves his pick like this early on. He always wants it as last, and Kassadin is always open if they want to use that.
And if you're just wondering, that mouse pad, you can see the SK Gaming mouse pad, but next to it, it's the Ocelot World mouse pad. He's got his own mouse pad. He is his own franchise right now. Ocelot is making the picks.
Okay.
We've gone with the white scarf today, and there it is. It's going to be the Rumble at the top lane.
We saw Kevin play this last week, so that will most likely, that will pretty much be a support at least. But he played it last week to a phenomenal extent. The thing was, he didn't really win his lane, so to say. I mean, he pretty much did in the end, but his whole goal of the game was to put constant pressure on the top lane, and that forced Gambit, Diamond Prox in particular, to really sit into that top lane. It forced him to babysit the top lane, allowing Candy Pan Nif to play really aggressive, allowed Ocelot to play really aggressive, and gave him a huge advantage.
We'll see whether that's how it works out. What will Shushe go with? Will it be the Jace, or will Hosan be the man playing it? No. Looking like Hosan may well go towards Ezreal. We just saw Nono playing a fantastic Ezreal in the last game. Maybe he was watching that one as he gives us a smile on the camera there.
You know, I'm looking at this, and that smile makes me think we're going to see Jace as AD carry and AP Ezreal, maybe?
You never know with Hosan.
Yeah.
And Shushe, they're both absolutely bonkers. They could pull anything out, to be honest. Mouvette, we're waiting to see what the final pick will be, and it's going to be... Oh, wow. Okay, so it's going to be the top laner is Jace, AD carry Ezreal, support Thresh, of course, jungle Shen, and AP Lux in the mid lane.
Wow, they have so much damage built up on their team right here. Not to mention the Shen jungle. You never really fully know when he's 6, when he can really use that ultimate to turn a gank around, but that is a very strong team already for Dragonborns. You have the speed increase out of Jace. You have the hooks going to land out of Mover if you can get them. And you also have the slow and light bindings out of Lux. I really like their composition so far, but what are SK going to round this up with? I wouldn't be surprised to actually see a Kassadin come out of Ocelot, because it's a very strong pick here.
It's not a champion he enjoys, I don't think, either. the number of times, certainly I'm thinking Season 2 finals period when he picked it and he was just like, after the game, he's like, why did I pick it? I don't know why I picked it. I hate Canthus. Why did I play that champion? We'll see whether he pulls a rabbit out of the hat. Zed is available, so could well go for that one maybe. We could see a damage champion. We could, of course, see KO being locked in.
Okay, so that's pretty much one of it. Well, I wouldn't say one of his most played champions, but a very well played champion out of him. And it also counters that Lux ultimate quite a bit. We know Candy Pen in the past as being 180 carry who gets caught by light bindings quite a bit, so this will help counter that as well. So you cannot burst any one particular member of SK down just yet. So you have to hit them all at the same time and try to get them low simultaneously. But still, that is another strong composition of SK. You have the slow out of Nasus. You have the follow-up with that Rumble ultimate, which really, you underestimate the damage it does because it was reworked. It's not, you know, the burst damage that comes down. It's all about the dot, how long they can keep you in there. Then you have the VAR slow, you have the Kayle slow on top of the Cocoon. You really can lock down a team inside that ultimate.
Yeah, we're seeing big smiles on Ocelot's face there. And in fact, a lot of the SK members, so I think they seem to be pretty happy with the picks and bans, how they've managed to play out for them. You can see that playbook being put away by Ocelot. Keep your eyes on that one. That will be coming out in the many games to come. Of course, most of these teams playing well, at least 5 games this weekend. We are on the Friday. It's definitely the earlier time. And we're going to be doing this for the next 2 or 3 days running up to the Sunday night. Could well be a lot of games on Sunday night as well. And I must point out, of course, if we have ties come Sunday night, there will be extra games. They are not in the schedule right now, and it's giving our production heart palpitations, but they could happen. They could indeed happen. We could have an extra long session on Sunday night. Of course, that is if things are tied up. So we're getting into the game. You can see the loading screens right there. SK Gaming on the red side and the blue side of Shushay and crew. There's Hosan just to the right of him. They are the long-haired team. I wonder if there's like maybe a thing going on in the team. It's like part of the contract. It's like, Maluno, well done, you've signed. You know, now you've got to grow your hair long. You've got to join in the rest of the team. And Summoners getting ready to go. So here we go. It's going to be Dragonborns as the blue team, and the red team will be SK Gaming. If you've just joined us, well, unlucky for you, son, because you have missed an absolutely amazing game against All Authority, taking down Evil Geniuses, and that's actually tied things up 2-2 for them. That takes Evil Geniuses to 12-12 as well, or 0.500 to our American viewers. But if you're in Europe, don't worry, we don't know what it means either.
Yeah, I'm American. I'm just like, not a big deal.
Oh well. So here we go. What are we expecting? Are we going to see any level 1 shenanigans from either team? We do see Dragonborns making a move. Are they just going to go simply straight to get the wards in? Doesn't look like anyone wants to go aggressive. They are in straight defensive formation.
Okay, if we do see these lanes match up normally as they're supposed to, you know, the top laner's top, the AD carry support bottom lane, I wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of invade out of SK to stop that Hosan from hitting level 2, because he's that player where if he hits level 2 on you, he's going to be so aggressive. He's going to try to push you out of lane. He did that against Jimbones versus Giants very well, and it denied him quite a bit, but it's up to him to see what they're going to do, or maybe Candy Panda will actually share some of the XP at Wolves.
So we saw the pink ward being put down to clear out the ward that Movet did put down.
That's a lot to invest early on. That pink and the ward covering that tri-bush area, so Kevin can't be ganked, because it looks like he will be in that bottom lane.
It's just the Explorer down the bottom, though, so it's going to be not too worried. Wow, Kevin, really, wow. Spamming out. So it does look like we're going to have a switch around here, and it's going to be the AD carry of Candy Panda along with Nif going in towards that top lane for SK Gaming. That's going to be up against Yamato Cannon, 2v1 lane. So how do we see these stacking straight away? Jace is not too bad, 2v1.
He is not bad indeed. He has that ability to just farm consistently. He has a red pot as well, so it looks like he's expecting this 1v2 situation. And he also is ranged, which gives him a huge advantage over Kevin in the bottom lane on Rumble, where he's against Ezra who can poke quite well. You have Mover who can pull you. So I think Kevin's really going to have that really tough time down there. But I wouldn't be surprised if SK take the top turret early on, just so Kevin can get out of it quicker.
Yeah, and we do still see the red pot coming out from Hosan, so maybe he's thinking of getting very aggressive on towards Kevin in the early stages. We'll try and keep our eye across the map, see how it develops. Maluno starting off on the red also being started by Herkybot. He clears out that one with the Q, and of course the aggression coming out early on from Ocelot this time on towards Shushay, and that was a good exchange for him.
And if we can check the bottom lane real quick, you see Hosan doing the exact same thing. Hit level 2, push Kevin out right away as he's already sitting at his turret at this point. And we see a pink ward come out of Mover to take away that vision. So this makes me think we are going to see that level 3 gank coming in from Maluno, or not level 3, but the early gank in the 1v3 situation on Maluno.
But I think that was only the Explorer ward down the bottom. I'm certain that's all he got put down, so that's a pink ward wasted to take down a 60-second ward. Not ideal, but it does give them perfect situation, perfect vision, in case Hercubot does try and take a gank towards that bottom. We see Maluno picking up the dub buff. Is he going to head towards the top? There is a ward, of course, in the river, so he wouldn't want to go that route. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it is still very even between these two. And, well, they're going to be both very aggressive players, Ocelot and Shushay. We'll see who's got the aggression to go diving in early on.
The thing is that Maluno, so he got blue and he started heading back down towards the middle lane to keep farming up, but they really don't know where Hercubot is necessarily, like 100%. And with the way top lane's playing, having a word down, having no word for Dragonborns, he could be going for that 3-man dive in the top lane, as he actually is heading up there, so he will be kind of trying to counter it, but he's countering something that's not going to happen.
No, he's going to try and cover it off. He's going to get spotted out by that ward as well. We do see the poke back and forward between them, but it's a very even start from both these teams. We are approaching that 3.5-minute mark, though, so the junglers looking to try and come in and help, and both doing a very much identical play here. We see the jungler coming in towards that top lane to cover off. Meanwhile, the jungler down the bottom lane of Hercubot also covering off. So very even, everyone taking lane tax.
It's like a standard play out of junglers now, because you want to keep up in terms of farm and levels, so you know you're going to be pressured around your solo laner around 330, so you just show up, make sure he can get some farm, you get some free experience, even maybe a couple of gold here and there, but it just helps him keep stay in lane. But Hercubot sticking around the bottom lane, as you see Shushay being taken low already out of Ocelot.
A sidestep as well from the light binding. Ocelot just keeping away from that damage, and that's going to force Shushay back, so he's going to be the first man going back to buy. I tell a lie, Hosan's already been back to buy and got himself that tier of the goddess, and he's going to be building a Muramana. I know that for a fact because I spoke to him last week. Death sentence lands on Hercubot. Not a great deal to follow it up there. Move just saying, yeah, I can land it.
That's a really interesting play out of Hosa to go back so early. I mean, obviously you want to stack the tier up, and you want to be able to harass quite well, but it gives Kevin that opportunity to push the lane out, you know, catch up in levels, actually get ahead in levels as well, and he'll be able to back and buy up as well, or on top of that. So, interesting thing, but we'll see how it develops, you know, out of Hosan.
We'll see whether it works out for them. He wanted to get that tier of the goddess very early on, it seems. It's a vitally important item for him from when I was speaking to him last, so not a lot you can do to stop him getting it. Candy Panda, meanwhile, farming out in this top lane. You can see the acceleration blast, shock blast coming in there from Yamato Cannon. He's getting a lot of farm going on, but he's actually fell behind, obviously, because Kevin just got that free farm in the bottom. Meanwhile, the mid lane, Ocelot's got the advantage building there because he sent Shushay back early on. Shushay didn't have enough to go get that tier of the goddess. Instead, he had to get them boots.
So he's really trying to, they're applying pressure on all lanes right now. You heard him in the video saying, you know, as long as we just outplay him in the lane, we should be able to beat them in the end of the game. And Yamato Cannon, like you mentioned before, he's behind CS. He's having a decent hard time in the top lane so far. But Kevin, I mean, trying to take advantage of every situation he got. Picked up a Ruby Crystal for the bottom lane, just trying to stay tanky enough, just like we were saying before. SK maybe trying to go for a very early turret in the top lane, allow Kevin to finally get some free farm in the top.
Well, we've seen him keep on poking through there. Yamato Cannon did have that red pot earlier on. Didn't require to use it, though. He's kept himself safe enough with the help of Maluno, who's just coming up there once again. Is he going to try and sneak in and start something, or is he just going to cover the lane off? I think it's going to be simply lane cover for Yamato to go back and bide potentially here. He's going to see if he can get a bit of poke on towards him. But they're keeping the 2v2 lane here. Not a lot of jungling going on from either jungler.
Yeah, not a lot happening so far. It's a very slow start at this point. And remember, you know, SK, they're trying to hold on to that third position, and Dragonborns are trying to avoid Meteor Makers in the relegation matches, so both teams taking this very seriously right now. But so far, I mean, SK is pretty much winning on, actually, well, I'd say pretty much winning, but, you know, also has huge advantage in the mid lane with CS, and Candy Panda has a nice, was actually down 4 CS compared to just kind of part Hosen in the bottom lane, and Dragonborns are seeing them be very aggressive on this turret. They might try to go for it relatively soon.
Yeah, managed to get a good half the hit points taken off it. So Dragonborn's starting to finally apply that pressure in the bottom lane. Here comes Hercubot. Can they catch on towards Mover? It's going to be Hosan they're going for. No, they put the Wither down on towards Mover, but it's not quite enough damage. The Harpoon's going to turn around, but look at that. Hosan, he's got that red pot in his pocket if he requires it, but instead he's keeping the poke on towards Kevin.
And we also are seeing a tier picked up on Yamato Cannon. It's a very standard item, but with Hosan picking one up as well, it leads me to think that they kind of want to poke as much as possible against SK and try to out-sustain them and then go for a hard engage.
Well, they still haven't managed to catch on just yet. And Hercubot's still here, you know. He's not going to go back off. He did use that ghost to try and get those ganks, so he's got to try and make something count here and keep the pressure on towards those turret. They realize that they did take a lot of damage. Meanwhile, we do see Final Spark being fired off in the mid lane, but not really catching on to anything, so we're going to stick towards this top lane where Maluno and Yamato Cannon almost effectively keeping, you know, no jungles going at all. Red's up on both these lanes. Neither jungler's going for them yet.
Yes, it will. The red's not going to be a huge factor for this. It's all about the blue. If they don't get that over to their AP mid in time, they're going to have a really hard time in that lane. But we do see finally Hercubite heading over towards that red. See the nice time landing on a Candy Panda.
Shadow Dash comes in there, but remember Nif on towards Elise. He's got a lot of damage coming out, and he does pick up the first blood. Now they're going to turn it on to a Candy Panda, gets in towards the bush. Is it enough? Yamato Cannon, he uses the acceleration gate. Can he get away from Nif? He's going to repel. He's going to dive in. He sinks in the fangs, but gets hammered away. But it's Nif with the Q just to finish things off.
And Nif picking up 2 kills by him, or not by himself, right there, picking up the 2 kills in that lane, and we saw him last week do the same thing, going 3-0. But that is just the power of Elise. You don't even need AP items to do a lot of damage, and that is a great advantage overall for SK in that top side.
So first blood and third, I guess you could say, blood picked up by Nif. And we saw this last week, you know, he started off so well, 2-0 now, and that's going to give him the chance to go back and pick up a ton of items. Hercubot trying to take advantage of this and get in and steal that blue. Maluno is there, but Nif is with him. They do put the ward down, they catch a glimpse of him, and there it is, blue buff stolen away by SK Gaming.
That doesn't hurt Shushay quite a bit in the lane. Looks like he will go back, though, and pick up that tier relatively soon. Actually goes for a Cage's lucky pick, but now if they get this blue over to Offside, he should be able to boss his lane around the entire time as you see him pick up a Stinger. So he really wants to harass Shushay down and not allow him to get free farm, or not allow him to get into the other lanes to really interact and pick up some kills and help those lanes out.
So Tear of the God has been picked up by Yamato Cannon, as well as that Doran's Blade did use that red pot in the last engagement. As it stands, we see Hosan also going back. There is the Muramana, wants to get that Mana Muni built as quickly as possible. BF Sword, meanwhile, picked up by Candy Panda, getting that kill. The 2 assists in the top lane. And there is Hercubot taking away the red buff. Blue buff is about to be picked up by Ocelot. So all wards, resources being controlled. Oh, True Shot Barrage trying to keep Kevin from backing off, but he chose the other brush.
And the thing is, we saw Shushay back. He picked up a Cage's lucky pick, picked up a Doran's ring, didn't pick up like a tier, didn't pick up any sort of mana building item, and they already lost their first blue, or sorry, the second blue. If they keep losing the blues, he's not really going to be able to get back in the game, or at least get into the game where he needs to, or at least, you know, do the damage he's going to have to do as the game goes on.
That is actually one of the dangers of Lux if you do start to fall behind, especially against the Kayle as well. He's going to have that intervention, and you can see he's just going to be wave clear, and he's quite happy to tank them up because he can just heal himself out. Shushay going back again here. Let's see whether this is simply bait to pull Ocelot closer. Nope, he has gone back to buy, and he's got himself a second Doran ring.
Okay, so he definitely is going to need that sustain, he's going to need that health. And Luna will be able to cover that lane if he needs to, but, you know, Ocelot, he will be able to roam around a little bit as you see him put a ward down. And Yamato can, I mean, he just cannot get in there to farm as Kevin is keeping up to him really well. I mean, 49 to 49 CS at this point. Kevin's got to be happy with that.
Well, of course, he gave him the chance to go get the Sight Stone and the Philo Stone, so he's really looking good as a support right now. Ocelot moving in towards the bottom lane. It's Hosan they're going in towards. He does get pulled away by the Lantern. Is it going to be enough? He's going to finish him off. Oh, the Equalizer comes down, and now Mover's going to be the target, but he backs away. It's Ocelot that picks up the kill.
And that's what happens when you get that lane shoved up against you. Ocelot was able to roam around, help pick up that kill on the bottom lane, and Kevin, he was already ahead, just considering him being in a 1v2 situation. We see Maluno heading down. We see Hercubot actually going to be able to catch him as well.
He's coming in towards it. Mover's going to get taken very low. Meanwhile, at the top there, Yamato Cannon goes down. Mover goes down. SK Gaming starting to turn the pressure on.
Getting kills left and right there. They should be able to pick up a couple of turrets as well. They're already up about 1,700 gold at this point, but with these turrets going down, it's just going to skyrocket, and the items they're going to be able to pick up are just going to be insane on top of that. And they might be able to pick up Dragon as well.
So another turret going down. It is SK Gaming's first one of the game. Dragonborns, of course, picked up their first turret earlier on. And now it's going to be the mid lane turret that's taking pressure here. The minions of the top wave taking it down. Now they're going to try and collapse on towards Shushay, but the light binding lands on Ocelot, and that's going to keep him at bay.
He's not going to care too much. Still has that intervention available if he needs to. But the pressure that SK's putting on, I mean, this is very reminiscent of what we saw last week versus Gambit. It looks like they're still on form right here. I'm looking to take this game already up 5-1, 12 minutes in is not too shabby.
Infinity Edge almost complete right now by Candy Panda, just coming up to 12 minutes into the game, so that is a pretty quick IE right there. Meanwhile, Ocelot, he's keeping the pressure back onto Shushay. Shushay went back to buy yet again, but still he's unable to really get any decent items in there right now. He's sort of just sustaining himself as much as he can. We're going to have the lane switches as well. We're going to see Candy Panda and Nif. They're heading down towards the bottom. Of course, that turret already gone. So that's an advantage gain. I'd expect to see them stacking it towards the mid lane, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a really good play because then they could go for Dragon on top of that. We do have Hercubot back in base, and he has his ultimate available. He's going to be coming over towards his Dragon, it looks like, as Kevin and Yamato Cannon are going head-to-head in the top lane. So this should be the first Dragon of the game if they do want to go for it. They are trying to do something to Ocelot with Miluno and Yamato Cannon coming down. Trying to go for a 3-man gank here.
Well, I'm not too sure whether they can make it. Remember, he's got that intervention. He can just get away. Hasn't got flash available, though. Did use that a moment ago. So that's not going to be up for a while. Realizes the pressure may be on him. But Kevin, while this is happening, is just getting a free roam again, free farm. Kept up the CS with Yamato Cannon. Well, they've both been away, but he's got that kill, all importantly, along with the assist, but no deaths to go with it. Pings go down, they keep a glimpse on Yamato Cannon, so they know the mid lane is free, which is why you see Ocelot immediately going aggressive on Xuxe.
And because you see Candy Panda freezing the lane in the bottom right now, you're seeing Hosan just back off saying, hey, it's not worth it, I'm not going to stick around. He might actually rotate around to mid lane to help out Xuxe a little bit, because it's kind of a waste. Like, you know, if you're going to freeze a lane, you can get countered so easily by having a 3 or 4-man push on a turret, which Dragonborns desperately need right now. And then you see Kevin in the top lane still being really aggressive, just doing what he did against Gambit. He's just consistently pushing the top lane, forcing Dragonborns to react to it. And in the meantime, SK can take a Dragon.
Xuxe, he can't do anything at the moment. He's had to use the final spark to try and keep himself clear of that turret. There's the Dragon being picked up. So the gold advantage continues to continue in SK's way. And look at that, it's 4,000 gold right now, already 13 minutes into the game. That's a big, big shift this early on.
Yes, it is. And we have blue up yet again for Dragonborns here. And unfortunately for Xuxe, he did go back just now. So we have also coming around, we have Kevin. Looks like they're trying to take it away. And if they take this one away from it as well, Xuxe is going to be hurting so much now. Not in damage, but as his game progresses.
Yeah, absolutely. Miluno is going to come in. He's going to try and smite it. Yes, he does. He managed to get it. But that still hurts them because it's not going on towards Xuxe. Of course, he just used that final spark to clear out the way, so he couldn't even try and get it from range. Just saw the rappel coming out from Nif there, maybe trying to get in towards it. Ocelot, they're going to get the box down on him. They should be able to turn this one around. He's already used the intervention. The turret comes in, and now Hercubot, can he get away from this one? But now they're turning towards the top lane. We see Kevin hammered away by Yamato Cannon. Didn't want to dive that turret, and now the pressure on the mid lane, they're going to keep pushing on towards that turret.
That Lantern taunt gig just showing why Thresh is so devastating. So Miluno come in there. They should be able to pick up this turret, but we do have Nif coming around from the bottom. He's allowing Candy Panda just free farm by himself, and it allows Kevin in top lane to just farm. We already pushed Jace out of lane, and he's going to get some really good damage onto this turret.
And he repels away from that damage just in the right time. Wicked continue, sorry, not Wicked. Wicked's not even in the game. Kevin continuing to keep the pressure on that top turret. So used to calling Wicked continuing split pushing off the top there from the last match. But it's not, it's Kevin, and he's doing a fantastic job.
This is exactly what he did against Gambit. It worked out well for them there. It's working out well for them here. And the thing is, without him there, they still have a very strong team composition with Candy Panda having that 140 CS, almost his Infinity's Edge done, which he will have when he does go back. And now they're going to go for a push on this middle turret here, and they should be able to pick it up.
Well, they've got a free farm on it, but they've got no minions, unfortunately, so they're not going to have the chance to go in there. Hercubot instead decides to tank it up. The 4-man, 3-man push goes straight for it. Oh, True Shot Barrage does come across, and that forces them to reconsider their options. Blue buff, meanwhile, is being picked up by Ocelot. There we see the Cocoon landing on towards Hosan. He backs away with that Lantern.
And with how the items developed, I want to concentrate on the top lane just a little bit one more time. Is that Kevin, he was able to back and pick up a Giant's Belt, but Yamato Cannon backed and only picked up a Manamune, which it doesn't give you that much more damage in lane right now. You kind of need it as the game goes on, like way later in the team fighting phase. But Kevin was already pushing him out of lane, but with this extra health, it's going to make him even more one-sided.
So they really want those Mirror Man as complete as quick as possible. Of course, this is the change as well. They are now AD and not AP in this patch, so which is why they've valued those items so highly right now, which is what they certainly want to pick up. But it's going to take a while for them to get that ready. I think they both have pretty much spam abilities, and Ocelot actually getting a little bit of poke there on Ocelot. So Hosan, we're seeing him build a very different Ezreal to what we just saw Nono do.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he wants to go for that extended poke, the extended siege onto turrets. And the thing is, a poke comp, you know, when you start to fall behind, you kind of stay behind. You can't really afford to do that. And we'll see how it works as the game goes on, because, you know, Xuxe is having troubles in lane. Hosan and Yamato Cannon both going for the poke. It might work out, because it might allow Xuxe to catch up, but only time will tell.
Well, turret. Down to nothing, just needs breathing on, and I think Candy Panda wants to sort of tank it up. He's dodging out the light bindings. Meanwhile, Hosan's being pursued down the bottom here by Ocelot. He is going to get the slowdown on him, but it's not a great deal to turn it around. Dodges out the True Shot Barrage and walks away.
You see Kevin still pushing the top lane with, you know, Ocelot pushing the bottom. It forced Mover to come defend a little bit, and then allows a 3-man push from SK on the middle turret, which, as you said before, it's a breath away from going down, and it does die right there. So that's 3 turrets to the 1. Shishan ulti coming in the bot lane, but also just flashes out.
Yeah, it just flashes away from that one. Not going to be able to ultimate in and shadow dash on towards him. So that is Stand United wasted effectively, and now the rest of the team starting to move on this.
And the thing was, Hosen actually flashed to get in range as well, so he wasted the flash on top of it. SK now going for a push on the middle tier 2 turret, and they should be able to get a chunk of damage onto it. Not to mention Kevin in the top lane still being aggressive as ever, pushing that lane.
Continuing to keep poking it down. Ocelot's going to look to move towards that mid lane as well. We see him coming across, trying to keep Hosan busy, and they are going to back off in the mid lane because Shushe is back there, and he's going to clear them waves pretty quickly. So SK Gaming with the advantage right now. They have a 5,000 gold advantage built up, 3-1 in turrets, 5-2 in kills, and Hosan again, a little bit of pressure from Ocelot.
Not to mention Dragon will be up in about a minute. You see Nif getting caught.
He's absolutely caught and removed from the map by Shushe. Not quite an oh my lord spectacular move, but it's strong enough, and the final spark finished the job.
Well, it puts him up back out of 2-0 right now, which is what he's going to need. He's going to get the items he needs to pick up to do some damage. He has Murillo's Nomicon now, so he has a cooldown reduction. And he also went for home guard boots very early on, like we just saw Cart this last game. He wants to get back to lane to farm as much as possible, and that's really going to work out for him.
They really want to kill Hosan down the bottom here, but he's not taking the bait. He's just happy farming. He's keeping up that farm, and he had fell behind a little bit on Candy Panda, but not too much. And we see Hercubot just lingering off the side there, Ocelot with him. They've backed away twice now, and Hosan's kept them there every time. And now he's pinged and gone back into the bush. Finally, looks like he's going to go.
It's a smart play, though, because they're trying to use Hosan's aggression against him by picking up a kill onto him, and then they can push that turret as well, keep him behind. But playing a little bit smarter here, not going for that. But still, I mean, SK is just farming up right now. Their items are getting completed. We have the Infinity Edge done on Candy Panda, and he's going for Blade of the Rune King as well. On top of that, they're just getting stronger and stronger.
So, things developing here. 19 minutes in, after the early aggression of SK Gaming, they've definitely moved into a much slower play. Nif putting the ward down on the blue buff, keeping vision of that, and well, Shushe is just there, so SK Gaming may well be in a position to go for this one, but Maluna saw the ward come down. They're hoping to see if anyone's going to try and make a move and foolishly step in the wrong path towards Dragonborns, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. We see Hercubot coming around. He may try and smite steal it. See if he can get around there. Nif, of course, could throw something towards it. No, blue buff already taken. Are they going to try and catch anyone out? The cocoon come through, but Maluna just shadow dashes away.
Yeah, great job by Dragonborns. They had to secure that one, and they stacked up to do it, but it works out for him in the end. Shushe finally getting that blue buff. He's going to hurt now in these lanes, in these team fights. And SK, I mean, with all the tier 1 turrets down, they're just kind of having a hard time farming. They just keep roaming around the map. Kevin keeps pushing top, also staying bottom. And the rest of SK is trying to push down this middle lane, but Dragon is now back up. And this should be the second one of the game for him.
Move forced to flash away from the aggression now. And now we see Kevin going in towards Yamato. Can he push the equalizer down? Is it going to be enough damage? The flame splitter going, the harpoon lands. Can he finish him off? He's overheated. He's on the turret. He does manage to get it, and that's the kill. Kevin now. But meanwhile, down at the Dragon, you can see the hook. The 10 cents actually on. The final spark comes across, and Maluno gets the steal on the Dragon.
Great job by him right there to taunt in, then flash out. But now also might get it caught. As you see the Vars ulti coming on Shushe.
Oh, he manages to land it. Shushe gets absolutely caught out by Ocelot. The repel comes through. Not quite enough. The vision from Nif trying to catch him out there, but they're going to get the red buff instead.
In the meantime, Kevin pushing the top end after that kill on Yamato. They're just pushing them on all ends right now. And Dragonborns doesn't have a response to this right now.
They're down on all fours because they have Hercubot in there on the dog, and he is pouncing towards that mid lane. Meanwhile, Nif, he's just keeping the pressure on. The Spider Lady, the dog, they've got everything. All the animals all bound in one little Noah's Ark right now, and it's going to be the inner turret of the mid lane going down.
So many animals, and that Noah's Ark definitely not going to sink here as Kevin still pushed the top lane, trying to be aggressive, and it looks like they will rotate around to it because they have all 5 members there. You've seen Asa even stick around the mid lane for a little bit, but Yamato Cannon and all of Dragonborns really cannot defend a push that SK is going to put out against them.
And just like that, the towers flow down, and, well, that little yordle of Kevin, he's managed to work it well. Oh, they didn't get the turret. They backed away. He's repelled. Where's he going?
No, he's stuck.
He's got nowhere to go, and his Shadow Dash comes in. The final spark comes across. Nif does flash away, but now it's Move Air's going to get taken down. Nif is still alive, just across the side there. Throws out the spiders. The cocoon comes down. Stand United, not enough. And now Ocelot picks up a double kill. Can he make it a triple kill? Going on towards Yamato Cannon. Equalizer comes across there. Candy Panda picks up the kill. It's a 3-for-1 right now, and SK Gaming now they have to back across. Oh, Candy Panda flushes away from the light binding.
Phenomenal play by SK right there. We had Nifty repelled. He was like, oh crap, I'm kind of stuck right here. Guys, help me out. He flashes away, still gets very low, but also with a perfect intervention keeps him alive and allows him to put down more CC during the fight. Also, you know, he went in, he died for his team, but he died for 3 kills. He died for the turret, and that is so favorable for SK. they have a lot of gold to spend.
Yeah, Lichbane picked up by Ocelot off the back of that one. And Shushay, meanwhile, getting the Morellonomicon, needlessly large rod in there as well. He'd sent that earlier on. And the Nash's Tooth was also picked up by Ocelot earlier on as well. So, Infinity Edge was complete. We do see the Bilgewater Cutlass in there, so we're going to see Blade of the Rune King coming out shortly. Muramana now being completed by Hosam. Finally managed to get that on. Let's see whether that picks up his damage. He's going to have the Bloodthirster on there as well soon.
And the thing is, just look at how far ahead SK is in items. You have the Riley's Crystal Scepter on Kevin. You have the penetration he needs to just destroy anyone on Dragonborns. You even have Ocelot with his finished Nashor's Tooth and his Lichbane. And then, as you mentioned before, the Infinity's Edge and the Blade of the Rune King over to Candy Panda. So their carries are so fed right now that it's going to be really hard for Dragonborns to get back in this.
We do see Yamano Cannon. He's quite a way out of position, and Kevin's going for this one. Immediately, Yamano Cannon realizes the danger. Straight away, backs off from that one. Pings come out. They're going to try and keep pressure on towards the mid lane, though.
And they might be able to get this turret as well, as it's a very low, and they will, in fact, get that down, get a little bit of extra gold that they're going to need. But where do they go off of this? Because that kind of just, it slightly denied them a little bit of farm in the middle lane.
Well, it's 5-2 in turrets, and every little bit of golden experience counts because they have fell behind all across the lanes right now. It's 10-4 SK Gaming, a big 10-4. Roger. I don't know the CB lingo, I'm afraid, so I can't quite do that one. But there is no bears in the air this time, at least.
There's just no flying bears, yes. And Maluna, we have to point out, he picked up a Sunfire Cape, and he has the Razor, so it looks like he might potentially go for some split pushing and kind of just ulti in. Only problem is that no one else on his team is tanky, so they don't have like a secondary tank to really soak up the damage at that point, so he'll have to come in very quickly.
So as it stands, though, SK Gaming pushing in. And looking at maybe setting up the Baron. Right now, the score, it was predicted by the tissues we have here at the caster desk. It's 4-10, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, two-shot barrage. That's going to show SK Gaming. They know that they're at the Baron right now, but they realize there is wards, and they can't push on this one. And SK Gaming, they're trying to set up for a gank and try and see if they can make a play.
And the thing is, they could do Baron if they wanted to. They really could. They have the ward coverage for it. They have the damage they need. But they really want Dragonborns to misstep here, and it might actually happen.
Oh, the Cocoon comes through. Didn't quite land. It forces a flash away from Movet. They weren't able to make anything count, but that's a flash down and a summoner spell used.
And with Nip with that Oracle, I mean, and with Dragonborns having no vision, they are still kind of baiting it in a little bit, but you see Candy Panda pushing the middle lane. Did they actually steal that blue away?
No, that was given by Shushay. He managed to get that one. That's very much a vital blue buff as well. We do see he comes backing off here, but SK Gaming, oh, there comes the final spark. Didn't quite catch though, but he caught Ocelot, so it's going to give them vision. They realize they're onto the Baron, and SK Gaming trying to turn this one. The Cocoon comes out, the explosive spider's going in there. Malunu wants to get in, and now SK peel off from the Baron, and immediately the lanterns pull, and they back away. They have kept it though. They've kept on it. He hasn't reset like you mentioned. Oh, and Maluno gets caught out this time around. He can't get in there. The equalizer used, and they will finish off the Baron. Can they turn and burn? Oh, they do catch on with the light binding, but final spark's not quite available. Acceleration gate used out. Shujay's going to get chased on. The slow not quite enough. Light binding catches back on there again. Still not got that final spark. Now it's up.
And Mover is going to get caught here. Looks like he will go down.
He's not going to be able to escape this one. The acceleration gate, the puke, and he despite no, the final spark caught on towards it. Candy Panda though, Hosan way out the back. He can't tank against Candy Panda, and that was just how much damage Candy Panda could put down on him there because he had the item advantage.
3 kills, Baron on that as well. They just extend their gold lead even further. And Maluna, we saw him still dragging before, but unfortunately, you saw SK use everything they possibly could to keep him out of that pit. You saw Candy Panda ult him just to lock him down to say, hey, you're not even going to get a chance to get into smite this. They bursted him down, turned around, finished off the Baron, didn't let it reset, which is really key. And then they got those 2 other kills. It's a great job of SK right there.
Yeah, they're going to take away the red buff. Looks like they're going to head towards that final turret down the bottom lane as well. And Maluno needs to be very cautious that Ocelot and Hercubot don't choose to go for this one. If he goes towards the golems, you can see they're trying to set up again. That Lichbane just glowing pink on towards Ocelot right now, just like his scarf tends to. But as it stands, Maluno, he's going to keep them away from this turret.
Looking fabulous as ever, but that dragon will be going down for SK, the 3rd one now of the game for them. And the skull lead is just getting ever and ever slightly bigger. We do see items finally developing on Dragonborns, but I really start to worry that it might be just a little bit too late.
So, 13-4. Baron picked up. SK Gaming in the driving seat, very much in a dominant performance. Not quite as dominant, ironically, as they were against Gambit last week, But nevertheless, they are looking very, very good for this third position right now. Final Spark comes across, clears out that mid lane. Nif just sidesteps it nonchalantly. No problem, didn't have a worry in the world about that one. But 27 minutes gone, it's looking very, very strong. 10,000 gold lead for SK Gaming.
And Kevin, with that gold lead, picked up a nicely large rod. He was already hurting so much before, but that is just going to skyrocket his damage. You even see the Runic Bulwark picked up on a Naz, which is going to help out a lot. And then you see Candy Panda picking up a very interesting item, actually going for a Spirit Visage. So he gets the cooldown reduction out of it, he gets extra healing off the Blade of the Rune King, and he also gets the Magic Resist, which is going to be really key against Shushe.
So, interesting item builds, going towards really exactly what he's up against, and building towards the situation, and the game has pertained him. Meanwhile, well, look at this. Kevin, he's off on that top lane again. He's just keeping the push going down there. Did pick up that Rylers earlier on. Now we've got needlessly large rod with that haunting guy, so he's got a lot of damage, and he's going to keep the pressure on towards that inhibitor turret. And this is just exactly what SK Gaming have been doing the entire time. Yeah, Nif's like, dude, you just walked straight past the ward here. Come back, I want to take it out. Look, you can see him. He's just like, here, right here. Keep pressing on it. Nif, meanwhile, he's like, yeah, this is why I carry the oracles normally.
But with SK being this aggressive, you're seeing Dragonborn respond to it because they picked up Home Guard boots onto Shushe and to Hosan. They're trying to get back in the fight as much as possible and try to outlast SK. But with that Baron buff, it's going to be very hard. Not to mention Kevin is going to be coming from the side. If he gets a nice ultimate down, he could lock away Dragonborn's exit.
Oh, the ultimate coming out from Candy Panda, not quite catching on the chain of corruption there. Instead, they do pick up the turret though, and they're going to keep the pressure in towards this final turret. Maluno is off in the top lane. He has got Stand United available if he wants to come for this fight.
He's going to need to use it very soon. I mean, with that Lich Bane on Asa, with the damage they have, that turret won't last very long. Maluno, he's level 14, doesn't have his level 3 or rank 3 ultimate just yet, which they're going to need to survive. Like, that person's going to have to flash away just to survive the damage that SK is going to put out. And they're being very aggressive here. I mean, they're actually tanking turret hits and just trying to get a little bit chip in.
Well, they have the regen, of course, coming out from that Baron. They're going to keep getting the poke on towards it. Ocelot goes in again, goes very aggressive on towards Hosan. Stun United forced to be used, but it does mean the inhibitor turret will go down. Can they get on towards the inhibitor? True Shot Barrage comes across, and still nobody going down between either team.
Kevin has his ultimate available. He's just waiting for Dragonborn to go for that engage to lock them down. We see the Light Binding coming in.
Final Spark does land, but look at that. Not a real amount of damage done towards them. And instead, now we see the flash comes out. He went towards move out. It's also going to not quite get the intervention out. He didn't even get a chance to use it. And now Dragonborns, can they turn this to their advantage? They're going to chase on towards it. Hosan, though, immediately gets caught out. Can't get in towards them. And now you can see Kevin. Equalizer goes down. Hosan seems to be the target. Is it Shushe? Going to get in towards it. Stand United from Maluno. Doesn't quite have enough hit points. Repel comes down there. And they still can't catch on towards it. Finally, Candy Panda takes down Maluno. Yamato cannon gets dropped as well. Now they're on towards Hosan. Oh, the harpoon lands, but it doesn't quite take him down. And the inhibitor finally goes down, but Shushe's back. He tries to catch on towards Kevin. The death sentence comes out. Have they got enough damage? Shushe's just got the cooldowns. He can't do a thing about it. Left to watch. Final Spark comes out. That's going to be a kill on towards Kevin. And SK Gaming finally backing away from this one.
Such a crazy fight happening right there. It was a 3-for-2 in the end, but they picked up the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor off of that. And also, he got taunted by Maluno, which is such a great play out of Maluno to do that because he couldn't use the intervention. He couldn't save himself. But SK, they didn't care. They just start to walk away a little bit. And then, of course, Maluno goes in, lands a nice taunt on SK, but they're like, hey, we have enough damage to kill you. We're not worried about you. And they just blow him up. But luckily, Shushe and Hosan were able to escape with those Home Guard boots, heal up, and try to get back in the fight and stop any more casualties from happening.
So Hosan, he was so low in all of that fight. He was off at the side. Shushe will be picking up the blue buff. No, he won't. He's giving it across to Hosan because he's already managed to pick up the blue buff earlier on in the fight. So he's going to keep hold of that one. So both members, both carries, both the crazy long-haired members as well of Dragonborns are with the blue buff right now. So we'll see whether they manage to try and make any plays. That was a pretty solid defensive performance, despite the fact they lost that inhibitor turret against a bound up SK.
It was, but the thing is, with everything SK just got off of that, we see Kevin pick up his Zonia, so he won't be bursted down at all. We have also picking up one on top of that as well, and you have Berserker Grease finished off on a Candy Panda. You even have Nif, you get into the mix of everything with a Giant Spell. He wants to get a little bit tanky and do something in the fight. And then, of course, the Charade is now picked up on Hercubot. They're coming back stronger than ever, and with that bottom lane consistently pushing, they can just force another lane.
Well, we do see Hosan, all the Oh, well, actually, that call on towards Nif, and now Hosan goes aggressive, but the ward placement saw he was there. They didn't really have vision of the rest of the team. They haven't got Stand United available. It's going to be up in just a moment. Light Binding catches on towards Oslo. He's taken down half hit points already there. Dragonborn's, though, out of position. You can see that SK Gaming, they're pushing on towards it. Candy Panda, he's just drilling it down here. True Shot Barrage finally clears out the wave. Will they push on towards it? No.
And we have Hercubot coming into the party finally. And also, it doesn't matter how much damage anyone on their team takes. Well, it matters obviously to some extent, but his heal, he has 500 ability power, is going to give him so much more health back. I mean, it's sitting at 195 plus 180, so they had Baron buff previously, so they have the regen from that. Throw that into the mix, and you cannot force them out.
So 5 seconds on Baron, about to spawn. SK Gaming in perfect position, and well, True Shot Barrage was already used. They can't scout with that one. They are a long way away from this one, so Baron going to be given across to SK Gaming for free here. Nothing at all Dragonborns can do about it.
And we do have Shusha, yeah, he's backing away, not trying to go for steal here. So they're going to have that Baron. They're going to drill down that top lane, it looks like, and force Maluno to just try to push out the bottom lane. But we saw in the last fight, like, he came in with the ultimate, but Shusha had a flash away because he got so low so quickly.
So we'll see what SK Gaming can do from this one. Shusha, he's there. He wants to get a light button and try and put some damage, but he misses his combo. It was Kevin he was going for, didn't quite get it down, and now SK Gaming pushing in towards that inhibitor in the top lane. The turret taking a lot of damage. Look at that, half the health stripped off it in just one simple wave. Candy Panda keeping the pressure on. And just like they did before, they have that wave of minions to go in. They're going to follow it straight back in there. Dragonborns are still not really set up for this one. Stand United is available. We have Edward waving through the window, but instead it doesn't matter because it's Dragonborns that are under pressure.
At least Dragonborns do have decent wave clear, though, with that Jace, with that Lux and Ezreal on top of that. You can at least keep them shoved away from your tower, but if SK decides to dive you, you're most likely not going to win that fight, and you're going to come down with a couple of deaths and another inhibitor gone.
There is unable to really put in the performance of the Thresh Prince right now. It's been Nif 2-1-8 right now. Early on he got those kills, and now there's going to be the inhibitor turret going down. Dragonborns are going to have to react to this one, or they're going to lose another inhibitor here. They can't do a thing about it, and it's SK taking another one down now until straight across the mid turret.
The thing is, okay, so they lost 2 inhibitors now, and actually going to lose a third one here. They have to fight for this one. You cannot let 3 inhibitors go, or the chances of you coming back are so slim to none.
You're effectively saying our game is over. They're trying to fight in the double Nexus turret, so it's almost like they're in an ARAM right now, and that's all they've got to live for, but it doesn't matter because SK Gaming, they're going to push in towards this death sentence on Nif. The chain of corruption comes out, and Ocelot takes down Moves. Stand United on Yamada Cannon is not going to be enough. Shadow Dash across, Final Spark lands on everyone, but just the damage is too strong for SK Gaming. They're going to take the game against Dragonborns and continue on their pressure and pace on 3rd place and continue to chase 2nd and 1st, but I don't think it's quite possible for them unless something crazy happens in Super Week. But nevertheless, SK Gaming keeping their KDAs high with the Zhonya's Hourglass towards the end there. Do pick up victory over the Dragonborns.
And I think with that win, they actually secured 3rd place, don't they? Evil Geniuses, with their loss previously, cannot catch back up to them. Say no, they will be playing the number 6 team, which will at this point be against Authority or Giants.
So, fantastic performance from Ocelot and crew. The lady boners will be going mental over on Reddit. And right now, it is going to be over to the analysis desk to take us through that pretty one-sided performance and a slow grind, I think it's safe to say. It's going to be Joe and Quickshot.
Thanks a lot, Demon. So, as he rightly pointed out there, Quickshot, a slow grind to a definite victory. That's just how it went for SK Gaming there. They looked by far the stronger team. Everything was working out perfectly for them. Sadly for Dragonborns, we saw them last week when they finally picked up that win against Giants. Even the game before that against Gambit, they looked very, very good. But sadly, we didn't really see that same kind of performance out of them today.
Not at all. And I think one of the primary concerns or the primary reasons for that is their composition. They ran a fairly heavy, poke composition, which, as you know, if you fall behind, if you can't siege and poke out your enemies, your composition falls to bits. It's very difficult to defend against a team that has an advantage and rely entirely on skill shots just to help you defend with minions, with everything in the way. So, it was a composition that I think they tried. They wanted to try and make it work, but the early game power from SK and their aggression just, helped them pick it up.
Yeah, and we actually don't have any replays for this one, mainly because it was, as we said, a standard win almost for SK Gaming. Yes, there were some points in there which, led to team fights, but they were pretty one-sided. I mean, we saw there at the end, a Baroned up SK, they pushed down the top lane, take away the turret, the inhibitor, go straight to middle. Jason said, you can't let them have that. You can't let 3 inhibitors go. In the end, it did go down. The kills followed on straight straightly after that, and we saw the victory coming out from SK Gaming, which puts them in very good stead now in the third position. We calculated this one a little bit. We're almost positive, and that's the thing, right? I may be the stat man, but I'm rubbish at math. So we're pretty sure that it's not 100% over right now, but that loss that EG recorded earlier on really does mean that they're going to have to win everything and SK is going to have to lose everything.
So we did some of the math, and I know coming into this weekend, in order for Evil Geniuses to actually overtake that third position of SK, they needed to win 2 additional games, meaning they would need to go 5-0 with SK going, I think, 3-2, etc., etc. So we'll double-check that run out. They go 4-1 and 2-3, for example, if it works. But yeah, there's a lot of possibilities that need to happen. And the thing is, for EG, they are no longer in control of their fate. If they place third, SK have to throw. It doesn't matter how well they play.
Yeah.
So, that's really what it's talking about. But game 2 of 20 for Super Week, there are many, many, many more to come.
18 of them. I can do that math. So we've got to call an MVP for this one. Again, it was a hard choice because SK as a team were very well gelled in that one. Another great performance on Elise coming out of NIF. Yeah. Ocelot had a big impact on the game there as well. I mean, we almost overlooked the fact that HercuBot on his Nasus did a fantastic job in here once again, racking up a ton of assists from that. And of course, coming into this week, he was the 4th highest rated player in terms of KDA at 6.3. Obviously, that's all changed now because of the games that we've already seen. But the MVP in the end we gave to Kevin. That Rumble performance, he was picking up the kills left and right, but also doing a great job of keeping lots and lots of pressure on that top lane.
Map control, positioning, and I don't think he had a bad ultimate at all. Last weekend, this weekend as well, his equalizers were completely spot on. It zoned the enemy out. It allowed them to get a double kill early. It allowed them to pick up Baron by completely shutting down the choke points. And again, he's just incredibly instrumental in an SK teamfight position, because if Kevin does his thing and he's in the right place using his abilities the way he does, SK almost always win those matches, and a well-deserved MVP.
So that's it from us here for another game on the analysis desk. Of course, we'll be back a little bit later, but for now, we're going to go over to the main stage where Shox is waiting with Kevin.
Thank you very much. I'm here with the MVP, Kevin. Now, Kevin, coming off a huge victory last week against Gambit. In theory, Dragonborn should be easier, but how did you strategize against them?
We actually didn't strategize at all. Like, we just did yesterday the pick and bans, and we find out that we just have to play standard versus them and just beat them normal way.
You seem to really be having the momentum, and it's really important because you need, you want to grab and hold on to that third place, hold on to the third place. So what did your preparation look like the past week? Did you step it up even more?
We started to play a bit more, especially solo queue style. We practiced around 7-8 hours a day, just playing solo queue, training our individual skill. So that was our preparation actually for this week, and that proved good versus Gambit.
Now coming up, of course, El Clasico, you're going to be up against Fnatic. You took down Gambit. You should be able to do something against Fnatic. So what are you feeling going into that one?
We feel pretty strong. We got something prepared for them. So I hope you will like it. Yeah, I feel we will beat them.
Kevin feels they will beat Fnatic. Interesting stuff. Thank you very much, Kevin. Now, remember to answer our Twitter question for today. Which region will triumph at the All-Star Tournament and why? Hit us up on Twitter at @LOLesports, #LCS. Now, last week, we learned never to count out the Spanish Armada as the Giants dominated their matches, but they're now up against a squad that wants to force them back down. The standings, excuse me. Giants versus Against All Authority is coming up next, and directly after the break, we'll be taking a video look back at this Monday's epic streaming matchup between Wicked and SOAS, followed up with an introduction to your European All-Star team. Don't go anywhere.
So we were sat in the ESL offices and Herkypop tweeted out the challenge.
It was a call-out. You versus me in the top best of 5.
There were so many players all watching this match. Kiwi Kid from Dignitas was in there, Hotshot GG. They were all talking about the champion choices. Even all the rioters. Riot apparently exploded.
I was sitting at my desk at work, chugging away on actually the write-ups for Super Week.
I found out about the stream just kind of arbitrarily, and I turned it on.
Man, Morpheus is fighting Neo, and they like jump over tables and run to a screen.
The voting was 0.01% between the players, and they just decided to have a challenge for the entire world to watch.
Soaz pulls out Teemo, the first pick.
Most important thing in the entire All-Star match is another Teemo die.
140,000 people watching a single streamer. It was absolutely amazing for the community.
I just wanted to get him a free a flash for him, but I think I missed my flash and I didn't get to stun him, so at that point I was screwed.
Really, these guys are very evenly matched, and it makes them both look really good.
First match was Jace versus Wukong. Problem I had, it's he had exhaust ignite.
There was a lot of talk about which champions they should have played.
So Sid vs Draven is a close matchup in my opinion. The problem was that I was very impatient, I didn't wait for my 6, so I all-in him at 5.
You need to wait for your 6, dude.
The risk of the 1v1, it definitely is something we may start to see more, but these guys really put it all on the line.
So, Nuna's a god, like, I was hitting him, then he goes to a minion, he eats it, and I couldn't do anything. He owned me.
And even though Wicked lost in the best of 5, no one really cares. Like, they're like, that was a really good match. I was ridiculously entertained. I think Wicked came up better for that. I think Soaz came up better for it.
I would like to thank Wicked for saying that on Twitter, to voting for me after that he lost, and I'll do my best in China.
Thank all you guys who voted for me and Soaz to make this epic come down. And then I'd like to thank Soaz for representing Europe, and I hope all of you guys support him.
Welcome back. Now, before we check out the next game, we have a treat for you. You handpicked these players to represent Europe in China next month. It's your European All-Star team. First off, in the top lane, beating Wicked in an epic 1v1 earlier this week and rocking top lane for Fnatic. Give it up for Soaz! Second, in the jungle, whatever he plays, junglers around the world follow. It's Diamond Prox. In the mid lane, his Kha'Zix is considered one of the best in the world. Give it up for Alex Ish. As AD carry, defending the Evil Genius's honor in the All-Star team, Yellow Pete. And finally on support, nobody could touch him in the voting, the Thresh Prince, Edward. Congratulations, guys. This is your European All-Star team. Now, let's take a look at a video where they talk about what an honor it is to represent Europe in the All-Star matchup.
I'm really happy that I'm an All-Star team.
It's a huge honor for me to play in the European All-Star team, and I will try to represent Europe the best way possible.
When I knew that I would participate to the All-Star team, I was really happy, of course.
I like the fact that to my teammates playing with me in an All-Star team, it will be much easier.
We'll have an easy time getting used to each other, also because we already know kind of how and what we play just from playing against each other in LCS.
The synergy of different players can be really unpredictable.
Going into an international tournament such as this, it's definitely a huge advantage to already have experience playing against teams from other regions.
Representing Europe will be more pressure than playing for Fnatic, in my opinion, because I will play with 4 players I never played with before.
I think we'll have a fair chance of winning against any other team there. But I also feel like the NA team cannot be underestimated. It's not just the single teams that we see in the LCS, it's actually the best players out of all those teams.
We're going to win all that match though.
I expect to do good against NA especially.
I'm not afraid of American teams because they're not that good, but I'm afraid of Asians. They're best players in the world.
It's definitely a huge burden to play for the All-Stars team. Everyone's looking at you, everyone wants you to perform well, since a lot is on the line for Europe.
There will be a lot of people watching us, and we need to represent ourselves and European Union, Europe, Russia, France, Germany, all the countries as best as we can.
It's really nice that we have multiple nationalities on the European All-Star team because it kind of makes everyone in Europe feel represented and not just certain countries.
I will prepare myself like I never did.
We are the EU All-Star team.
So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. That is our all-star team for the European LCS. Of course, the North American LCS, they've also have their team. That is made up of Dyrus, St. Vicious, Scara, Doublelift, and X-Special. So they have a very strong team as well.
Yes, they do. It's going to be an exciting matchup to see. These two teams butting heads, not to mention all around the world. And we kind of have to compare, you know, North America versus Europe. And the big thing is that we all talk about the communication between the European teams. 3 Russians, a French, and a German. It's going to be extremely hard.
A French. Well, I'm sure Soaz loved that one.
Someone from France.
That's better.
Someone from Germany.
Yes, and it's a communication it's a legitimate problem. We've talked about it many, many times across many teams. And obviously the North American scene, they've said, hey, you guys, we can all come to the Curse Mansion in Las Vegas. We're all going to invited to practice in there. So it's going to be interesting to see how the European team does that. Bearing in mind, there's 3 members from Russia who can't really stick around in Germany too long. So that's a problem for those straight away. So it's going to be an issue, basically, you know, practicing for this.
And one thing comes to mind is that St. Vicious talked about in the North America All-Stars video saying, you know, we all know how each other plays. So if we say, oh, let's go do Dragon, everyone knows what to do when going there. And I have to say, I would probably assume it'd be the same thing for Europe.
Yeah, but who's going to make the calls? So,
yeah, that's
so for America, there's already a problem. If you've seen the video, well, it's not a problem, but it's going to be St. Vicious or Scara. Who's going to make the calls? And St. Vicious says, yeah, it's a problem, but I'll sort it out. I'll sort it out. So we know who wears the trousers in that relationship. The question is, who's going to be doing that in the European team?
I want to say it's not going to be one voice. It's just going to be everyone coming together, kind of doing everything. I mean, like,
I'm thinking Alex.
Really?
I'd listen to him.
Well, I mean, I'd listen to
or
any of them.
Diamond. I mean, Diamond, he's got that little childlike face, but he's got like a hello, you, what are you doing? He's got a voice. And if he suddenly says something over TeamSpeak or whatever you would use, I'd suddenly be like, yeah, I'll do that.
or maybe be a little bit scared as well.
Yeah. Well, if he's making the calls, you know, he's one of the best junglers in the world. And bearing in mind, you know, the other teams haven't been locked in yet. So for China right now, it's all of World Elite, but they can't have all 5 members. Sorry, China, it's not going to happen. For Korea, it's actually a pretty widespread mix. There's Insec in there in the jungle, as you'd expect as well. Ambition in the middle, Macnoon at the top. Mad Life, I think, has got like 82% of the vote for support.
Yeah.
He's pretty popular over there. And for the AD carry, it's actually Prey from Najin Sword. So they've actually got a really widespread mix of teams.
The thing to me is you saw the video of Mad Life on his Thresh, you know, getting that hook on a Singe in that bush.
Oh, God, yes.
But the Thresh King versus Mad Life, oh.
Yeah, that's
going to be good.
There's a lot of setups there that we're going to be happy to see. So what do we think, though, overall? I mean, North America versus Europe, if that were to happen, what are we expecting in them sort of results? We've already seen a number of times when the American teams have met the European teams, and it's gone Europe's way. But this is a very, very different thing. And last time anything like this kind of happened would have been World Cyber Games in 2011 in Korea, and it was the Americans, Chicks Dig Elo, that came out on top.
Well, you made a very good point. It was teams versus teams, and now it's just a mix of teams versus a mix of teams. It's going to be really coming up to, I guess, who was going to outplay who in lane? Like, to be honest, it won't really be about strategy in my mind. Like, you know, who's going to, you know, get the really good ganks in or something like that. It's just going to come out to, you know, can Soaz beat Dyrus top lane? Can Alex beat Scara mid lane? I think it's going to come down to that. But still, there's no doubt about it. That's going to be an amazing, very exciting match to watch.
Yeah, so moving on to the game. It is going to be the next match, of course. The current battle for 6th place that against All Authority. They already put a good marker on that one, beating Evil Geniuses earlier on in the day, but they are up against the Giants.
Yes, they are. And these two teams have met 3 weeks running now. And to me, this is the most critical match of the entire Super Week because they're against All Authority is currently up 2-1 in the series. So if Gambit, or sorry, not Gambit, if Giants can actually win it, they'll put it at an even setting. So if we have a tie at the end of Super Week, there'll actually be a playoff between the two teams to decide who gets that 6th place spot.
Yeah, and the 6th place spot is so important, mainly for the fact that it's all about the playoffs. If you are in the top 6, you're in the playoffs, playing off for the big money. If you're 7th and 8th, it's only promotion and relegation you are fighting for, trying to stay in the LCS.
And of course, you know, we can expect anything out of these teams. We can see some crazy strategies. We saw Giants play really, really well, actually. They got like a second wind out of nowhere last week. And we'll see if they can really match up to against Authority, who we already saw today played an extremely great match versus EG.
So let's check out the lineups for against All Authority. It is, of course, Freddy122 in that top lane, Virtual in the jungle, Slayer in the mid lane, Nono, and Dude as the supports.
And of course, over on the Giants side, we have Samix, Morden, Exter, Jims, and Bobetta.
Nono, of course, supporting himself. Because last time, you know, he was MVP, he played absolutely fantastic. So that's the teams, of course. And for this match, we wanted to focus on Slayer from Against All Authority. We had him on the desk earlier on.
Yeah, because he was such a major player in the really close match versus Gambit. It was pretty much up to him. If he could land a perfect ultimate, they would win those fights. And he's always been a really solid player for his team. In the beginning of this season, we've seen him play a lot of Lux, a lot of Nidalee. And if those are left open, it might be a big mistake for the Giants. But one thing is to point out is that he's the 3rd lowest KDA for mid laners right now.
Yeah, but he did very, very well earlier on Karthus, and we're going to be looking at the mid laner for Against All Authority, and that is Jim Bones on AD carry for Giants.
And of course, we saw his Kennen last week versus Evil Geniuses, and it was outstanding. It's just showing you why you can, or why you need to ban out that champion against him. And the thing is, if that ever does get banned, he falls back to Misfortune, he falls back to Varus, and he has to be able to do that really successfully here to pick up this win, because he still has the 2nd lowest KDA out of all AD carries in Europe.
Sorry, I was just doing a team over there as the graphics people catch me out. It's been a long day already, ladies and gentlemen. It's safe to say that. We are in match 3 and Champion Select is about to get underway. So immediately, picks and bans. What are we expecting here, Jason? Are we expecting the Ezreal to be taken out?
I wouldn't be surprised to see that, and obviously Kennen. Take that away from Jim Bones, put him out of his comfort zone. Maybe even Thresh, because Dio just wow. I mean, just wow at his Thresh last game. And then, of course, we do have a lot of targeted bans at Extra on top of that, you know, who can play Twisted Fate, can play Kassadin, can play Diana. And as we do already see, Twisted Fate will be taken away from him.
So Olaf also being banned out here. What in the world?
Samix played him last week.
But still.
Oh, no, it worked out really well for them because they were so tanky versus Against Authority.
But is it worth a ban? I mean, it was. Don't get me wrong. Week 1 of the season,
right.
Absolutely worth a ban. But right now, I'm not sure. Renekton, definitely a ban against Freddy122. Shen being taken out. But that leaves a hell of a lot of champions open.
And speaking of that, Kennen is still open. And you're going to give Kennen to Jim Bones again. Who already just showed you why you should not do that. I mean, we have seen Freddy122 play Kennen in the top lane. I will agree with you on that one. With the Olaf ban, you know, it could be for a certain composition that Against Authority wants to run.
Well, Kennen right now is actually probably the main pick in Korea right now. So hasn't gone for it though. Gone for Kha'Zix.
And what we see, well, we know Slayer can play him. We know Freddy can play him. It just depends on where they want to necessarily go with it. But you know, with that Kennen open, they're not locking it in right away. So that leads me to think that they might be falling into a trap, or they know they're falling into a trap or something like that, and they're kind of straying away from it.
Well, Ezreal is of course open for Nono, who played godlike on it earlier on. Against All Authority with a very different setup though, with that Kha'Zix being locked in already. Giants immediately trying to ponder a strategy to see this one. Looks like it's Extermin that's making the calls. You can see he's the one that's talking to his team right now. And the nods, he seems happy. I think Samix and Morden, let's see what they lock in.
See, the thing about Giants is they love running like heavy kind of, or not heavy kind of, they love running really high health target champions. They really like to be really tanky against your team and just outlast you in fights. But we're seeing Morden, you know, we could see him jungle Elise, we see him do Volibear, and it looks like he actually would go with that Elise since it was left open.
Well, Elise is being hovered over, and there's Jim Bones. Thank you very much, KD Cannon. Well, we'll see if it works out. Evil Geniuses let it open and it backfired horribly for them. Will it work against All Authority?
See, what I'm thinking is, could Samix play him and then throw off against All Authority? Because you leave Kennen open, they're like, oh, you know, we could pick up Kennen for Jim Bones, but we could also play him top lane and just completely catch you off guard.
Well, AP Kennen, it's his champion of choice right now. Like I say, in Korea, it's definitely something that they've been running a lot of in the OGN championships. Of course, Twisted Fate also being solidly over there, and he's been banned out in this one.
And
Leona and Nasus.
Well, real quick before we go to that, is that I remember Jimbones actually used to play AP Kennen. Like, that was his main role, like top lane AP Kennen.
Yep.
So we could see maybe him play AP Kennen at the top lane, Samix as AD carry. We've seen it do happen with the Dragonborns.
Okay.
Could very well happen. But with the Leona locked in, with the Nasus locked in, curious where the Ezreal is. You know, if you have it open, I mean, obviously you can take it away, or you don't have to take it away yet since you see Kennen locked in, but it'll be up to Giants to see if they want to actually run that Kennen as AD carry or not.
Well, there's Zyra. We have seen Extermin running that a number of times, certainly in the live qualifiers back in Warsaw all that time ago, back in January. And we've come a long way since then.
Yes, we have, but I have to say that will most likely go into Babetta, though. His Zyra the past couple of weeks have been so perfect. Every ultimate he puts down just lifts off the enemy team. We have Jarvan available. Obviously, we picked up since we have Elise in the jungle, but that's kind of like the perfect champion you want to use with it, and that's what Giants have used in the past.
Rumble also being selected. We saw SK Gaming taking that one. Just got man of the match performance, Kevin, on that Rumble, so we'll see whether Giants can do that. And it was Samux this time on that, of course.
I mean, I think we've actually seen Rumble once in the mid lane. I'm not sure exactly what game it was, but I have seen him in the mid lane once before. Not sure how well he works out with that, but you know, against Authority, they have a top laner to pick. I say top laner, not really sure who it's going to go to. And then, of course, their AD carry has Nono. I mean, he has Varus available if he wants to go for that. He has his Ezreal available if he wants to go for that. Has Misfortune available. I mean, he has so many choices right now, and what he chooses is actually going to decide how their whole composition is going to work.
Well, I mean, we could just list off 100 champions, and that's what he's got available. Well, what will he go with? Is it going to be the Ezreal? I expect it to be. Varus is, of course, also there. Could well be a champion of choice. He's going to have that knock-up, of course. We did see Freddy122 playing that Xin Zhao earlier on. It's going to be the dog in the jungle. It's going to be Slayer in the mid lane on Kha'Zix. What will the final choice?
See, the problem is that if they do lock in that Xin Zhao, they're very light on damage at that point. Like, Leona obviously doesn't have too much. Xin can do quite a bit if you put him as solo laner, so they need someone with a lot of damage to really keep the damage level of the team up. They don't have any magic damage, which is a really interesting thing, but they do lock in the Varus, so we've seen him play it before. Varus is really a heavily contested pick nowadays, and it's because of that percent health damage you can do. Not to mention you get attack speed off of minions. You don't have to worry about your attack speed being nerfed because you have the dog on your side. And then Giants now with their final pick, looks like they were going to go for a mid laner here, and that would be a double, well, technically like a 2.5 person AP team.
Karthus against the Kha'Zix. I am not convinced
that would work out well. Well, that could lead you to believe that we might have Jimbo and Babette to go mid lane against Freddy and have Karthus go 1v2 in the bot lane with his blue buff, which we have seen happen before. It works out quite well.
We've seen Karthus down the bottom a few times in North America and then Korea. We'll see whether it goes the same way for the Giants, though. Whether it was going to get locked in or not.
They don't have an exhaust yet, which is really worrying to me, because if Kha'Zix jumps in and doesn't get exhausted, he's just going to tear through your entire team. We're going to see a pentakill happen potentially, like we saw Alex. So they might need to switch that up for it.
He'll be yumping all over them. The question is whether he's going to get locked in. Yes, it is. So that is their final choice. It's a big AE team, again, I'm seeing coming out from Giants, which is something we've seen a lot of the times when they picked up the victories.
They actually, okay, well, if we look back into the qualifier days, they love heavy CC compositions.
Yes.
And this kind of refers back to that a little bit because, you know, you have the knockup out of Zyra, you have Kennen with his AoE to stun him, and then you have Karthus sitting with his Defile on, and you have the Rumble ultimate coming on top of that. That's just a lot of, hey, let's get a lot of burst down on a one area, and that could work out really well for them if they can catch the team in that. The thing is, Nono's gonna be sitting really far back. You're gonna have Schleia coming in from the sides, not necessarily in the front. And it's up to Giants to really pull off these fights.
So we'll see how this one works out, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, this is a battle for 6th place right now. Or is it? Against their authority, after that win against Evil Geniuses, it is possible that they could chase down the Copenhagen Wolves for that 5th spot, which is a big coveted spot as well. That would be against Evil Geniuses right now. And the 6th spot would be against SK Gaming. Which one would you prefer right now? Well, Evil Geniuses, they're the team that's in the slump. So I guess it's those you'd aim for next week's playoffs. As it stands, against our authorities, they are in the driving seat, having picked up that win already this morning. And you can see the grins across the entire team. Everybody seems really happy and relaxed in that team right now.
Yeah, I was trying to look at D with hands to see how wrinkly they are from washing the dishes consistently at his house. Maybe he's like, oh, my hands hurt, I can't play it. But as we saw earlier in the game versus EG, that was not like the case at all.
So we are just waiting for things to get underway. It's all serious. A little cheeky grin coming out from Extermin there, but there are the headsets. You can see the double headsets. You know, they have these double headsets on. They don't need to anymore. They can just have the singles, but they still like stacking them up, keeping them sponsors showing.
And the thing is, Demon, you know, looking at Extra right there, the amount of pressure that must be on these teams, because they're fighting for their LCS career right now.
Yeah.
Like, they really are. They've been working for this for 10 weeks now, actually plus 10 weeks if you qualify through the qualifiers, which these two teams did. So there's a lot on the line here, and these teams are not taking this lightly.
Yeah, and it's great to see how much these teams have leveled up over the season. You can see, obviously, the fact that Against All Authorities just took down EG. EG definitely had a struggling time throughout the season, but we are underway. Against All Authority as the blue team, Giants as the red team. And this is definitely a battle to watch. Currently, it's 2-1 to Against All Authorities. They have the advantage, but Giants, they picked up the win last week. Can they do it again?
We will find out very shortly in about 30, 40 minutes time, but we do have Against All Authority. They're going for an invade here right now.
Oh, that's a face check straight away. We're not quite seeing it on the screen. Morten does get caught out. One more hit. Can it be enough? No. He gets away. The Spirit Fire went down there. And, well, that was so quick, the cameraman wasn't ready.
I was actually trying to see what abilities were taken here, and we saw Spirit Fire, obviously, for Virtual, which is exactly what you want to take anyways in the jungle, and Void Spikes for Schleya. Nono took his Hail of Arrows, and also obviously Dioed with his E as well. So a lot of abilities picked up already, but it honestly doesn't hurt them too much because that's what they're going to pick up anyways in lane.
And interestingly enough, if they'd have used Ignite in there, they would have got the kill.
Yeah, they could have flashed for it on top of that as well. But, you know, it's also a lot to commit early on, but you can never really underestimate that first blood money, especially if you get that over to Nono or Schleya. When you have very low damage overall as a team, you're going to need those two people to get fed.
So very aggressive stuff coming out from Against All Authority here, getting them wards in the places they required on the blue and in towards the wraiths there. So they're going to get full vision and the Tri-Bush straight away. Oh, ping ward going down there. Babetta not happy about that Tri-Bush ward, so it is going to be Babetta and Jim Bones. They're going to be on that top lane, or will they switch around now that they've been spotted?
It looks like they will stay up there, but the real question for me is, will we see Samix in the mid lane? Because he was kind of sitting around like he could potentially go for it, but they also are just trying to secure that blue, it looks like, and they won't give it over to Extra, so he will be sitting in the middle lane instead, and Morten will be able to pick it up himself.
Well, we see them both stood on top of that ward, so full vision given to Against All Authority, knowing the jungle path and exactly which way they're going. Nono on Varus, he's picked up these golems and the support of Dioed. He's going to go and help out the jungler Virtual on that red buff. Meanwhile, we do see Giants hanging around, waiting to see if Freddy122 is going to fall into their trap. Freddy, of course, started off with the red pot against Evil Geniuses as well. Will Babetta just root him out there? No, he's just going to get a little bit of poke on towards him. And we saw him go very tanky. Do we expect him to do it again here?
Yeah, I mean, Tanky Zin still does a lot of damage. You saw his Triforce. He would just tear through Yellow Pete in that last game on his Misfortune. And I wouldn't be surprised to see that yet again. We do have Nono already pushing Samix out of lane right now, which is exactly what you need to do. I mean, they're doing a better job of it currently than it's happening to Freddy 122 in the top lane because he hasn't had to pop anything yet.
All those numbers right now catching everyone. So, 3 minutes gone in this game. And as you'd expect, it's very even. They could have had that first blood, didn't go down on Morten instead, he got away. And that first blood, despite the fact he could have come out, it did force the flash away from a jungler, so he can't go for any crazy engages. But that's not really that big of a deal on an Elise jungle.
Yeah, and you have to look at it as this too. I mean, if Against Authority did blow some flashes, they could potentially miss out on some kills, like, you know, killing Samix in the bottom lane, or maybe even Schleya 1v1ing Extra in the middle lane. So we'll just see how it develops over time, and hopefully it's not something that comes to bite Against Authority back in the butt.
Well, we see the jungler of Virtual having to look towards his top lane to try and help out Freddy. It is simply going to be a case of exactly like they did against Evil Geniuses and holding out this top lane. Spirit Fire goes down, keeps him at bay, good wave clearing.
And the thing is, he could be pushed out of lane really easily if Giants just be aggressive without Virtual there. So he's just trying to keep him up in levels, trying to give him a little bit of farm. When we do, it looks like Morten going for a slight invade here. Might be coming around the mid lane to go for a gank.
No, he's going to go for raids. He spotted the jungler obviously at the top there. The pings went down and immediately they went straight in there. Instead, he may even loop back around. And look at that, Schleya is like, I'm going to defend this off. Realizes he gets the cocoon, gets an explosive spider in his backside, and tries to put his Void Spike in towards Morten to fend him off, and forces the ward placement in that middle bush.
Still good ward placement though. I mean, it gives him vision over to Morten. We talked about him not having flash earlier, so he's not going to be able to pull off any crazy ganks, and that just helps solidify it a little bit more. But Nono doing a great job in this bottom lane of just trying to keep Samix pushed away, trying to keep his CS low, because currently the top laners, quote-unquote, are 4 to 6 CS.
Yeah, playing with a grin as he manages to keep him away from that turret and the pressure being put down. And you can see Dioed wants to go for this one, gets on towards Samix. Is it enough to tower dive? Will it be first blood? Can they finish him off? One more shot. Nono gets the kill.
And that is exactly what happens when the jungler isn't there to help your lane, when you get an entire mini wave pushed up against you. Morten wasn't there to help that out. We saw Virtual do it in the top lane, and of course Samix was on the receiving end and did go go down from that.
Very well played by Against All Authority, but they need to be backing off. They have that ward to spot Morden making his way down there. Can he take them down in 2v1? We've seen this Spider be very, very strong. Dude, actually, no sticking around here. They want to fight this one.
I think they could take it.
We're going to see him. He gets in, gets the stun. The stun lock goes down. No, we're going to use the slow. Is it enough to take down Dude?
Yes,
the shield comes in. He gets repel out. Hasn't gone down. Tries to get in towards it. The flash comes out from No. He's 2 for 0.
Great play by Against Authority to realize that, hey, we have the damage to kill him. We know he didn't have flash up right away since he used it earlier. Obviously, he did use it right there, but still, great job by him. And No picking up 2 kills now and a red buff. Samix is going to have such a hard time lane, and you're seeing the top lane Virtual. He's just trying to make sure Freddy122 doesn't get killed, doesn't get pushed out of lane too hard, and Against Authority are in the driver's seat at this point.
See, the thing for me is Giants are doing the exact same strategy Evil Genius tried on them. They've just played this game. They know how it works. They won that game. They need to do something different.
Yeah, and I was expecting maybe the Rumble mid lane and send Karthus bottom, because that would kind of switch him up, catch him off guard. Karthus would have a lot easier time farming in the bottom lane than Rumble would, and Rumble could do decently well against Kha'Zix in the middle lane. So I'm not sure if that's going to work out too well, but Virtual will be able to hold that turret quite well and catch up, actually get really good experience and CS.
So they do get a good poke on towards it, half the damage going down. Wither coming out from Virtual just to keep Jim Bones away from that turret and prevent the damage coming out there. Slayer now hit level 6, as has Extermin, and that means Requiem, and of course the Void Spikes have been made a lot bigger, and Samix actually getting caught out by Dude there. No, just going to keep him at bay.
And the thing is, No went back, he picked up a BF sword. 6 minutes in, he has red buff still. Samix cannot even get close to these minions, because with that hard engage out of Dude on that Leona, he's not going to escape, even with that red buff available. So he's hurting quite bad here. He needs to get some farm somewhere, and the longer he's out of this, the longer he's going to stay out of the game overall.
Well, fortunately for him, the Giants are doing a very good job at keeping Freddy122 pinned in his top lane. You see again the roots, the plants coming in there, keeping him away from that. Jim Bones is getting some great damage on this turret. They may even take this turret down in this wave. They're going to get it first.
It looks like they will indeed. And the thing is, we saw Morden actually come around real quick, put a ward in the blue buff, so they want to control it on the Slayer, make sure he doesn't get that blue with that tier, so he can just consistently harass Extra out of that lane. And we'll see if they'll be able to take that. But yeah, first turret going over to Giants here. But will we see the lane swap actually happen? Because I don't think Jimbo's Rebecca could do any better against No and Eud.
Well, they have a lot of members of Against All Authority moving down towards the blue buff here. And it is going to be Virtual coming in. Slayer, like you mentioned, is going to get in there. And Dude is there. There's absolutely nothing Samus can do about this one. In fact, he may even get caught out. He's going to have his Equalizer available. No, he isn't. He's only at level 4. Oh, Chain of Corruption comes out. And that just shows how much of an advantage they have right now. And Samus is in all manner of problems. Are stuck on towards his turret. There, everybody's going to pile on. And it's No going 3 for 0.
Virtual's ult is a Karthus coming in. I was expecting the Karthus ult team to maybe come in, but obviously Virtual should be able to survive that. And they pick up another kill again onto Samix. So Against Authority looking very solid. 3 kills now to No. He was 11-0-11 last game. Can he pull it off again?
Well, Giants are trying to react to this one, and they're putting the pressure on this mid lane turret. They're going to get a good half the health chunked off it before Slayer gets back here. You can see he's going to jump in and try and get those Void Spikes down. He could maybe try and keep the damage down. Instead, he gets grasping roots on towards him, and immediately Jim Bones turns around and gets a little bit of a spark on his backside.
Yeah, that stun is so unexpected of an AD carry. You really underestimate sometimes, but he will be able to save that turret here as they're still being very aggressive. You see Morden come by, and Extra being forced to flash away right there.
Yeah, absolutely taken very low. This combo of Dude and No is causing all sorts of problems. They're going to get the top turret, and the mid turret is also going to get pressured. Now the blue buff, of course, Morden's going to try and get across and try and steal it away, but I don't think he's going to be in any position to do this one. There is 3 members Against All Authority, yeah, and they do give it away, but it's unfortunately, oh no, Slayer did get it actually there. I tell a lie. I thought Virtual had got it, instead he stole the other one.
But still, Extra, he doesn't have a blue. That's the whole point of that. They took away the blue from him. They took their own blue, so now he's not going to have that sustained lane. He even has a tier where he gets towards his Catalyst. That's going to hurt him so much in lane. And the thing is, he can't really afford to because Samix is already hurting so bad. Like, someone on their team has to step up and start making some plays so Samix can get back in the game a little bit.
We're 9 minutes into this game, and Bloodthirster is already close to being complete for No. This is danger signs for Giants, but they're continuing to keep their movement going, and Jim Bones is going to farm out. They will be strong when the team fights happen. They have that area of effect abilities to keep everyone very low. If they can catch on towards him with Extra, with Jump Bones, with the Equalizer layered across, the flash comes out from Dude on towards Extermin. Slayer comes in. He's going to go down here, but it's a matter of whether he can take anyone with him. There's not enough damage. Or is there? On towards Slayer. Requiem comes out. He will get the revenge kill. Yes, he does. And would you believe it? Well, very well played by Morden to get in and help that one out.
I think if Schleya used his Void Spikes on the Spider of Morden that was at him, he could have survived maybe.
With
But
the
still,
life general
yes,
steal, yeah.
they might have been able to survive, but still, great play of Exeter to be able to get that kill. And Morden coming in with that Cocoon to lock him down so the lay waste would hit easily. Good pickup for Giants.
And now we see Morden going aggressive on towards Nono. Is this really the ability they can go for? Babetta locks him up. They do have the damage. Morden's going to get the Fang sunk in, and he does get a good shutdown there on towards Nono. That's going to give him a lot of gold.
And then you're seeing Giants get their Fangs back in this game here on the back of Morden, making some big plays. They are going to push this middle turret just a little bit, but still, that's what you need to do. You shut down Nono. You got the extra gold from him. You got a kill on a Schleya. A great start to Giants' comeback.
And the top lane, meanwhile, is CS advantage still continuing to be with Freddy122, but Samek's now getting in there. He's starting to get himself a bit of gold finally. He was shut down so heavily early on. Has managed to keep the levels up, though, with Freddy122 because he was punished by the Giants' pressure from Jim Bones. Meanwhile, down the bottom lane, it's Jim Bones that I was actually thinking of. Look at that. He's actually building up a bit of a CS advantage. Now got that BF sword on there. He's having a bit of free farm going here.
Yeah, that's all because that turret was taken relatively early on in the bottom lane, so that wave will consistently be shoved up against them, so he gets all that farm while Nono's roaming around into mid lane dying. So he's building up that lead. He's down in kills, but if he keeps this up, he's going to catch up in gold and really become a strong threat in these fights.
More importantly, Extermin, the fact that he did get that return kill, Requiem will be back available. Are they thinking of going for the Dragon? Pink Ward being used by Babetta to clear out the ward coverage, and against all Authority, well, they had that big advantage at the start. Are they starting to let it slip here as Virtual tries to get the ward in towards the red buff? Pressure King poked on towards Extermin. Look at that, them Void Spikes, they are hurting him right now.
And it's interesting enough, you point out the Dragon is because we've seen, Diamond procs actually on Nasus take it very quickly, about level 6 because of that ultimate just shreds through the Dragon. And with the AD carry support already bottom lane, why not go for him? We're seeing that happen right now. They are spotted by a ward, but will Giants be able to make a play off of this?
They're going to be very slow reacting if they do go for it. It's already below half their health, but Babetta tries to get in there. They're not going to go for it. They can't get going in there. And Jim Bones, well, he wasn't really close enough, nor was Samex.
And we could see a potential 4-med push on this middle lane as well, trying to keep a lot of farm out of Samex's hands. Looks like Nono will go back to this bottom lane to farm up. And the thing is, I'm not 100% sure he can 1v1 Kennen right now. Because of the stuns that Jim Bones can put out with that ultimate, he can get a double stun off on you and just shred you apart.
Well, we've seen him doing it before against Yellow Pete's Varus. I think he's done it to Hosan's Varus as well on Jim Bones on this AD Kennen. And I think really all that fight was all about simply a case of Samex probably saying, look, I am not strong enough to even get close to this fight right now. He did have Equalizer available, but he's definitely fell behind Freddy122 by some considerable margin.
DU has ultimate up right now. But the thing is, Jim Bones does have Cleanse to get away, does have Flash. But they might go for Babetta instead. They can easily pick up a kill on him. He's very squishy at this point, and they are waiting around. This looks like it might happen, Demon.
Virtual's coming around there, and that's give the ward away. He does come around straight across that pink ward, and immediately that forced him to back away. So tried to get a little bit greedy. Now we see Morden stacking in this top lane. We do have Schleya pushing up the river. No, instead chooses not to go for it. They're going to just steal the race away.
And unfortunately for Against Authority, they didn't really lock down this blue like they've been doing so well this game. So Exeter is able to pick up his own blue buff here, which is going to be such a saving grace for him. He's going to be able to farm quite a bit, and he should be able to surpass Schleya. And we do see the Bloodthirster picked up on a Varus now, and a Ruby Sightstone on DU already 13 minutes in. That gives him so much health. He is such a tank at this point that you can pretty much afford to take a couple of turret hits and maybe go for some kills.
Well, that ward is about to run out in the middle of Extermins. So that means they don't have the vision on Schleya's roaming, which he's been looking to do so often here. He wipes out those Wraiths. And they've actually cleared out both packs of Wraiths there, so farming advantage is slipping towards Against All Authority, as you'd expect. 4-2 up in kills. That would, of course, give them that gold advantage they currently have of just under 2,000 gold as Schleya wipes out that wave. Extermin, though, he's doing just as good a job. He's keeping them at bay. 102 CS for him. And he's keeping them off, and Morden looking to maybe take a kill on towards Freddy.
He might be able to get it. We do have Schleya in the near vicinity, but I'm not sure that Freddy122 can survive long enough against this comp if they did want to go in against him. As you even see him heading up a little bit, I mean, he kind of expected it, but he's going back to his blue here. And Ansel Thor, they changed it up a little bit. They're playing a lot more passive now after how aggressive they were early on. You saw Nono visit mid lane because he wants to go for a push there and, really punish Jim Bones. Whenever he goes to that bottom lane to farm, he wants to push a turret on them to really just punish them for that.
Well, they're still trying to make plays, but it's not really working out. Morden does pick up that red buff. Oh, and he's going to dive on towards Babetta here. Freddy122 gets the knock-up. Is it going to be enough? The Wither comes out. He forced to flash away, but it gets him to safety.
And I want to say that flash isn't a giant deal for Babetta. I mean, it's nice to have up, but is the whole comp isn't based around his ultimate, you know, being used first. You want to have Jimbo to get in there first. You want to have Samix use the ultimate to lock them down, and then his ultimate follows up with Kennen to knock them up. So it's not a huge loss, but it still is a loss nonetheless because they can burst him down very quickly. You saw the damage Freddy did to him when Freddy only has a Hex Drinker and a Doran's Blade.
Well, the farming advantage is continuing to grow for Jim Bones right now. You can see he's got a 20 CS advantage built up over Nono. Of course, Nono with those 3 kills early on, definitely giving him the big plays. We'll see whether they do manage to get in towards this blue buff, though. They just warded the blue buff up there. We'll keep our eyes on that one, whether Extermin goes towards it. Dude and Nono trying to force something creative to happen. As it stands, Pink Ward was put in by Bebeta, clears it straight out.
And we see an interesting item being picked up right now out of Nono. He's going for his Mercury Treads because he needs that tenacity for the stuns out of Jim Bones. He doesn't want to get caught too many times by him. And also the Grass Roots out of Bebeta. So it's a smart pickup by him, and we'll see if he can continue to use that and use it to his advantage.
So Jim Bones has Slayer coming in towards him right now. Blue buff on him though, but look at Jim Bones going aggressive there on towards him. Little sparking his way in towards it, lightning surging his way through. Morden's going to try and keep them at bay though up from this turret. They do manage to take it down half health. Equalizer comes down there, and they're going to be the roots catching on towards Dude, but immediately they turned it around. No, try and get in towards it. Wall of Pain catches on towards Virtual, but great wither and a great ultimate from Nono to keep them off.
Bebeta was even coming from the side of Tragic Slayer, taking a lot of damage in the bottom lane. Can Jim Bones dive this?
Well, he doesn't really have the energy to go surging in, so instead he has to just keep on farming. But that's interesting. The AD carry going toe-to-toe with Slayer down the bottom, and now Against All Authority are going to lose out in this mid turret.
And that's the power of Kennen. Because of those stuns, we see actually Nono getting caught by a Cocoon, but instead Giants trying to back away, and Against All Authority might even try to make a play, as they don't.
No, they don't. Giants, though, they are starting to turn the turrets into their favor. They've taken the top and middle, and now they're going to take the bottom down because nothing is down there to prevent Jim Bones. He has no vision, but he's sticking around. He realizes he can just surge away if he were to get caught out, and that's exactly what he does.
And a great job by Giants to get back in this game. The thing is, they shut Nono down. They got a kill on Slayer, and it allowed Jim Bones to farm up as much as possible and go head-to-toe with Slayer, just like you were saying. So Giants, I mean, they're now in the gold lead for the first time in this game, and they're looking very good. The longer the game goes on, the stronger they're going to get, and the more problems Against Authority is going to have.
So, Against Authority, they had that early advantage, but they didn't capitalize on it. And now the gold, like you mentioned, is now in favor of Giants, despite the fact it was a 2,000 gold lead built up by Against Authority. As those turrets going down and swinging it in their favor. Wards placed around that bottom area. Mid lane, meanwhile, going to get pressured. You can see Virtual and Freddy122 running again towards that turret. And the support player of Bebeta just keeping them at bay and picking up any farm he can. Just as Extermin comes back, Grasping Roots fired out towards Freddy122. Didn't quite catch on though, but they are going to dive in. It's coming around the side. Can they catch on? It's more than they went for. Actually split targeting Extermin. Still alive in there, and they're all in the defile. Can they get it towards Bebeta? Requiem will come out. Is it going to be enough? Can they catch on towards anyone? Samox comes around the side, and now we're going to see Jim Bones. He's trying to get to Slayer, but Slayer's made a run for it. Samox does manage to get the Flame Spitter on one. Can he get the Harpoon on towards Nono? He's so close to overheating. He does. Flame Spitter comes out. Oh, and he Chain of Corruption turns it around. Manages to slow him down. One more hit should do it. Oh, couldn't quite pull it off. And Samox instead does manage to get the kill. Crazy, crazy stuff between these two teams. And it's a 3-2 for Against Authority. Sorry, for Giants.
And that was Against Authority diving on top of them. Great job by Giants right there. They should be able to pick up Dragon as well. And they're just lengthening that gold lead. Such a great play of everyone. And even saw Morden. He got off a nice cocoon onto Schley when he jumped into the backside, keeping Extra alive a little bit longer. And obviously didn't do anything in the end, but great play overall to Giants right there.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Dragon picked up 2,000 gold swing now back in Giants' favor. And this is looking good for them because that as a team, but it's a little aggressive, a bit of a dive on towards the turret. Against Authorities, they thought they had great positional advantage, but Giants were all close by and are all coming back from base.
I still love that play though. I mean, you can't make a lot of great plays without going for some kind of risky plays like that. But it's a good job by them still to go for it. They do have 2 Bloodthirsters picked up now, so one on Slayer, one on a Nono. He's had that a while. But then the Runic Bulwark on Virtual. He rushed that item ASAP because he's against pretty much a triple AP composition right now. That item's going to pay dividends easily as the game does go on. And of course, Giants would be working towards the Zonias as well, since they're against an all-AD team.
We do see the Infinity Edge now being picked up by Jim Bones. 1-0 in kills. 177 CS, though, against 143. And you can see the gold difference. He actually has an advantage now over Nono in gold. 400 gold advantage. Meanwhile, the top laners has a 300 gold advantage towards Giants there. Jungle, gold advantage for Giants. mid lane actually is Slayer. He's the only person right now for Against All Authorities that has that gold advantage and really is not equating into items right now. So 6-5 in kills to Against All Authorities, but 3-1 in turrets. And we see Jimbones going aggressive, but he's got 2 members of Against All Authorities on him. Equalizer going down, but Jimbones is dropped so quickly that Samix can't save him.
And he's got the reset, but it's not going to be enough. He looks like he has to back away. Of Morden coming up from this tri-bush here, and Against All Authority might try to go for a 3-man push onto this top turret. And with Samix backing away, it looks like they will be able to lock it down.
So Against All Authorities moving towards the top turret. That's going to go down, and that's all important for Against All Authorities because they need that gold to come back towards their favor. That will level things out. And there we go. We can see the gold advantage switching back. No, keeping Extermin down. Can he pin him down? Will the extermination be enough from No. No.
It won't indeed, but he's still going to get a lot of damage onto this turret right now, Demon. Should drop down to about half life.
Oh, the Wither coming out. Virtual going aggressive on Babetta. And you can see Slayer coming reaping around, but the ultimate comes out from Babetta. Is it enough to keep them at bay? And now we see Samux going in towards Virtual. The Flame Spitter running. Does manage to get the Harpoon, but he's got to be careful because the rest of Against All Authorities are there. And I keep calling them Authorities, and it's Authority. And that is another turret for Against All Authority. They are actually turning this very quickly in their favor. It's snowballing very fast.
And the thing was, it was a 2-turret. Like, they just got 2 turrets in a row, the top and the middle, so it gave them that huge chunk of gold income. Not to mention that kill onto Babetta, who they keep catching out of place. He had an Oracle on him, which he lost, and now he picked up another one. So he's investing a lot of money into this early site. Thing is, it hasn't been, the fights haven't been happening around the jungle just yet. It's still been in the lanes, so it hasn't been too effective. But if Giants can keep taking this vision away, they can easily catch Against All Authority off guard.
And that is exactly what they keep doing. So, how will they get together? They've not had a proper full-on team fight yet. Remember that. 21 minutes gone in this game. No's going to pick up that blue red buff. He has got that Phantom Dancer with the Bloodthirster. Meanwhile, Bloodthirster also picked up by Slayer. And I expected to see the Brutalizer actually on him a little bit earlier. Did get that Tear of the Goddess. So he's waiting to slowly stack that up.
He's actually, it looks like he's skipping it and going for a Last Whisper right away because he knows the enemy team's going to stack armor against him, so that percent's going to benefit him a lot more than that flat. We still might see it come out a little bit later since Freddy's going to need the armor pen, Nona's going to need the armor pen as well, but it's not going to be a first pick. We do have Jimbones and Babetta waiting here on the side. They're going to go in for it.
They're going in towards it, but Chain of Corruption comes out perfectly from Nono, and meanwhile Slayer dives on towards Samix. He can't mess with him. One claw in the back will be enough, but Slayer ends it with the Void Spikes.
Great job by him to really go in against that engager, keeping Samix down as much as possible, even though he's got those 2 kills. And unfortunately for Nono, he was forced out of lane right away. And they're going to have a push on the mid lane even, it looks like happening a little bit, but you can't really push that easily against a Karthus.
Well, Jimbones, he's keeping the pressure on towards Nono down the bottom. Meanwhile, you can see, like you mentioned, they're pushing on towards there. Remember, Nono has just used that Chain of Corruption, and Jimbones is aware of it, but he has got that red buff, and that immediately slows Jimbones' little shock spark, zipping up that mid lane.
I love what they're doing. They're actually keeping them busy in the middle lane for Slayer to go for damage on this top turret. They're going to get a little bit of chunk to it. They're actually having Dude and Freddy 122 come out for this. They could be able to secure it, or they could turn it into a kill because Babetta, he's not tanky at all, and Morden is there on the side.
Well, Giants are going to come around, try and defend this one. They catch the tail end of the Void Spikes. They do keep them away, but that was a good chunk of damage done from Against All Authority on that top lane. Slayer's going to clear out and steal away everything he can from the opposition jungle. Dragon's going to be up in 1 minute's time, and Giants, they are slowly but surely floundering away, and Against All Authorities picking up every little advantage.
And look what Dude's actually doing. He bypassed boots altogether. So to me it shows is that they want to get a Wither onto someone, and then Dude wants to use that person to get to the rest of the team, and then follow up with his ultimate to keep them out of it, or even then, if they do all dive onto Against Authority, he can use his ultimate right there, but he's bypassing that right away to go for Lock of the Iron Solari, because he knows there's so much AoE damage, that Lock is going to help so much.
Well, Samix is going to clear out that top wave. He's been caught out a number of times so far, and he's been trying to do as much as he can, basically effectively like Kevin did in the last game with Rumble just split push away, but he can't, because every time he does it, Slayer comes along and gives him a good kick up the butt, and it's not working out for him. So, Giants, they kind of need to change really what they're doing.
Yeah, they do. And well, luckily for them, Against Authority can't siege turrets too well as long as Giants are grouped up, because you have the Equalizer out of Rumble, not to mention the Wave Clear out of Karthus, and you can also be snared by Xyrus. So they have that in their favor. It's hard for Against Authority to do that. So they're going to have to go for a team fight somewhere, but team fights really heavily favor the Giants because of their whole lineup.
Dude is ready and waiting for the Dragon. And Slayer's actually a long way away from this one. If Giants were to try and pick the fight, and they have got all the members nearby, they may be able to create something here. Slayer's already starting to head south, though. Or is he just going to continue pushing that in the turret?
Well, it looks like they might concede that away. They do have Beta with that Oracle Stellar Vision. Well, they won't have any, let's just say that, even though there is still a ward in that pit. He's going to get that top turret. And the rest of Against Authority are going to push the mid lane. If Shlaya comes down to the mid lane, they could catch Giants off guard and win a fight here.
They realized it. They're past the ward, and you can see, actually, Against Authority, they're just rushing straight for the top inhibitor turret, and Giants are in hot pursuit, but there is already Shlaya working it down. You're going to see Virtual's going to come in. He's going to get a couple of Qs on towards it. That's going to put a big dent in that turret, and the rest of Giants finally managed to react from their inside base.
So good play by them. I mean, they got the tier 2 turret in the top lane. All they lost was Dragon in the end, which is a favorable trade, to be honest. And it looks like, yeah, Dude does have an Oracle himself, so he's going to take away that vision that Giants have, and they're going to try to choke them in terms of gold income by taking all this jungle away consistently. So you do have a Sunfire picked up on a Morden now, so he is definitely that tank they're going to need in these fights. You have that Rod of Ages almost fully stacked right now for Exter, and then the Zhonya's on the way to being completed for Samix.
Oh, Giants trying to create something from that play, and really there's not a great deal to get other than just to farm out as quickly as possible. Gold advantage still with Against Authority. It's been swinging back and forward, but currently it's 3,000 in their favor. And, well, Giants are going to try and push this mid lane. Jimbones is desperately trying to get down here as quick as possible. They're going to see if they can get some damage down on it, but without the AD carry, it's not a great deal going on towards it. And look at that, the Void Spike's clearing it out. They're going to dive on towards Extermin. Can they exterminate him? Yes, they can, but they're all in the defile, and Jimbones comes in. The Equalizer come across. Requiem's going to go down. Samix has taken very low, and now Nono's chasing in there. Can he catch on towards them? Samix turns it back around. They keep him rooted. They keep him stunned. Oh, the snipe comes out from Nono onto Samix there, and it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade.
That was a great play by Freddy to go in there right away on Exter, and because of that, Exter was forced to use that exhaust onto him, which allowed Shlaya to get in there and do a lot of free damage, but Exter played it really well. They got Shlaya very low right out of that fight before he could escape, and they're able to pick up that kill with that ultimate out of Exter, who ends up picking up a death cap. So a 2-for-1 trade, not bad in the end for Against Authority, and that's what they have to keep doing. Like, they cannot, like I was saying before, they can't push towers. They have to catch Giants being aggressive and being cocky.
And Nono, he came into that fight just at the right time towards the end to clear them out. Shlaya went very aggressive. He's got himself that mana immune, wants to get the Muramana built up ASAP. Meanwhile, we do see the reverse from Extermin, wants to get that Seraph Embrace on him. So he's already got that Rabadon's Death Cap along with that Rod of Ages. Of course, this is Extermin, the man of the triple Rod of Ages. Haven't seen that in a while from him, though. So it doesn't seem to go towards it anymore, which is the same. Zhonya's Hourglass has to be picked up by Samix ASAP as well. That would have saved him in that last fight.
Looks like he's actually going for a Rylai's Crystal Scepter before that, which, you know, we'll find out if it's a mistake or not. It's an interesting build, and it also gives him a lot of extra damage. It gives them that ability to push Against Authority away from the turret if they need to. It looks like they're actually heading over towards Baron right now. With that Oracle, they can clear all this vision, and they can force Against Authority to react to this.
They can take it quick, but Schlaer's going to come around. Them Void Spike's catching a full wave on them, and yeah, like you mentioned, that damage is definitely hurting them. Force them to back away from this one. No, building up that snipe. He's got a Banshee's Veil on now.
Yeah, I actually like that pickup quite a bit because he already has enough damage with his items. He has the damage from his percent damage to health, but that gives him the extra magic resist. It gives him the extra freedom from the stun. Not to mention, there is always a possibility of dodging a Karthus ultimate with it. So overall, good pickup, and he's going to be building full damage right after this, and it's see how well he can play this.
They can't seem to pick this fight. Extermin, he's already down below half health, yeah, and he's having to back off. Schlaer is already forcing him away, and they've realized it. Are they going to try and keep this pressure on? Jimbones has gone back as well to base. He's lightning surge back there, and now Against their Authority, they realize the problem, and they are actually going to back away from this one, despite the fact they have a 5-on-3 currently pushed on towards his turret.
See, Against Authority, they're not really super far ahead in items or levels right now, but I think if they went for a potential Baron bait, they could catch Giants in a position they don't want to be in, so it'd be very favorable for Against Authority since they can't seem to get them under this turret. It could be a potential play coming up, but DU doesn't have an Oracle anymore on him.
Yeah, they can't chase it through here. Giants, they want to try and catch someone out, but there's not really any easy targets for them to focus on right now. And Against Authority, they're saying, yep, we had a good siege, we had a good poke on them. We took a good half of the damage off that inner turret. We're going to back off and buy.
And the thing is, they don't want to fight on their side of their half of the map because they know if they lose this engagement, then they're going to lose a tier 2 turret, they're going to lose an inhibitor turret, even potentially 2. And that just will be terrible for them. So they're trying to be aggressive, trying to make the fights happen on Against Authority's side, but yet they can't seem to do that at this point. But Beta still has the Oracle. He may clear out a lot of wards. You see Samix farming up that bottom lane, getting that gold he's going to need for that Crystal Scepter, which he'll have relatively soon. Do you see the engage on a Jimbones, but with that Lightning Rush, he's able to get away.
Chain of Corruption used there, but he did cleanse it off. So Jimbones' cleanse is down for the next fight if they were to engage and see if anyone can lock him up. So an important item or summoner spell used out there, and that's going to force Against Authority, who just had their wards cleared away from the Baron, going straight in, doing a sweep of their own.
thing is, they have actually a decent team against Authority to take Baron down very quickly. They have Nasus with that ultimate, which just shreds Baron. You have Varus as well on top of that. And then you also have the potential to go for a hard engage if you need to, because No can get over the, or No will be able to get over the wall in a little bit with that flash. We have Dude and Schley who can dive into the backside. Even have Freddy who can audacious charge over the wall. They could go for a really nice engage there, but they're just playing a little passive because they know how much this match really means. Like, they need to win this game, and they're playing it because of that, or playing it like this.
Yeah, this is effectively the same as a 6-pointer or a double win, I guess, compared to each other. If one were to win, if the Giants were to pick up a win here, they would definitely be in it for 6th place. If against their Authorities were to win, it would almost secure them at least 6th place. And we'll see how it does progress as it stands against their Authorities with that 4,000 gold advantage, with 11-6 kills and 5-3 turrets are currently in the driving seat. But it could all change with one big team fight.
I think with that Crystal Scepter picked up on a Samix, we're going to see an engage happening very soon. You're not, if you block them off with that, they're not going to be able to run away from you. They're going to be forced to fight you in an enclosed area. And with all of your AoE, with how it's going to work, they should be able to win those fights. We are going to see against our Giants actually push out a little bit here. Dude is waiting on the sideline, trying to catch someone off guard here.
They have caught on towards Babetta, but the rest of the team not quite in there. And now Dude's used everything. The Zyra ultimate comes out. Chain of Corruption lands on towards Extermin, but they're all jumping in towards the Defile. He's jumped straight back out, and that was a hit and run. Requiem comes out. Dude is going to drop down there, so it's a 1-for-1 exchange. Both support from mid lane are going down, and that's actually an advantage for Against Authority, but they're the ones backing away.
Well, the thing is, even Extra got the Oracle off of Dude, and it also got their engage out of against Authority, so they could start to be aggressive here. They finally could take these turrets in the mid lane if they want to, but they actually are being chased away, and Virtual going in.
They're trying to turn it back around, but Freddy 122 taking a good half the health. They're going to dive in towards Samix. They poke back on towards Morden. Morden's been caught out. The rest of the team have just left him for dust, and he does get executed down by Virtual.
Great play by AA, just turn that around. Freddy making that call to say, hey, I'm going in, guys, follow me up, and Morden being the death of that one. Really unfortunate for Giants, but still, I mean, overall, these fights are very close at this point. There isn't really a definitive win for either team just yet, or you can't really tell who's going to fully win the fights. The Dragon will be taken down for Against Authority yet again.
Well, they will picking up that. They're going to pick up a big wave down the bottom as well. Freddy 122 will clear that one out. Going for a different build like he did against Evil Geniuses. This time went Warmogs, and he had Trinity Force. Remember last time he's got that Hex Drinker instead. So we'll see whether he builds that to a more of Malmortius or whether he just picks up some more aggressive defensive items. Slayer, meanwhile, he's been clearing out this top wave, picking himself up a chunk of gold. He's got that Mirror Mana now completed along with the Bloodthirster and Last Whisper, as well as the Mercury Treads, because he's so worried about getting caught out by that CC comp that Giants has.
And the thing is, looking over Against Authority, their items, each member has, well, minus Dude, has over 120 magic resist, and when they're all together, they have about 130, 140, which is really hard for Giants to really, you know, eat through at this point. And even Dude with his WF will have that, but as the game is progressing, like, you know, Giants are going to get stronger because they have Karthus, because they have Rumble, because they have Kennen, but also Against Authority going to get tanky enough to kind of deal with that, and it's kind of just a butting of heads to see who can really win these fights.
Well, it's Jim Bones that needs to get involved. He's 1-1-1. He's only been involved in 2 kills so far of the 7 that Giants have. And he needs to try and create something here. Really, well, not so much create it, but react and get on the back of it. Get them kills in there. Slayer, again, he's off at the side, farming away, clearing the waves, and honestly, I'm not too sure whether they can do something. They do see that he's out of position. They thought about going for the Baron now, maybe trying to force a positional fight. Instead, we see Slayer. He's hot throwing it up there. They're going to catch on towards Virtual. Wall of Pain did get down to his hands. The Harpoon. Is it going to be enough damage to poke him away? Instead, they're going to turn around. Chain of Corruption catching on towards Extermin. Samix is coming in from the side. Sorry, it's going to be Slayer getting up from the side there. There's going to be... Jim Bones trying desperately to get the slice of Maelstrom, but it's not going to be enough damage. He's had to cleanse it away. Slayer just pops him down. It's a double kill for Slayer, and that's going to be No picking up a triple kill as well. And they just absolutely execute every single one of them. Final kill comes out from the passive of Zyra, but it's just not enough. And Against our Authorities coming out on top again.
Slayer played that so perfectly in that fight. If you watched him, he dodged the cocoon that came out of Morden, was able to just hit every once in a while, get out, get back in because of the jump resetting, and just do even more damage. That was so perfectly well played, and shows this mastery of this Kha'Zix. And with that ace, they should be able to take this inhibitor turret. And not to mention, they have the top inhibitor turret already down to half life at this point. So if they get this inhibitor, they're going to have another one they could take in a few minutes.
Huge advantage now for Against Authority after that fight. And remember, it was Giants that actually tried to force it. They thought they had a great positional advantage. One ward in that river would have told them, no, you don't. It's not going to work out quite so well for you. And now No 8-5. This guy has got such a strong KDA over the last 3 weeks. It is building up higher and higher. It is working so well for him alongside Dude.
He reminds me a lot of the Tess, actually, from the Wolves, because once Bjergsen came into the Wolves' team, the Tess, like, so much weight was lifted off his shoulders. He played so much better, and you're seeing Nono do the exact same thing with Dude coming into the game. And Nono will be backing with about had about 2.5 thousand gold. Picks up an Infinity's Edge, so he is just gonna hurt extremely well against everyone on the Giants.
Yeah, and Jim Bones, you know, at the end there, he was just forced to back away. He got his ultimate going, but the fight was already over.
Yeah.
There's nothing he could do about it. And Extermin, he's been dropping like an absolute proverbial sack of spuds before this fight even begins.
Well, the thing is, we can look at it as against Authority. I mean, they did win that ace, or they did win that fight with an ace, but the thing is, Giants didn't get the initiate they wanted to. They didn't get their entire combo working perfectly. So we do see engage happening out of Freddy 1-2 on a Samux.
Samux is caught out. The equalizer had to be used, but Zyra ultimate is going to pop him up as well. He did manage to get a grasping roots, but Samux still caught out here. Rest of Giants are going to come around. Wall of Pain will be back available. Oh, what a fantastic catch from Dude there. Slicing Maelstrom comes out, but it is just melted the moment he even popped it off there. And Against All Authority just ripping through the whole back line of the Giants. And that is surely going to be the game for Against All Authority. They can come in, they can clear out the Nexus turrets and wipe out the base.
And that's exactly something I want to point out, is that Against Authority is doing such a good job of making Giants use ultimates to stay alive like that. Babetta had to use his ultimate just to keep Samux alive. Didn't work out in the end, so they never had their entire combo up for these fights. But Against Authority going to take this win. Very well played by them within a very close match.
Very, very well played. Against All Authority with the victory over the Giants. And that takes it 3-1 in their favor, and more importantly, secures their playoff position. And it's 2-0 for Against All Authority today. What a great start for Super Week. We're going to get over to the analysis desk to take us through that one. It's going to be Joe Miller and Trevor Quickshot Henry.
Thanks a lot, Demon. So Quickshot, another great performance coming out of Against All Authority. Obviously, we saw them earlier on. They actually changed their playstyle quite a bit from this one around. I mean, even if you look at Nono, you know, he last time obviously played that Ezreal was a different game from him this time around, but in the end, almost a similar outcome, ending 9-8. But as I said, the playstyle changed a little bit on the fly there.
Yeah, so it was a slightly different approach. What we've seen earlier in the day was a much more aggressive team. AAA were picking fights, picking engagements, and they were sort of going in as a team. In this particular situation, coming up against the Giants roster, they played a skirmish battle. As soon as Giants members were stacked up as a group, they ran away. They did not pick a straight-up fight. They waited until somebody was a little bit alone, and then they threw everything they had at that person. We've seen it very early on in the mid lane. They dove Exter's Karthus in under the turret. We've seen a little bit later near the banana bush. They dove everything again onto Exter's Karthus. And that was the way that they played these little miniature skirmishes because of the amount of area of effect damage and control that Giants had. They didn't want to straight up fight because they wouldn't win it.
Yeah, and we saw again Nono in the laning phase, just to kind of skip backwards to that as well. It all started obviously with just underneath the tower. Great play in terms of, you know, calculating who's going to be tanking what damage and when. Just diving Samux with 2 underneath the tower in on that one. And, you know, that's the danger that Nono and Dude in 3 weeks can coordinate that kind of play. That's really dangerous for all the teams that are going to be facing them again.
It was really impressive to watch. The tower dive, first of all, like you mentioned, was absolutely perfect. And Leona, arguably one of the best tower diving champions with all of the defensive stats she just gets from her base abilities. And then when Morden came into the lane, you actually heard Jason and Demon going, well, Morden shouldn't be here. This is a bad call. And they dove in. I think they had like 150 HP apiece, and they picked up a full kill on, you know, full HP kill onto Morden. The coordination was great. There was a couple of questionable plays in the mid game where Giants were able to bounce back because Against All Authority overcommitted. They felt like they were in the lead. They felt like they were in control of the game, and they did throw away a few objectives and a few team fights. But overall, they were setting the tone and the pace, and it obviously allowed them to pick up another win.
So let's have a look then at our replay for this one and set us up with where we are in the game at this point.
Okay, so we're going to jump into the replays. 33 minutes on the clock, 13-7, and only 5,000 gold difference. I want you to pay careful attention to the minimap where you can see Schleyer. He's going to be very, very late to this party. And what Giants have done is they feel like they've got a good positioning here on Virtual. So they throw a lot of resources into actually picking up this kill. And you'll notice, Against All Authority, they do not fight. They do not pick an engagement here at all until this point, when they know that Schleyer is close by. But again, look at the positioning from AAA. They are completely split up. They are not going to have a straight-up fight. They have Slayer poking in from the side. You have Freddy coming in from the side. And all of a sudden, the resets come out from Slayer one after the other. They didn't actually fight a fair, straight-up head-to-head engagement there. That was, you know, a pincer movement, effectively, of the carries of Slayer and Freddy coming in from the side. Once Slayer's like, oh, they're looking at me, he backed off, then Freddy dove in. And as a defending player or as a Giants player, you're in this mindset, let's kill Virtual. Then all of a sudden you go, oh, we've overextended. Then you go, oh, there's Kha'Zix. Oh, there's Xin. You lose focus, and as soon as you lose focus on a target, you lose the team fight. So very well played by AAA overall.
Yeah, and as you said, you know, the whole disruption thing in that fight was great. And that is exactly why the Solar Flare missed, ladies and gentlemen. He was just causing a distraction to try and blind them with the bright lights.
Exactly.
But a great play, obviously, out of against Authority. And as we said, 2-0 now here on the first day of our final Super Week.
I do want to touch on that as well. We were talking about how important that game was. Coming into this match, the wins and losses for both AAA and Giants were even. Now, with AAA winning this victory, they have a 3-1 head-to-head record with Giants. What that means is at the end of Super Week, if they have the same number of wins and losses, because of the head-to-head record, they are guaranteed to advance. In order for Giants to clinch 6th place now, they have to hope for AAA to lose more and get a better win-loss record.
Definitely not an easy task after that one. And as Demon pointed out, this could well be the match of the week, to be honest.
Yeah.
Certainly in that bottom half of the table. So on to our MVP vote. And again, it was a hard one. We had No, who obviously was the MVP in their first game of the day. He finished at 9-8. We had Slayer on Kha'Zix finishing at 6-3-10. Great young performance from Virtual as well, 4-13 assists. In the end, though, spreading the love a little bit here today to Freddy on Xin Zhao. He finished the game with 3-0-11. But you can never underestimate Xin Zhao in this composition, which is, you know, what you actually talked about in terms of they never wanted to fight 5-on-5 right on top of each other. And the dispersion that the Xin Zhao ultimate offers in that situation is pretty much unrivaled.
As soon as we left the laning phase as well, it was predominantly on Freddy's initiations under the tower in the lane. He would pick a target out, charge onto them with his E, and then everyone else would collapse on top of him. And every single time people died from Giants, it was because Freddy started it. So a well-deserved MVP. He was the one that created the opportunities, and the rest of the team backed him up.
Well, Giants now facing a little bit of a tough test, that's for sure. Obviously, they will be in action in just 2 games' time, actually, I believe, is their next game against Gambit Gaming, which, you know, we've already talked about how well that's gone for them. They're the only team up until now with a positive record against the Russians.
Gambit's Spanish kryptonite.
The bogey team, as we call it in England. So that's it from us here. We'll be moving over to the caster desk for the next one, but for now, we're going to head to the main stage, where Shocks is waiting with Dude.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Dude, the support player for AA. Now, first off, picks and bans. It was EG's downfall that they didn't ban Kennen against Giants last week. You guys weren't afraid of the Kennen Zyra lane.
No, it wasn't a problem at all for us. We managed to try to face their lane because they mainly played Kennen and Zyra in bot lane. So as we know, they would lane swap. We just let them that picks and do that.
Mentally, this was probably one of the most important matchups because it was directly for 6th place. Is that also how you experienced it?
We managed that like revenge from the last week because last week that was really a storm for us. So we had a revenge for them, so we had it.
Now, no matter how you turn it, it is since you joined the team that it seems to have it all taken off. So what is the magic factor you bring to the team, Dude?
I think it's just about the smile, and the mood in the team is way better now when people want to train, want to practice, and want to invest themselves in the team. So that's how it works. When you have a good relation between each player, the mood is great, and everyone wants to do the best of him. So it's fine.
Thank you. I heard you also have a message for your French fans.
Yes, je voudrais dire en français, bisous à ma chérie et Dwagby, on t'attend.
Very nice. It's a very cute message there. Thank you very much. Now, that was a great game, and the next game will certainly bring you to the edge of your seat. This matchup, SK proved that they can rock with the big boys last week by taking down Gambit, and now they've got their sights set on Fnatic. But with the European All-Star top laner in their ranks, that won't be an easy task. SK versus Fnatic in a couple of moments.
Quickly show you how the spring playoffs and summer promotion tournament all works. It's a little bit complicated, so bear with me. So starting off, for the playoff teams, ranked 1 and 2 will immediately qualify for the summer split, as well as move to the semi-finals for the playoffs. You can see them right now. Fnatic and Gambit sat there. Third plays 6th, which is currently SK Gaming and Copenhagen Wolves, and 4th plays 5th, which is currently Evil Geniuses versus Against All Authority. You can see EG and AAA, they'd progress and play Gambit. SK and Copenhagen Wolves progress to play Fnatic. So, the losers of the quarterfinals, as I've just mentioned, will be playing those guys. But, more importantly, 7th and 8th place teams will be moving to the summer promotion tournament, which is a whole different ball game. That will be happening in 2 weeks' time. Playoffs are next week, summer promotion tournament, 2 weeks' time. You with me right so far? Okay, that's the start of May. Good.
I'm with you, Demon.
Yeah, it's good. It's good that you are. That tournament, of course, will also feature 8 additional Challenger Circuit teams. As you can see on the graphic, we have multiple stages to the promotion tournament. The first 4 amateur teams, which it says amateur 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., they have earned their spot from Lille. So that is Meet Your Makers and Team Alternate. Also, the ESL Go for LOL places, 2 teams came from that, and they will battle against the top 4 teams from last week's Challenger Circuit qualifiers, which are not populated right now, but I can tell you that there's Team TCM Gaming are in there. I think they were the number 1, so they'd be down the bottom versus number 4, etc. And Dexter is actually evil. They'd be playing against Meet Your Makers in that top slot. There's a number of teams in there. They will get populated. You'll be able to check it out on the website. Don't worry about it. So they are the 12 teams. They're going to be coming from the summer promotion tournament. They're all going to be competing for the 4 spots in the summer split of the League of Legends Championship Series. So potentially, you see them going through. They're going to be playing against LCS 7th and 8th place. You can see it on that graphic, as well as the losers of the quarterfinals. So that's potentially Evil Geniuses, Against All Authorities, SK Gaming, and Copenhagen Wolves currently. So we could potentially see all 4 of those teams drop out of the LCS and 4 brand new teams come in. Or nothing could happen. They could all win themselves. It's a best of 5 when they're at that stage, so generally, you would think the advantage is with the LCS teams. They've been in the best league currently in Europe, so you would expect them to win that games. But who knows? Who the hell wants to face Meteor Makers? That's the big question.
Not me.
Not me, no.
I mean, pretty much in the next 3 weeks, we're going to have so many games for you to watch, so much excitement, and make sure to, pretty much lock down those times. Say, hey guys, I'm not going to my room tonight. I'm going to get all this food. I'm going to sit here in my bed and watch. I'm not going anywhere to watch all these matches because it's going to shape how the summer split's going to go, and it's going to be an exciting summer.
Yeah, so that is what is to come. This is, of course, Super Week, so don't worry. There's still a hell of a lot of games to go. We've gone through 3 games. That's all. We've got 17 more to come. 3 more today. Whew, 6 more. I don't want to panic, Joe, in quick shot. There is 3 more to come today, 6 games tomorrow, and 8 games on Sunday. Don't forget, also, in North America, there's 8 games to come tonight in North America. So everything will be shaping up beautifully in the LCS. Don't forget, also, LPL. That happens in China in the morning for us in European. Americans, tough. You're probably not going to really watch that because it's a crazy hours for you guys, as well as the OGN. There's so much happening. And we want to get the party started once again because we're going to get into match 4. It will be against all authority. Tell a lie. It's Fnatic versus SK Gaming. We're on to the big boys right now. This is El Clasico. It's all over once again. Trevor Quickshot Henry and Joe Miller will be taking you through the action for the next 3 games.
Thanks, guys. Match 4 of Super Week will be none other than the final showing of El Clasico, Fnatic versus SK Gaming. Now, SK have a woeful record against Fnatic in offline matches. They're currently 0 for 17 against them overall. However, this is a similar situation to what we had last week when SK found themselves up against Gambit. They were 0 for 12, I believe it was, coming into that one. So maybe it's a good omen for SK Gaming this time around.
Well, we'll have to see because it is a very, very difficult record to improve upon. But if there's any team that has been improving, it has, of course, been SK. They've gotten rid of those shaky performances that we've seen recently. And like you said, with that resounding win, the question we've just asked, can they do it again when challenging Fnatic? EG did it last weekend. We've already seen the SK play Dragonborns earlier today, and they looked absolutely fantastic. They controlled their opponents, and they never let the Dragonborns poke composition get into full swing, never let them really poke them down. For SK Gaming, every single loss puts them closer to the Evil Geniuses and possibly battling them for that 4th place position at the end of this week. To get the preferred seed of 3rd versus 6th in that playoff bracket that we've just seen, they'll need to defeat Fnatic and ensure that their win-loss record remains above the Evil Geniuses.
So with all that said and done, let's have a look at the 2 lineups for these teams. Of course, very familiar to you by now. So on the blue team, Fnatic with Soaz, Cyanide, Xpeke, Yellow Star, and N-Rated.
And of course, for SK Gaming, Kevin, Hercubot, Ocelot, Candy Panda, and Nif.
So let's have a bit more of an in-depth look then, pick out the key players for these 2 teams. Starting with Fnatic, you just heard that official announcement for our All-Star team, and we've got one of the best European representatives in that for this very match. Soaz from Fnatic, he's had some of the best statistics up until now in the LCS.
So statistics, this is leading up to this week. The highest KDA out of all top laners. Hence the reason he's the All-Star. Highest GPM out of all top laners, 341 gold per minute. That is 14 gold per minute ahead of the 2nd place Kevin, who is a direct lane opponent. Earlier in the week, we've seen the video as well. He defeated Wicked 3 versus 2 in their insanely epic 1v1 challenge, which drew 144,000 viewers at its peak. And we've also heard Soaz does not like 1v2 situations. He's come out and said, look, I don't know why we do it. I don't like being in those situations, and I actually prefer to just go head-to-head.
Well, for SK Gaming, we've got to highlight Hercubot. He's died a mere 41 times. I put a disclaimer in that was up until this week, out of a total of 23 games. By picking great times, to be honest, to engage, not really overextending, he's definitely one of the higher impact junglers in the league.
Now, if memory serves me, he went 0-0-13 in the game, which would make that 41 deaths in 24 games.
So it got even more impressive.
Even better.
Stat.
That insanely low death count means that his engagements are always perfect with limited risk. We've seen it last week against Gambit. He would literally dive in with Cataclysm with his Jarvan in the 4th and completely lock out his opponents, allowing his team to roll away. He's currently got the highest KDA out of all European junglers, and he's actually, he's consistently strong in all of his performances with all of his junglers. It doesn't matter who he plays, he always puts in that good performance, hence his low death cap. And as we mentioned already, Jarvan the 4 is particularly strong on. If they don't ban it out, you can expect him to pick that one up.
Finally, it's up to him to get those solo lane ganks going so he can give either Kevin or Ocelot that good start that they need to repeat the performance of defeating Gambit last weekend in this game against Fnatic.
So as we start to move in towards the bans and picks, what can we expect from this one, apart from a Nuno in that top lane for Soaz, obviously?
Well, we'll see if Soaz is going to pull it up. We've actually seen him using it in a scrim, so it wouldn't surprise me that much. In terms of bans, you've got the high priority picks, the likes of Twisted Fate, Zed, Jarvan. I would even maybe go so far as to say Varus against Yellowstar. It's a champion that he's been playing a lot of, and he may then decide to fall back to Misfortune. So you've got those options available. N-Rated and Nif have got slightly different champion pools as far as the support goes, but we know that N-Rated tends to draw bans. So we've seen Leona bans targeted at him, and that also wouldn't surprise me.
Well, we are going to get in there in a second. You see on your screens Fnatic and SK previously looking very, very focused for this one. We've called it El Clasico before. We, of course, saw that amazing game back at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, which got Peke his famous backdooring name, and everyone's been trying to do it, some with success, as we saw from Froggen in that last week of play. SK, as per usual, very, very focused in here. You can see Ocelot with his famous playbook that is probably worth a lot of money in the grand scheme of things, if especially for his opponents, if they could have a read about what SK are going to be planning for these games. But we are going to be getting into the bans and the picks. Of course, Fnatic are on blue side, and as such will have the first ban and the first pick, and there is Cyanide just topping himself up, getting ready for the game.
This is also the last time that these two teams will meet this split. Current record is 3-0 in favor of Fnatic, and they want to try hold that 17-0 win streak over SK Gaming. El Clasico, I don't know about the Real Madrid and Barcelona scores, but I don't think it's that one-sided.
It's not quite that one-sided. But you know, despite that 0-17, we've seen some extremely good games between these two. But let's get into the bans then. First ban coming out from Fnatic was Kale. They banned out Thresh as well in their second pick. Twisted Fate and Nasus here aimed towards Fnatic, so taking out Twisted Fate for Xpeke and Cyanide with the dock. So
you've got the direct targeted bans, you know, the support, jungler, and then of course the mid laners. They don't want Ocelot to get his Kale, who we played earlier in the day and did very, very well with. And you obviously don't want Xpeke being able to backdoor you with that Twisted Fate pick. So Zed is still available. Volibear is here. We have not seen him in the first 3 games of the day, and he's just been banned out. His Q was nerfed in this particular patch, so his low-level speed increase from that Rolling Thunder is not as impactful.
Yeah, and could be the reason why he's not really been featured much, or at all, actually, in our first 3 games up until now, with him being banned out. So let's have a look then what first pick is. There's a lot left open here.
There is a lot of champions here. Shen is still available for pick if Kevin decides to go that route. We have seen him running Shen a number of times this weekend. Elise was the first lock-in for Fnatic, but in terms of all of the high-priority champions, you have Zed that is still there. In terms of our junglers, this is going to be the interesting one to see because the norms of Jarvan, Nasus, and Volibear are gone. So we've seen Nautilus out of Evil Geniuses earlier in the day. We've seen Hecarim a number of times this split. But in terms of your traditional junglers, the go-to ones, they're not there or available.
Well, let's see then. It looks like we're going to be seeing a Janna Varus lane picked up here from SK Gaming. I have to admit, wasn't expecting a Janna.
No, now Janna's a support pick we don't see very often, but I know in the solo queue, higher elos, AP Janna is somewhat of a trend right now in the sort of the Platinum and the Diamond queues. So I'm not 100% convinced it's going to be Varus on the Janna Varus the bottom lane. If it is, the synergy is great. That Eye of the Storm, Janna's E, adds up to 50 attack damage at max rank, and Varus's ability scale of bonus 80 so incredibly well. So it will work very, very well if they do stick that combo in the bottom lane.
So let's have a look then at the picks here for Fnatic. Urgot, just to bring up some statistics there, it's been played once so far in the European LCS, and he's won 1 game, which obviously means he's the best champion around, maybe.
100%, 100% win-loss ratio for Urgot. We have seen Urgot 2 days ago in North America. It was actually run in a Urgot Kale bottom lane, which was very, very interesting. So we'll see if this Urgot does get locked in. Fnatic have run Urgot in the past, and if this is going to be an Urgot Blitzcrank lane, the amount of swaps and then pulls is very, very scary.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous it could be once they get to level 6. You never know where you're going to land after all that comes in. But let's have a look then what SK are going to be going for after this one. Obviously, for me, jungle is one of the more interesting points in the picks here because of the bans that we've got.
I'm very glad you said that because Fnatic have also shown with Elise there, Elise could be in the jungle. Elise could be in the top lane. Elise could even be support in this particular situation. I don't know if Xpeke actually likes to play her, so I wouldn't put my money on her being in the mid lane. With Blitzcrank being locked in and Leona still available, we've already seen Soaz running Blitz once this split. It was, of course, to counter Evil Geniuses in a very targeted type of composition, so the possibility is there. Over on the other side for SK Gaming, they've got a lot of decisions to make. If they're going to stick to the trend of allowing Ocelot to counter pick, we're going to see the jungler and or mid/top laner being locked in right now.
Well, let's see. Currently Rumble and Irelia and Shen. So that's going to be Irelia top lane and Shen in the jungle for Hercubot by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's the way I would also work on it. And, you know, as a trend, SK Gaming, whenever they play red side, they almost always allow Ocelot to counter pick as his final champion to lock in. So if that is going to be the trend, they're going to see now who Fnatic decides to lock in as their last two and make some educated guesses. Interestingly, Kevin is the only player that's currently running Irelia up in that top lane, pretty much internationally. This is a champion that has somewhat fallen off in Season 3, and Kevin just builds a completely tanky. Just goes, you know, Warmogs, Sunfire, Randuins, and pretty much relies on that heat and style true damage to be his only damage source.
So Fnatic right now hovering over Mundo, who, you know, is not one of the more popular ones out there, but we have been seeing him at unregular intervals, I guess you can say, throughout the season. And well, you can expect some different picks to come out for the jungle just due to the fact that we do have those bans in there, and there is an Ezreal as well.
So that's going to be AP Ezreal for Peke. That's my first guess. That's going to be Mundo in the jungle, Elise top lane with an Urgot Blitzcrank bottom lane. That's where my money would go for this particular comp. What Fnatic have done is they've got a little bit of everything. They've got very tanky champions. They've got very mobile champions with Elise, with Mundo, with Ezreal. And then they've got the displacement that can come from either Urgot or Blitzcrank. Those flash position reversal engages can be terrifying. And you can see with the look on Nif's face is this awkward grin of, we did not anticipate this. Like, what did we do? This was, you know, unexpected. And
that's straight out of the back page of Ocelot's playbook. Like, can't do that, can't do that, can't. There we go then. That's what lineup we're going for this time around. But let's have a look then. What they're going to go with this time around. That's a big question here. Where is that Janna going to go? Will it be the support for Varus, or will Ocelot pick you up for that middle lane?
Well, he's got a lot of choices available to him because there's a huge array of champions. If he is locking in the Lux, it means he's going to be able to at least counter the likes of Blitzcrank, Mundo, Elise when they come in, land that light binding and hold them in place. But again, now for the SK side, you've got some pretty clear differences. Super tanky Shen, super tanky Irelia, they're going to be very beefy and reliant on the initiations unless a good light binding actually catches somebody out. At the moment, Hercubot's sitting with jungle Irelia, but I do expect that to swap.
Some very, very interesting ones for this one. Fnatic, of course, 17-0 in all LAN games against SK Gaming. Like we said, we call it El Clasico simply because the games have been great that we've seen between these two teams. In terms of scoreline, though, not quite the most even matchup that we have here in that LCS. Fnatic, of course, in the LCS season itself, 3-0 against SK, with this being the last showing.
And talking about that as well, even though the matches are always, you know, in favor of Fnatic winning, that's not how the game actually plays out. They bounce back and forth, and many, many times in the past, SK Gaming have actually been in the lead in the opening and mid-game of the match. So we'll see if they can replicate it. Both teams have the ability to scale very well into the mid-game, as well as having good team fight potential. I do feel that there's going to be a lot of pressure on Nif's Janna. He's going to be very reliant on those Howling Gales to either cancel or interrupt those position reverses and also get rid of anybody that runs into range. Dr. Mundo has to quite literally run up to you and tap you on the shoulder before he can deal damage, and Janna's pretty good at getting rid of somebody like that.
Yeah, and he taps hard if he manages to get to your shoulder, that's for sure. But one thing that's interesting here, we'll have to have a look in game Ezreal. So we saw earlier on in the season that Peke played a Caitlyn in that middle lane. Now, that, you know, when you see Ezreal in there, you'd automatically think, okay, it's going to be an AP Ezreal. But that may not be quite the case here. As I said, we'll have a look later. He's running the Flash Cleanse at the moment, going up against Ocelot's Lux in this middle lane. You see there the focus on both teams. Fnatic looking, you know, concentrated but relaxed, I think we can call it at this point.
So there's quite a lot on the line. Fnatic, in order to secure a top 2 position, need to just pick up 1 win out of 5 games, and they'd like to pick it up right now. If they win this match, they are guaranteed top 2 and going into the summer split, going to semi-finals. They've picked somewhat of an oddball composition, and we've actually seen Xpeke running AP Ezreal before in the past, and he's currently got no ability power on his rune page at the moment. 6% lifesteal, and he's gone... let me scroll over here. There we go. Swapped over. Yeah, so same again. Armor penetration and attack speed glyphs. So he's not AP. He hasn't ruined or mastered up for ability power, so he might be doing something different like we've seen from that Caitlyn in the mid.
But of course, that could all change once we go further. That could just be for his pure power in that lane phase here up against Lux. We can see on your screens there, SK Gaming headed down on the bottom side of the Fnatic jungle. We'll see if they stick around for that one. Going to be a very deep invade towards going down on that south side curve bush, one up on the Wraith bush as well. So SK going to have a lot of vision here of that Fnatic jungle. The question is whether Fnatic at this point are going to go and try the same over on the top side.
Fnatic have just gotten full vision of the SK lineup as they've walked over a ward. You can see that on the ping. So Fnatic have got the information advantage in this particular battle right now. They're going to try and get into position, and there are some wards left for SK. So we may actually see a very exciting level 1. Currently, Fnatic have the positional advantage as well as the vision advantage, because that ward that they had in the bush, they can see Nif. If Enrated gets a good Blitzcrank hook, they might be able to pick up first blood, and this is a very tense start. Enrated's going to go.
Oh, he's going to go for the hook, and he will pull Nif through. There's an instant flash away from Nif, and wow, he was hovering over that button. You could tell the speed that he hit that there was top-notch from Nif, just saved his own life.
So he had to burn flash to do that. What that means is if he gets caught out by a hook in lane, he is going to go down. He has no safety now in order to get away. We did see Enrated burn his Ignite in that particular engage, so they did trade Summon Spell for Summon Spell, but you'll gladly trade that escape ability of Flash over Ignite. And they've caught Candy!
Candy Panda getting hooked in there as well, and he will have to burn his Flash just to get away from that side. There's a Q of Yellowstar already connecting in, so Flash has burnt for both Candy Panda and Nifia. This is not the start they were looking for. As you can see, Hercubot has stolen that red buff away now. We'll see if Fnatic with Mundo go into the top side of the SK jungle to try and do the same.
Very well played by SK. They actually come out better in this situation because they've lost. Did they lose red buff? I'm trying to see. Yes, so they did lose red buff as well. Traded it back and forth, but they've got positional advantage, and the pressure's now on Yellowstar and Enrated in the top lane. As we see Hercubot level 2, can he get the taunt onto Soaz? Soaz does have flash available and blows that very early.
Yeah, was trying to dodge there from Hercubot, but in the end decided using the flash was going to be safer at that moment. I apologize for wondering if Mundo was going to take the red buff from the SK side. He'd already taken it that little bit earlier on from that one, just so that we're up to date with that. There's another pull, going to land in onto Nif. No flash available. Exhaust goes down. Have they got enough damage? One more Q. There it is. First blood, but Yellowstar going very low. Candy Panda goes in. Final auto attack will get the kill. But Cannon Rated, he's surely not got the damage here as Blitzcrank. Gonna do a lot of damage there, but not quite finish off. 1-1.
So they trade 1 for 1. First blood does go to Urgot. And what I was trying to say is that in this particular matchup, Urgot needs to get ahead and stay ahead. If he starts falling to the Varus Janna lane, he's not going to be able to get tanky enough to survive the damage, and you need to have a tanky, beefy Urgot in this situation. He's trying to rush what looks like a Brutalizer, as the Rocket Grab just misses there from Enrated.
And just flashing by. Candy Panda obviously ready for that one, as Hercubot will be taking his first blue of the game. Obviously, he stole the red buff away from Fnatic in reaction to his own red buff being taken earlier. Mid lane, 19 to 16 here. We did see the Elixir plus pot start coming out for Xpeke, and there is the first pink ward of this game going down for Enrated to clear out vision of the Tribush.
The pink war has begun between supports, and we'll see who can control the vision. Xpeke with Ezreal in this mid lane against Lux has the ability to actually deal damage even if he gets caught by a light binding, depending on the distance between himself and Ocelot. And of course, that Mystic Shot range is particularly good. So we'll see how he continues to skill up that Ezreal and build, but at the moment he's preferring his Q over his W, which does make you think it might be an AD build.
Yeah, exactly my thoughts from that one as well. Down in the pink wall, as we talked about earlier on. Nif wins that miniature battle, as we are going to see the pull coming here on towards Candy Panda. He's going to be locked on, but do they have the damage to finish off? Yellowstar just backing away. Howling Gale comes in. There is barrier used, and Yellowstar now the one in trouble, but they've backed away from him. Ignite comes down, the shield come out from Janna, and that's surely going to save Candy Panda. Really tense stuff here in this top lane.
Ladies and gentlemen, a Classico is here and it is delivering already. 1-1, both AD carries are low. Exhaust and Flash is burned for Yellow Star, but Enrated does have his Flash available. Hercubot was putting himself in a position to maybe pick an engagement, but he decided to back away. They know that Fnatic do not have vision of that Tribush, and thanks to Candy Panda's potions and getting some additional HP back with those Doran's Blades, he is sustaining better than that of Yellow Star, and that's obviously going to play into his favor.
Insane start to this one, as we'd probably expect from El Clasico. As I said earlier on, we've seen this mid lane now. Peke got the advantage in terms of mana here. Ocelot's running dangerously low with that one. Does have that Fairy Charm for a little bit of regen in there, but it's already going up towards a 10 CS lead for that Ezreal in there, as Kevin here going to go on towards Soaz, gets the stunning, dashes away.
Well played by Soaz, landing that cocoon, immediately dissipating the amount of pressure that could come down from Kevin's Aurelia. And it's a lane matchup we haven't looked at too much right now, but Soaz is falling behind. He's 15 creeps behind that of Kevin's Aurelia already, and his lane is actually pushing. So I imagine he's spending more time focusing on last hitting, trying to get that neurotoxin down onto Kevin, than he actually is spending on CSing, and that may come back to bite him in the butt.
One thing that we've not really seen is the junglers. They've been very, very quiet up until now with Cyanide on Mundo. Hercubot on Shen spending a lot of time getting themselves farmed here in the jungle. So we'll see how, once they start to make appearances on these lanes, how that one is going to go. Zenrater just getting some wards down. The pink ward in that Tribush obviously means that he doesn't want to risk going into that one. And we saw earlier on, you know, we can never underestimate the power of that Janna shield, as well as we are going to see Soaz here putting down good damage onto Kevin, but no kill.
Very well played there by Soaz as well, timing his cocoon and his attack perfectly with the entire minion wave sitting there to back him up. So he got all that additional free damage. Enrated and Yellow Star sitting on level 4 right now to the level 5 and 3 of Nif. So there's that little disparity. Soaz going to go on Kevin.
He's going to go in there again, but has he got the damage? Didn't really have the mana to keep that one up there, but every little bit helps in a lane, a 1 versus 1 lane like that. If you can force someone to back, you're already doing a good job of things, as Hercubot will be getting that red buff here on the top side. Of course, was stolen away for the first time, which forced him to reactionary go over to the Fnatic side of the map and take theirs. Yellow Star, along with Enrated, just make sure that they don't miss a single bit of CS there underneath that tower. There's the grab coming out. Doesn't land though.
So Nip playing Janna's got the benefit of the passive, and we see they've gone onto Candy Panda, going to start chasing those corrosive charges down.
Can he put the damage out that he needs here? And the range of that when you're locked on is obviously the big advantage that you've got. The Yellow Star can back off a little bit, but still put out that damage that Varus can't.
So what you've seen in that particular situation was Nif literally just walked away from Enrated's Blitzcrank. With his W and his passive, he gets a lot of passive movement speed that just allows him to kite and move away from the melee Blitz. If they manage to get the slowdown from Urgot, from his E, that'll allow them to chase. But in this particular situation, Yellow Star coming off worse for wear because he's very unhealthy.
There is Blue Buff going over on towards Peke. He's got Vamp set to, still got the elixirs. Here comes the laser from the side. Ocelot going to snipe down Yellow Star there. As they came, they did the damage onto him in that top lane. And Ocelot coming in perfectly aimed down for a kill for SK Gaming. Puts them in the lead now.
This is exactly what we've seen out of SK when they beat Gambit last week. They made plays by coordinating their ganks and moving around the map. You've seen Ocelot, he had Final Spark, he didn't use it in the mid lane, he didn't use it to CS or to farm. He moved up, waited for the Chain of Corruption to land and blew them up. Cyanide's ghosted in for this one.
Let's see if they can get in there. Janna will put the shield on, but actually the Cleaver just didn't quite land there, max its range out, and they will walk away from that one. But that's one thing that we always talk about with Ocelot, his strength at moving around the map and really helping his teammates out. The great thing about Final Spark is because of the range, you don't always have to be right up there in the lane. If you manage to get the kill like that, it's a bonus or even an assist. You go back in and you carry on farming.
And of course, we are on 3.5 balance patch, so this is live. In terms of the Lux Laser, it does have a slightly higher cooldown at ranks 2 and at ranks 3. I believe it's 5 seconds and then 10 seconds. So it's not a big change, but it is a little less as Pekka gets caught out. He's not going to burn his cleanse for that because he knows Final Spark was used fairly recently.
He is, however, 20 CS ahead of Ocelot right now. And that kill will have made up for that somewhat, as the blue buff will go over onto Lux, and the pings actually coming down there just to ward them off somewhat. So this bottom lane been fairly quiet after that first bout of fighting. And Elise with the Giant's Belt in there, Cutlass in there for Irelia, which is, you know, not the way that we saw really Irelia being built last time around, but that's really before that Blade of the Ruined King became popular.
Yeah, so it synergizes very well with Irelia's kit, has the ability to, you know, apply the on-hit slow, all of the attack speed just scales with the Heaton style. Then you've got your true shot, your true damage from the W, as well as the percentage HP from the item itself once it's completed. So it's a good pickup. What we did actually see in the middle lane, Ocelot's Final Spark is an off cooldown. He spammed that out in the mid lane just to get vision on Dragon. He was afraid that Fnatic were trying to pull a sneaky move. And it's just showing he's not afraid to use that ability to scout.
Yeah, I think that was due to the fact that we saw Soaz move up the river from his lane. It's down in the bottom, actually. We are seeing some damage being exchanged as Kevin is going to go in here on towards Soaz, but in the end, will back away. Did finally use that elixir, by the way.
Now, we do see that Soaz still has his Ignite available, and Kevin is going to be sustaining by auto-attacking those creeps. If Kevin stays relatively low and Soaz feels he can get the damage done, he might go aggressive. You can see he's hiding in the bottom lane, and Cyanide is sniffing around here as well. He doesn't have Ghost, but he does... Oh, he hasn't even got his ultimate available either for that movement speed. Soaz is going to go in here.
Kevin thought he might think about that one, but wise decision not to. We do have Cyanide waiting up on that top side, so Kevin has to be relatively careful here, though. I think if he turns around, he probably could end up killing Soaz either way from this one, depending on how things go, but still Cyanide waits, and in the end, I think they made the decision that nothing's going to come of that one. He will back off.
Wise play from Kevin. There just something wasn't sitting right with him, so he decided not to go aggressive under the turret, and he didn't have his ultimate available either to get that sustain on a tower dive, so he decides to play it passive and safe. In the middle lane, Pekka's finished off his Berserker's Greaves as well as that Bilgewater Cutlass, so it does look like he's going to go for AD. What this tells me is that the damage sources are going to be coming from Xpeke and a little bit from Yellow Star, and the rest of the team is going to potentially build fairly tanky and try play the protect the Ezreal type of game. So we'll see how this pans out for them. At the moment, Fnatic a kill down, but 300 gold in the lead thanks to some good CS numbers.
Oh, here we go. We are going to see Stan United using good stun comes down. Can they get the taunt in? Oh, not quite. The repel coming down. Soaz going to come right back on top of him, and it looks like they're going to dive straight under the tower with this one. Kevin actually tanking it up there. The Ignite is ticking away. Will he go down? That one auto attack almost saves him, but the minion will get the kill. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, Candy Panda forced to use barrier. He's going to be exhausted here, but can they get those final hits off? There's a knock-up. Yellow Star had already turned away. He will flash away from this one as the Howling Gale goes past. Now Nif getting very aggressive for this one. He wanted to try and get in there. No kills, but everything blown in top lane.
Ocelots does have Final Spark available, was thinking about moving up there towards the top lane, and every single ability and summoner spell blown, with the exception of the flashes from SK. Fnatic caught the SK members up, but were unable to convert that to a kill. Look at Ocelot's position. He's going to try and look for a laser. Or is he going to back away? He's thinking about it. He wants it, but he's not 100% sure where to go.
Yeah, they don't have that vision down there that they need. That may change now, though, as SK push on towards that turret. Ocelot is currently doing the raids as the first turret of the game goes down for Fnatic in that bottom lane. That will be quickly cancelled out here in the top, though.
So in terms of CS, this is actually a big lead in this top lane. Candy Panda 112 to the 80 of Yellow Star. It's a very, very big difference between these two, and Varus scales so well. Pekka's gone aggro on Ocelot.
Yeah, he's not messing around. He's going to keep pushing in for this one. Can he get the kill? Oh, flash away from the True Shot barrage by Ocelot. That keeps him alive, but again, flash burn, always an important thing to have, especially when you're, you know, an Ezreal. You've got that arcane shift built in there. As the laser comes across, that won't connect.
No, that was just something looking to CS, clear out the wave before Ocelot decides to back off and spend some money. What we do see is the first Blade of the Ruined King has been completed by Candy Panda literally a millisecond ago. We're going to see multiple blades in this particular matchup. I think the Ruined King had a pretty big stockpile of them because everyone in this matchup is going to have one in their dog. We see Soaz in the bottom lane decided to go for that Sunfire Cape first to survive the auto attack damage of both Varus and Irelia.
Yeah, and one thing that really fits with that whole Ezreal combo in there is, of course, that Urgot is going to be very tanky as that game goes along. So really will work out. Oh, should work out. I'm not going to say will, because I don't want to curse anyone in this one, as we are going to see Candy Panda locking down Xpeke. Can he get away from the binding? Yes, he can. And there is the beauty, again, of that arcane shift. The pressure now coming in towards Enrater, but do they have the damage? Hercubot trying his best to get in. SK start to back away. Almost everything landing there. Enrater trying to get out, but Kevin will pick up the kill just in time for a red buff as well.
SK Gaming had to burn a fair amount for that little kill, but they do manage to pick it up, and they steal away the red buff. What it also means is they now have a numbers advantage if they want to force Drake. Instead, SK decide to defend this mid turret, and you can see Soa's getting some vision on the Dragon Pit to see, well, is SK Gaming going to go in for this one? Peke may try for a True Shot Barrage steal, and we'll have to see how they play it out, as SK have begun the Dragon. Like we said, they have a numbers advantage, they have a vision advantage, but Fnatic are starting to collapse around the sides.
As the volatile Spiderling crawling out and doing the damage to SK Dragon is still going on right now. Are they going to be able to pick this one up? Yes, they will. Smited away by Hercubot. Solid pickup, but Kevin now chasing into Yellow Star. Chances of Urgot escaping that are 0, so let's get back down onto this bottom side. There's a repel coming in. They switch their focus onto Ocelot, who lands a light binding there on towards Soaz, and you can see how low each individual member got there, but that also tells you that the focus wasn't brilliant from Fnatic.
Fnatic splits up. They didn't have the same target in mind. They couldn't land all the damage into the same person. They positioned themselves to the side here against Ocelot, so if Enrated can get a good rocket grab, they are positioned to jump on them, but look at Soaz. He's hiding in the grass like a tarantula. He gets a cocoon.
Gets a cocoon, and surely enough damage to get the kill. Enrated pulls him out there. I thought he was going to get the knock-up just to steal away the kill, but they leave it for Xpeke. Good man to have it on, and that will be the outer middle turret. A valuable pickup here for Fnatic.
What a great combo of abilities. Soaz comes just from outer vision. At the same time that's going on, Candy Panda forces down the bottom lane, but Kevin is out for blood. The Mystic Shot did not connect from Peke, so he's not 100% sure that Kevin is there, although they did see him in the ward, so his guesstimate work will let him know.
Bottom lane was being pressured by Candy Pan here as well, taking over half the HP away from that turret. But Cyanide did come into cover, and look at this. Kevin's already taken down Yellow Star once, and he wants another go at him. Let's see if he can go straight over the wall. Xpeke's just off to the south.
Now, we take a look. The Blade is available, as is Ignite for Kevin. So if he does decide to go in there, he's got a lot of damage that he can put down, but not a lot of CC. And I think that was the main problem for Kevin. He could jump on and get Yellow Star low, but all it would do is reveal that he's out of position without any backup from the rest of his team. And crucially, Hercubot does not have Stand United available, so he had no worldwide backup from that ability.
That's a reason that he's not going to bother with that one. Let's have a look down the other items that are coming in at this stage. We do have that Sunfire kit for at least that was done earlier. Blade of the Ruin King, of course, for Irelia. Let's focus in onto the AD carries, or what the AD carry players are playing in this game, at least, I think we can say. Giant Spell, Brutalizer, Tio Ninja Tabi, pretty standard stuff there for an Urgot. He's 129 to 135 CS behind currently to the Varus of Candy Panda with the Blade of the Ruin King already built up in there with the Berserker Greaves. You can see that the gold is within about 200.
Yeah, it's very close across the board. I mean, it's about 1,000 gold in total, and there is an additional tower picked up there for Fnatic. So, we'll see how it begins to match up. In terms of itemization, however, Peke just got a nice big power spike. He spent close to 3 grand on items. Finished that Blade of the Ruin King, as well as picked up a pickaxe. Unfortunately, Fnatic are completely out of position, and they are nowhere near that bottom lane turret. SK pick it up completely for free. What Fnatic have decided to do, they want to try pressure this top lane. And if you look at the positioning there of Cyanide and Soaz, they either want to jump onto Kevin, or they're looking for Ocelot, because they feel they've got the vision advantage.
Yep, and they are still in there. As we see the push from SK coming down, there's a True Shot Barrage to try and force SK to back away from this tower. SK actually did get hit there with the Howling Gale. Meanwhile, the 2 invaders in that top side of the jungle came away to the outer turret, managed to pick that one off. So that's a 3-2 turret lead for Fnatic, but they're probably going to need to help here on the bottom.
Now, Enrated was positioning just around the side, so if the SK members had continued to pressure, they may have been caught up by the rocket grab. What we do see is red buff has actually been picked up by Kevin. that hasn't been allowed to linger because they're afraid of it being stolen away. Having lost that top tower and knowing that 3 members of Fnatic are in the area, they just want to secure the buff for their team and not give away any objectives to their opponents. Now, all of a sudden, the duo lane of Xpeke and Enrated, it's a sentence I never thought I'd be saying, is pushing on this bottom lane with Ezreal and Blitzcrank. And you're going to have a straight-up battle like we've seen in many solo queue matches. Blitz Ez versus Janavarus.
You know, and the story's worse if you factor in the fact that Ezreal is at almost 200 CS right now, 100 pickaxe, Berserker Greaves, and that Blade of the Ruined King going head-to-head there. So that's something they need to be a little bit careful about in that one. But things starting to quieten down somewhat as we hit that 20-minute stage. You've just seen the second Locket being picked up, this time over with the jungler for Fnatic. What else do we have really of note? Not too much in there, although we have to say Lux, needlessly large rod added in now to that Athene's Unholy Grail is a nice spike of damage.
So with Ocelot, he's going to be looking to target either Soaz or Peke in these engagements because they're going to be the squishier ones. At the moment, Soaz has HP, but not a lot of magic resist, so he can be chunked down. Outside of that, I don't see him being able to blow up Mundo, Urgot, or Blitzcrank. And that's one thing that does play into Fnatic's favor. If they can survive the burst because they've got naturally beefy and tanky champions, it's obviously going to help them out. And that's going to help Yellowstar a lot because he's just got that Randian's Omen. So even if Irelia, Shen, and Varus get in range, they're going to have their movement speed debuff, their attack speed debuff, and Varus, who does not have any additional attack speed right now, his damage will be crippled quite significantly.
Candy Panda still pushing out though. Needs to be careful because he is isolated from the rest of his team. Fnatic, of course, pushing this middle lane out. They'd already taken previously that outer turret there, so there's nothing to fall back on from SK, and as such, they're not going in. As a True Shot Barrage comes across, doesn't quite catch Candy Panda. Well, let's see if Soaz can actually land the cocoon. It was very close, but no cigar.
No cigar this time around. Candy Panda literally just walks away from that one. And you can see that Cyanide and Enrated, they're hanging around in the jungle. Cyanide stood on top of a ward, so SK have full understanding that Fnatic are trying to be sneaky. And at the moment, they have the vision advantage. So as he's been caught up, and there's 4 SK.
Here we go, Stan United are going to be used. He's locked down by Varus. Ocelot picks up his second kill of the game, and that's all just about vision there. SK had the tabs on him the entire time, and it comes perfectly in time for that dragon spawn.
The last time Fnatic lost a member, it was in the bottom lane. It almost resulted in that dragon engagement. This time round, it's a 4 versus 5. We might see a True Shot Barrage attempted steal just because of Peke's positioning. Actually, it's just going to be a Mystic Shot to try and be super cheeky. He doesn't manage to pull it away. In actual fact, Hercubot missed the smite there because it was Ocelot that picked up the last hit.
Yeah, Hercubot decided, I don't need to use smite. No need for that one. We'll save it for later to maybe steal away something else. But I see there, Xpeke going back. I'm guessing that he's got a decent stack of gold to be spending on his next trip home. So yeah, 1800 there, you see. So he'll be picking up a VF sword next into the mix from that one.
So he's probably going to make his way towards that Infinity Edge, and then obviously have the attack speed from the Blade of the Ruined King, as well as his passive Rising Spell Force, which is always going to be beneficial. He is definitely the damage dealer for the team, and it's going to be up to Cyanide, Yellowstar, and Enrated to effectively run interference and protect them in engagements. If Enrated can get a good hook, they've got quite a fair amount of CC to lock them down. Hook into knock-up, into swap. You've got the cocoon as well, but there are a lot of them are skill shot based, which does imply that if somebody's quick enough, like we've seen from Nif earlier, he can flash to safety. Fnatic are grouped up as 4 or 5 in the middle now, and SK will have to be on their toes to defend this.
Pushing in, there's the grab, and he will actually land onto Hercubot. He's in a lot of trouble here. He's not tanky enough, surely, to survive this one as he tries to get away. He's going to be swapped out there, which wasn't needed in the end. They got that kill, and that will be a 1 for 0 for Fnatic, at least for now, because Kevin is chasing in now towards Cyanide. Can they lock him up? Yes, Kevin gets that kill. There's a repel coming out from Elise, but Yellowstar now is in trouble as well, as Candy Panda hammering away from them. He's going to be exhausted. That will save him for a while, but it's a double kill for Kevin as they chase off towards Xpeke. He will try to get away, but gets slowed double times from this. Has to cleanse that one off, and he's still trying to run here from Candy Panda.
He's got no mana.
Who's still giving chase. Yeah, indeed, no mana left here for Xpeke. Can he escape? Ocelot going to come in from the side of this one. There's the laser. It misses, but it won't matter. It's Nif that picks it up.
They managed to pick up 1 for 3 in that trade. Fnatic blew so many spells and ultimates and abilities just to get Hercubot out of the engagement. And that just meant that Kevin and Candy Panda had a free ride to clean house. Because of all the work that SK did in this bottom lane, Candy Panda is going to pick this tower up for free and without any threat of reprisal. He's just going to pick it up and back away. Great play for SK Gaming. They take a commanding lead right now as far as gold is concerned. And in terms of the team fights, they're in a stronger position, but they want Candy.
Has Candy Panda overstayed his welcome? You can see a speedy Mundo coming in from that top side. One spear, one axe will be enough there, and it just ranges out before it can land, and he will walk away. Jano coming to do a bit of safety work on him as well. SK leading in the kills right now at 8-4.
And so has burnt his flash for that as well, so he literally used everything possible to try and catch Candy Panda down. Very good team fight for SK, and if Fnatic continue to use all of their abilities on the tank, on the support jungler tank, they will lose the engagements. They need to kill either Kevin or Candy Panda in those engagements, because Ocelot, they can survive his burst. He's not as much of a threat to them as the constant auto attacks that will come down from the other two.
Well, I would agree with you about 20 seconds ago, but now he's picked up that Rabadon's death cap. Might change things somewhat. But you're totally right in that last one. I mean, Hercubot, yes, he died, but he soaked up so many abilities from it that SK were like, well, they've got nothing to kill us right now. We can just chase them down and do exactly that.
And the chasing power of 2 Blade of the Rune Kings, Light Binding, plus the Blade Surge as well as the Equilibrium Strike from Aurelia, Hercule, and E, plus the Slow from Janna and the Knockup. That's a never-ending chase team that can literally stick to you wherever you are, because every single one of their teammates or abilities has some form of crowd control or slow in their back pocket.
So let's have a look at some of the other items being picked up now. Giant's Belt and the Warden's Mail coming out for Irelia. On the other side, we are going to see another Giant's Belt. I say another Giant's Belt. The first Giant's Belt for Shen added into it there. Haunting Guise for Elise. So generally a step up to the last time we looked at it. Also that Aegis of the Legion we should point out for Blitzcrank.
So he's the only one with an Aegis right now. Shen can decide to go for an Aegis with that Ruby Crystal and Null Magic, or he could go for a Warmogs. At the moment, Soaz is going to go toe-to-toe with Kevin, and I don't think he can win this fight.
Well, especially not with the fact that Varus and Shen are both coming in from this bottom side. Is he going to die? No, quite. He gets a repel off there, and yeah, he gets killed there in the end. Shen coming in from the top. Don't think it really needed there from Hercubot, but he didn't want that to happen as they go in towards Ocelot. There's a big monsoon. Oh! Nif gets pulled out of it as the Cleaver will land as well, and that's 2 very nicely sewn up kills from Fnatic.
So they got the Stand United in the top lane that forced Shen out of the fight. As soon as that ability was down, the rest of Fnatic said go, go, go. They picked a fight in the mid lane. They pick up 2 kills, and now a 4 versus 3. They want this inner turret. N-Rated is just running interference. He's got a rocket grab available, and if anybody is in range of that Piltover Customs Blitzcrank, they're in trouble.
Yeah, and that's the danger of it, you know. Nif came in to save with the monsoon. He gets pulled out. Thank you very much as Hercubot does get pulled in. He managed to get the taunt off as the ultimate comes out of Candy Panda. But who are they focusing here? Urgot and Mundo are both very tanky into this one. Xpeke will go in, couple of hits, Arcane shift away, and now Kevin and Candy Panda, will they chase? No.
They were thinking about that one. The rest of the team was alive, and Ocelot could have chased and put down that laser if they got some damage down. Instead, they decide to back away, but Fnatic, they did not have their eyes on the prize, and they were looking in different directions, different objectives and focus. They did also get the Chain of Corruption out of Candy Panda under the tower, so if they pick another engagement in the next minute or so, they have that advantage. Crucially for Fnatic, they still have this mid turret up, which you can see SK are immediately going, well, we'd really like to get rid of this right now.
Well, Dragon is also now back on the field. That will be a prime target, especially when you look at the gold totals. 39.4 to 39.4. Very even here, as that Dragon will be started by SK Gaming and rated off to the side, looking for a cheeky pull over the side.
This is the first time the Fnatic have had a 5-man in the Dragon Pit to battle off against SK. They've been picked off before, and it's cost them. You can see Kevin is out of position. The rest of SK may be forced to try save him.
Fnatic coming around the side. Will the Cocoon land here for Soaz? And flashed away from there by Kevin. Didn't want to risk that whatsoever. The angle was good. Not sure if the range was there, but either way, that flash will be burnt out there. And SK, now they're caught out of position here, off towards the side. Interesting to see whether Fnatic back off to Dragon now.
It does look like they've done so. They didn't have Pekka there either, so it was a 4 versus 5, which is why Fnatic were really just trying to force them backwards. Crucially, Infinity Edge has now been picked up, so Pekka has an item advantage over his let's call it opponent Candy Panda, who's only got the pickaxe and that BF sword. Once again, we see the stalemate in the river. This time around, Soaz is a little out of position. He's going to be required to hot-foot it down. The rocket grab goes out and doesn't manage to catch Candy Panda, but Fnatic want this fight.
Fnatic starting to work in there. Yellow Star. Now, even though technically the AD carry, he could go in there. He's very tanky, but he gets chunked down by the laser. Will he get finished here? Kevin's right in on top of him. There's a Randuin's going to be used. Stan United will be coming in here as well. Nif going very, very low. Doesn't need much more. Soaz will get the finisher, but Soaz himself is forced to flash away over the top. Candy Panda will give chase, picks up the kill, and that will be a 2-for-1 for SK.
2-for-1, and I didn't see if the Dragon went down. It did not, so the Dragon is still available. Fnatic took way too much damage way too early, and Yellow Star couldn't even get his hyperkinetic position reverser off. He just got bursted down with all of that HP, but he needs magic resist. Null Magic Mantle will help a little bit, but it's not going to be enough to survive that Death Cap Sorcerer's Shoes Lux.
Yeah, and that was half the problem, that Yellow Star was destroyed so early on in that fight. I said that, you know, because he is that tanky, he could maybe just get in there first, and, well, apparently not for that one. As the Dragon will be started here by SK again.
So we see that Fnatic once again, 4 versus 5 on the map when Dragon is going down. It will be picked up by SK yet again, but they still only have a 2,000 gold advantage. Because of the map presence and the roaming, it's allowed Fnatic time to CS and to farm. Their top laner has 40 CS more. Their mid laner has 50 CS more. It's only the AD carries of Urgot and Varus that are, you know, in favor of SK Gaming right now. Very, very close game, and we've seen engagement victories for both teams in these little skirmishes. But in the big 5-on-5 team fights, it appears that SK simply have a stronger team.
It certainly looks that way. We've got Oracles coming now onto the map. Cyanide is going to be clearing out the SK ward on that Baron pit. One can assume that Nif, there he is, also has that Oracle Elixir running and will be clearing things off. Obviously, doesn't want Hercubot to be having that that Oracle again. We saw how many wards he walked over in that last game. Nif taking that job back for this one. There is Kevin pushing out this top lane as well. He's currently 5-1-3, and we've commented before that we have some top Irelia players. You know, you look towards Wicked, for example, for that one, but Kevin's really the only one who's dared to bring Irelia to the table on more than one occasion.
And he's making it work. That's the key thing. He's playing the champion, playing very aggressive with the champion as well, and actually building differently. Like I said, you know, in the opening of the show, that he does, or he has tended to build very tanky. In this particular engagement, he's going a bit more aggressive. And Rated's popped the overdrive. He's trying to get in range. You see how powerful that Howling Gale is, just immediately countering the ability to land hooks. The rest of Fnatic still want this fight, and once Cyanide joins the party in the mid lane, you can expect him to go in.
Fnatic just being forced back there. See the Q landing from Candy Panda on towards XPK, but they can quite easily fight that back with that Infinity Edge, with the Blade of the Ruined King as well. Ezreal does hit hard. He's got 300 CS at this point as well. And if we look over, that Black Cleaver added in for Urgot certainly helps things out as well. So, where's the next fight going to be coming in this one? Because right now, half of the map each.
There's no better way to put that, actually. They've got half the map each, and look at SK Ocelot's position. He's waiting to get that light binding on his half of the map if Fnatic decide to step over the threshold of that safety limit. We see Peke once again using True Shot Barrage just to clear out a wave and try to get them some, you know, a lane control in terms of the minions. Decides he wants to spend some money. The rest of SK are close, but it turns out they want this fight. The hook goes out, it doesn't manage to catch Candy Panda. He manages to live another day. While that hook is down, you can see SK immediately, they turn on the pressure and they push forward towards Fnatic.
Yeah, that's really the only thing that they need to be super afraid of from, you know, decent long range. Obviously, Soaz could lock them down after that as well.
The cocoon,
as I'm just talking about it. Ocelot here, gonna be getting caught out. Stan United gonna come in. Will it be quick enough, though? Yes, it will. Hercubot comes down, but Soaz will get the kill. Kevin is right in the middle of the rest of them here as well. Have they got enough damage to finish off Kevin? He gets a kill onto Urgot, but they're still pushing here. Fnatic focusing in onto Candy Panda. He's gonna get dropped by XPK, who records a double kill, and Fnatic now with 4 men against 2 are going to head north to Baron.
That is the power of a pick, finding one person, blowing them up, and allowing the rest of your team to win. Yellowstar has unbound his R key because, again, he did not use his position reverser. My man, you've got Urgot, you need to use this ability. The rest of Fnatic have decided to put pressure on Baron, while Peke is running interference on Hercubot, just trying to force him away. That's a 3-man Baron. Yellowstar's not going to respawn by the time it comes up. But a very good fight for Fnatic, and the only reason it actually won was because they caught Ocelot very, very alone and away from the rest of his team.
Well, this game being super close, but that kind of echoes in your head the last time that these two are more than even once early on in the season when Ocelot said, you know, we always throw it against Fnatic. We always throw it. This game wasn't as close cut. Sorry, was a lot more closely cut than the others that we've seen being turned around. But Fnatic, we saw in that last team fight that they definitely can do the business. But that was also because Ocelot was caught out of position. I was just talking about how the fact that they probably don't need to be so scared now that Enrage's grabs down. And just as I say it, we see Soaz managing to land the cocoon.
The reason that they managed to do that as well, there was 3 wards in and around that banana bush, the river, and, you know, towards the side. So Fnatic actually knew where SK Gaming was, and that actually allowed Soaz to just roam around to the side and manage to pick up that particular kill. So well played to them. We do see that Yellowstar has completed his Mirror Mana, and of course in this patch it has been rechanged, so it deals physical damage as opposed to magic damage, and that is just going to make all of his abilities hit that much harder. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for something like maybe either a GA or a Hex Drinker from that Null Magic Mantle, because he needs some form of survivability against those Lux lasers.
Runic Bulwark also finished now for both teams, we should add. Obviously, the protection that gives in the end can't be underestimated, and as kind of an answer to that one as well, in those magic resistor bits that we've got in there, Void Staff picked up by Lux.
So whatever magic resist you do build up is just going to be shredded and negated by that item. Fnatic, they are sitting in a bush which cost them a life and a dragon earlier in the game. They've learned from that past mistake and they are grouped up. Also, Soaz wasn't there, but they've gone in. Overdrive is up. Enrated is looking for that rocket grab. He's looking to pull somebody out, while the rest of his team lands a couple of auto attacks onto that turret. It did a good few hundred damage, but Peke maybe tanking it up for a little too long.
Well, he has managed to get all that back there after taking down the blue buffers. There we are going to see True Shot Barrage come across. It's mainly chunked against Nif there as they start to work in again for those hits. As we are going to see Ocelot pulled right back. He will flash away. Varus ultimate comes out, but can they follow in? Candy Panda backs off. This turret is going to be picked up by Fnatic.
Very, very good play. They burned a couple of ultimates there. You expect he's going to have his available shortly thanks to the cooldown reduction from his Mystic Shot. What they do force is Ocelot's flash. If he gets hooked again, he's going to be in trouble. Look at the play there from Peke. He positions under the tower, uses his Essence Flux on his teammates to not only increase his attack speed, but his teammates as well. And Fnatic are not done with this push. Ocelot forced to clear minion wave with Final Spark.
There was the laser coming out, the cock not actually landing there, but they've taken the inhibitor turret. That leaves now that naked inhibitor for the taking here for Fnatic. And SK say, well, we can't really defend this one. Hercubot, in the meantime, is actually pushing down the middle lane. This is, you know, a bit of a, if they can take it, a nice move out of Hercubot, but you have to wonder if the damage is going to be enough.
Fnatic have split up a little bit. Enrated is about to be seen, and the rest of Fnatic not really in position. Hercubot did not get that inner turret, and they literally gave up an inhibitor for free SK Gaming. So Fnatic are going to be very happy with that trade. Baron Nashor is about to wear out for them if I look at the buff timer, and that just means they've positioned themselves very nicely that by the time the next Baron respawns, they'll still have super minions in this bottom lane.
There was a Dragon taken by Xpeke as well to add to that gold total. It's almost a 5,000 gold lead. 500 wouldn't be that impressive. But they're certainly in the driving seat for this one. A lot of gold to spend as well for Fnatic right now.
Not only that, look at the difference between Peke and Ocelot. 15,600 to 11,600 and almost 100 CS. So that gold difference of 5k, that's with Xpeke. It's in his pocket. He's the man with the bulging wallet right now, and he has just spent that on some more items. So incredibly powerful, strong player.
Let's see then where these next pickups are going to be. If we look down the list, we did see the Bloodthirster picked up by Xpeke. Randuin's Omen coming in for Munna. So that's 2 Randuins we've got now on this Fnatic side.
And I'm quite happy to see that a Chain Vest has been completed for Yellowstar. So it does look like he's going towards that Guardian Angel. I'm really straining my brain to think about the position reverser like that's been used in a team fight. outside of the lane, I genuinely don't believe he's actually had one there. So if he gets the GA up and running, he's got that extra lease on life that he can come back to life and use the position reversal either pre or post GA proc. So I like the pickup from him once he gets enough money.
Yeah, and the thing is, they always pull someone in there right at the start. So he's kind of the second line there when they start to get involved, to pull that position reverser out and disable someone for that amount of time to see if they can get through the attacks. As Henrated here charging up through the jungle, sticks a ward down.
The ward, if that had come out like a second or two earlier, he would have actually seen Nif and been able to go for the rocket grab, but he didn't actually have vision of Nif. The rest of Fnatic, they've completely zoned out SK. They pick up their 7th tower of the game. Super Minions are pushing down the bottom lane. It's about to get onto the Nexus, and Herkybot is the man that has been said, defend the base, man. You need to do this. The rest of Fnatic, they want to fight up top.
We saw Kevin trying to get in there for that one, but they can't afford to do something uncoordinated here. From SK's perspective, it's got to be perfect as the hook comes in. Not quite landing, though. Peke gets another couple of hits off onto the turret.
The people in the audience all clinching in unison. Ooh, as that rocket grab almost catches out. For the time being, Fnatic have got this tower down to half, and they continue the pressure. The amount of sustain that Peke's got with that Bloodthirster and the Blade of the Ruined King means whatever tower damage he takes, he simply heals it back off for the minions. Enrated's going forward and look for the grab. Can he hook anybody? They're going for the second inhibitor, and he still hasn't used that ability. But SK, they've picked the fight.
They're going to go in for this one. Cyanide will use that Randuin's, but where is the kill's going to come? Oh my god, Nif just knocked them out of position there of the laser. There is a position reverser coming in from Yellow Star. You can see how tanky he is as a true shot barrage comes across. Candy Panda falling very low. Kevin low, Enrated low. Everyone's low in that middle of the fight there. But you can see Fnatic are the ones being chipped away at. Double kill coming out for Varus. Peke gonna try and escape. He will take down Varus, but the rest of the team come in after a bit of healing there for Kevin. He's gonna try and chase out. Ocelot is there with him as well. Can they catch up with Mundo? Can they catch up with Soaz here? And, well, it doesn't look like it for now, but that laser is gonna be coming off cooldown here in just a second. Ocelot may choose to use that on the top side here.
He's gonna need more than just the laser. Cyanide's got 1200 HP. The rest of SK are trying to position. They think Baron's coming up, and it will be in 3 seconds. Will Cyanide stick around? The end of that engagement was a 1-for-3, and Kevin just went Ultra Mega Man mode. He took on 3 members of Fnatic alone. Not only did he survive, he picked up the fight. Dr. Mundo wants more. Can he steal? Cyanide is probably famed for more Baron steals than any other jungler in the scene, but he doesn't have flash to get in there. We'll see if he's going to decide to go in for this.
Well, there is a ward there at the back, and it looks like he is going to pop his ultimate. He's going to go in for it. Oh, you're not quite getting it, and that will surely be his life coming in from this one as well. He is pretty damn tanky, though. He's trying to get away from it.
Super Minions are on the base, and now Soaz is going to run interference. If they can delay enough for Super Minions to pick up one turret, that is going to be a very big victory. Unfortunately, Soaz does decide to back away. He's not finished just yet, though, as Enrated now joins the party. Soaz has interrupted the recall. Varus is left alone to defend the Nexus turrets while the rest of Fnatic keep the pressure on. This game is far from over because SK had the advantage of Baron buff if they continue with the team fights.
There is Candy Panu, done a good job there of keeping those super minions off. Let's have a look at the Nexus turrets here and see how low they actually got during that one. You see the right-hand side one is down very, very low. So, no, obviously they are going to be reaching, but not exactly at lightning pace from that one. So SK need to stall here for as long as they can.
And crucially, the inhibitor respawned on the bottom lane, so it's bought them more time that the only lane with super minions once they've killed off the last few will be the top lane. And you've got that little bit of respite, a little bit of breathing room in your base to know that minions are not simply going to be bashing on your Nexus turrets. What we do see from Fnatic is all of those chain vests. Look at how much armor they are all stacking up. They are more afraid of Kevin and of Candy Panda than that of Ocelot because they feel that they can position correctly or they can allow Nif's Howling Gale to knock them to safety when that final spark comes down.
Yeah, that was not the best coordinated ever, but actually SK, you know, they probably would have won that fight a lot earlier if that laser had have actually connected at the time that it did. But we're talking about now a Baroned up SK Gaming, and as such, Fnatic, you could probably have expected that. They're not pushing in quite so heavy right now. They're happy to soak up as much from the jungle as they can, push these lanes out constantly, and then wait until that Baron has timed out, and then maybe look for that all-important pick again.
even stealing away the red buff. So now that they've got super minions in their opponent's base and they've got vision advantage, look at all those Fnatic wards near and around the red buff. It's just going to allow them to control that side of the map. Peke has waited out this dragon pit for the full 30 seconds it took to spawn. He didn't quite have the exact timing on that, but nevertheless, he's going to take that away, increase that goal lead to a mere 4,000, which at this stage in the game is practically nothing. Everybody has sort of hit critical points in terms of their items, and every little bit is, of course, going to help. We do see Yellow Star's Guardian Angel has been picked up, so he may actually be more of a factor in these team fights because he hasn't offered all that much outside of being a target to be shot.
And one thing we didn't talk about is the Quicksilver Sash in there for Varus as well. And you know, you look down that Fnatic team, and as the AD carry, you pretty much need to cleanse all the Quicksilver Sash in there. Yeah,
and it's also one of those things that now Yellow Star can effectively not target Candy Panda with that flash position reverser because of how powerful the QSS is. So Candy Panda's got that room of safety. He's had that for quite a while, but he hasn't quite been in a position where it's been the difference between life and death just yet. At the moment, the rest of Fnatic, they're stacking up pretty much around this top side of the jungle because that's where most of their vision was accumulated. They knew where SK was because they've even got, those are SK wards in the bottom half of the jungle. And they're just playing it out slowly and passively. I imagine they just want to wait out the Baron buff to wear away before they pick a big fight.
Yeah, and SK from their side, they'll be wanting to make sure that that inhibitor comes up without them losing that one in the bottom lane, or maybe even more importantly, this inhibitor turret in that middle lane. That's surely a vital one for them, as we are going to see now them going in. Kevin actually diving right into the middle of the team. Stan United going to come out as well. The Randuin's going to be popped. The laser will hit 3 from Fnatic. Yellow Star going low. Are they going to chase off to try and finish off? Look at Candy Panda. He's full HP as Yellow Star's Guardian Angel gets popped, but they finish him straight off after that one. And Fnatic, after all that waiting, didn't wait long enough for the Baron buff to go down, and that's what I almost don't understand from that.
They managed to secure the tower. Xpec has been knocked up. The slow is there, and Kevin, he might be able to get the slow. The cocoon slows him down.
Running in still though here is Ocelot. He's going to get more damage in. SK will force Fnatic right away. Here comes a true shot barrage across, and it will not help off SK, who finally, now that Baron buff has run out.
SK are so healthy after that entire engagement, but there are super minions on their top lane inhibitor, which has respawned. Fnatic are just trying to interrupt them as much as possible to see if they can buy time for the minions to do the work. Luckily, Hercubot has been able to recall and get to safety. But again, we see one of the situations where SK, they win the team fight, but because of how little map control they have, convert it to anything. They can't even take their own buffs because they've spent so much time in their own base.
Kind of pushing out this bottom lane. They don't want to let Fnatic have the chance to get in there and get rid of that inhibitor another time, as there is a ward cleared out. And Fnatic obviously did a decent job of clearing the top side last time. SK, though, after forcing them back, have said we need vision back. We have to have vision in all sides of that jungle. They've managed to do that on this top line, on this top side, at least with a almost a line defense of wards coming down to spot those Fnatic positions. Baron is up in 2 minutes time right now. SK, of course, have the perfect timing down on that one. Fnatic as well will have seen it because, of course, Cyanide did go in there to try for the steal.
So they know roughly what the time is, and very crucially, both of Elise and Ezreal still have their GAs up and available. So even if they pick another big team fight, they'll have both of those damage-dealing sources have the ability to respawn. Previously, Yellow Star was, caught in no man's land, surrounded by 4 members of SK, and the rest of Fnatic weren't really in a position to team fight that, which is why he died even after that ability was used, or the GA was used. So in this particular situation, it's going to be almost like a 7 versus 5. We do see that the Fura boots have been picked up for Xpeke, so just going to give him that temporary movement speed boost while he's auto-attacking his targets.
Which for Kiting is always a bit of a bonus to have in there. What else have we had picked up here? Static Shiv added in for Varus, which, when you've got lanes pushing against you, that Shiv is definitely not a bad item to have in there.
No, not at all. It's slightly different because Varus has got pretty good wave clear with his Piercing Arrow and his Hail of Arrows, so we do tend to see Phantom Dancer, especially when you consider he's got an Infinity Edge as well. But I feel like Candy Panda may be in a position where he's under pressure. He doesn't have enough mana to finish off the likes of a Phantom Dancer, and he's going to get that additional damage, that additional statistics that the Static Shift gives you right now. And, in a game that's this close and this tense, that little bit of magic damage may actually be the difference between securing a kill and, going down yourself.
20, or scratch that, 15 seconds until that Baron is back in play. Fnatic starting to move in there. We have Shen in the top lane here with Hercule bot, and I have the feeling we're going to see a lot of jockeying for position, and Soaz going to get hit with a lot here. The ultimate comes down from Varus, but there is the repel coming in. Are they going to commit to this one? Kevin right in the middle, Soaz going low. Where is the laser from Ocelot? There it is. It lands only on Cyanide, not the target that it needed to hit, as we are seeing Fnatic starting to push SK back. Soaz, though, will have his Guardian Angel pop. The focus turns on towards Yellow Star. There's the pull onto Ocelot, who's going to go straight down in this one, and that will be a 1-for-1 up until now. But is this one over? Howling Gale comes across the knock-in rated in the air. Kevin is still hanging around from this one, and Fnatic have Xpeke, who's got the GA. Oh, flash away there from that grab by Varus. And what is the plan now? There's a true shot barrage coming over. Are Fnatic going to look to push straight down this middle lane? And Rated is the one zooming in there. Of course, there are no inhib turrets left alive from this one. Looks like Enrated may try for the grab, and he pulls Kevin in there. He will get destroyed out by Soaz, and the rest of SK now definitely not safe, but Fnatic more interested in taking the inhibitor.
And that's a 4 versus 3. They are low on HP, but the Guardian Angel is still available for Peke. Do they want to go for all 3 inhibs? That is the question. 28 seconds on Ocelot's respawn timer. The rest of the team is respawned. Chain of Corruption will be up very, very soon. Wisely, Fnatic decide to back away. They'll clear out the jungle and then position for Baron. That whole thing started because SK were a little overzealous. They had positional advantage, they had vision advantage on the Baron pit, and they felt that that alone would give them the advantage in the team fight. Kevin, he channeled his inner Chuck Norris and took on 5 members of Fnatic and got away with his life up until an inhibitor battle. And Fnatic are really struggling to deal with him. And again, Yellow Star, way, way, way too late with that ultimate in the team fights.
And let's see, I mean, Ocelot's ultimate was held back as well, and it only hit the Mundo. We've seen what a difference that can make here, as Enrated is actually going to get the pull. It's onto Hercule bot, though. It's probably not even worth following up.
The psychological effect that that will have, though, of Hercubot going, well, they hooked me, that means someone must be around, forces him to play defensive. Fnatic have got great positioning on Baron, and they're trying to zone it out. Cyanide is dropped low. He does have his ultimate, which he's just activated. Baron is down to about 50%, and Peke is body blocking the members of SK. It looks like they're going to get this.
Baron is going very, very low here from this one. The ultimate of Varus won't connect. Baron still not been finished. There it is. Fnatic pick up Baron. They turn around now as the laser comes across from Ocelot. There is a position reversal coming in. Actually got knocked away from that one, but both teams are very low there. Lux going to kill Elise, and Rated going low as well. Where's the finisher? It's a double kill for Lux. Kevin low. There is the drop of Varus. Xpeke doing a lot of damage in here, though, with Yellow Star. Can they get the finisher? It will be a double for Xpeke as he chases down Ocelot. There is the Guardian Angel going to be popped as Stan United comes in as well. The taunt lands perfectly. Xpeke will arcane shift away, but he gets shut down, and now Yellow Star in trouble, but he gets the kill in the end onto Ocelot. Yellow Star is still alive. Hercubot is very healthy, but the two of them just absolutely battering him away. He's been kited with the slow there off that cleaver, and they will pick up the kill in the end. Hercubot realizing he's got no damage whatsoever. Yellow Star and Cyanide finish it off. Have they, though, got the time to finish the game? It's 30 seconds until the first man of SK comes up here. Those inhibitor turrets, look at the heal there from Cyanide's ultimate. He goes up to full HP.
There is more than enough damage here from Cyanide and Yellow Star to finish this one out, but that has to be a record for one of the longest team fights in competitive League of Legends history. It just went back and forth and on and on. Crucially for Fnatic, they kept Yellow Star and Peke alive for the majority of that. They were able to put the damage down, which allowed both Cyanide and Yellow Star to clean up the fight. What a dramatic game. El Clasico, it really does deliver.
Did deliver indeed, and Fnatic now go 4-0 up in the European LCS this season against SK, and overall that woeful run continues for SK against Fnatic. 18 wins without a reply up until now offline. Fantastic, fantastic game here. We're going to go over to the analysis to break this one down with Demon and Jason.
Wow, what a game, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic performance once again between Fnatic and SK Gaming, living up to El Clasico as it's been known. And well, the crazy score continues for Fnatic, but SK Gaming every single time take them for a run for their money. but it wasn't to be again. And poor Ocelot and crew, they get to that 40+ minute mark and it backfires every time they get an advantage.
Yeah, it was such a close game throughout the entirety of it. And also start off with action and ended with action with that invade coming out of Fnatic, the blitz pull on the Nif, and he ended up flashing that away. But it was just action left and right out of both teams. And you really have to give credit to pretty much everyone on every team because they played so well. In every team fight, as Quickshot was saying, they would last so long because they knew when to go back in, when to back out. And then, I mean, obviously, as we saw, Fnatic was able to topple them with Hercubot trying to, eventually with Hercubot trying to get those kills onto Yellow Star, almost said Yellow Pete right there. On Yellow Star, as he just could not catch up to him because of energy.
Yeah, superb stuff. So we're going to have one replay for you. And really, it was the fight at the end of the game. It was the decider. There were so many different replays we probably could have gone with. There was a number of fights in there. Kevin was a monster going in some of the fights. Sometimes the hooks were turning fights. Sometimes the cocoons were starting awesome fights. There were so many different plays. But really, I guess it was all about that end fight towards the Baron.
Yeah, so let's get the 3-pointer screen and just show you exactly what happened here. And we really have to give credit to Kevin quite a bit because every time in these team fights, he would always go into the backline of Fnatic and just force them away. So we're going to start the replay showing you that over on this top side, we saw Xpeke go over the wall and get Nif pretty low. So we're going to run the replay for a little bit here and just show you how it kind of develops. Because you see, SK coming from the side. They want to go for the engage. Unfortunately, Candy Petty misses his ultimate as Baron is already very low at this point. And because of that, they just, say, forget it. We were going to go in for it. We got to stop this Baron. We got to make something happen here as Hercubot. You see it's taken pretty low considering how tanky he is right off the bat. And then Nif, with the ultimate to knock them all away. But Fnatic's like, hey, we have you all low. We're just going to charge right down at you. And with those Randuin's Omen, with also unfortunately not doing enough damage to the entire team of Fnatic, they're able to just take them apart one by one. Let's go ahead and speed this up. And you see Kevin, I mean, he cannot be killed. He's just so tanky. Unfortunately, he does go down in the end, but Fnatic picking up the win right there. Very well played, considering how long these fights last, just the whole communication aspect of it, the whole knowing your limits as a champion, knowing your limits of your skills and your items you have, just made every team look good there.
Yeah, I mean, every fight was fantastic to watch, and you didn't know which way it was going to turn. And honestly, I don't think the players really knew either, because every time they went in for it, it was like, oh, maybe not, we should back out. No, we can go back in. We're all good. We're good. Let's back out quick. Yeah, so many times they just weren't sure how it went. So we're going to get on to our MVP. And despite Fnatic winning, we are actually going to give MVP to Kevin, because he was an absolute beast for SK Gaming. And many of those fights, they began and ended with Kevin really just going straight on 1v5.
And that was all due to how strong he got early game. He was against Elise, or Soaz on Elise. He was able to keep up in farm. He was able to pick up some kills, and that's what Aurelia does best. I mean, you see her in those fights, just keeping the entirety of Fnatic away. It allowed SK to pick up kills one by one against the tankiest members. And in the end, SK was able to hold on for quite a bit, but unfortunately that last fight just wasn't enough.
Yeah, so of course that does lead us to the interviews, and it is going to be Shox standing by with Cyanide from Fnatic.
Yes, I'm here with Cyanide. Now, Cyanide, Kevin told me beforehand, he said, we've got something special in store for Fnatic. Do you think they dropped that plan because you guys had something special in store, and what was the strategy exactly?
I have no plan. I have no idea what their plan was, but so we just went for the Ezreal mid that we've been practicing a bit, so yeah.
And what about the choice for AD instead of AP Ezreal mid?
Because we already had a lot of AP damage with Mundo and Elise, we didn't think we would need any more AP damage since Urgot falls off a bit late game, so we just figured he can go AD.
Game was very close again, as always, against SK Gaming. No backdoor this time. You guys were looking like you were winning when you were pushing the top side, and then the Baron fight happened.
We got really greedy for the inhibitor, which was a bad mistake from us. We almost lost the game, and yeah, we just greeded too much. And
what about Mundo as a jungler? We don't see him that often anymore.
I think it's fine if they have double tank. It wasn't the best pick, but most of my heroes were banned. Like Javan was banned, Volibear and Aces was banned, and I didn't really know what to play, so I was I can go Mundo. Like they had Varus. Normally Mundo is not really good against Varus, but yeah, I just picked it anyway. It went okay.
A very nice victory here against SK, who were on a roll. Now, what are your expectations going into the very important playoff weekend, next weekend?
We really have no expectations. We will see what the future brings us, and we will plan a lot for the playoffs.
Very philosophical. Thank you very much, Cyanide. Now, you've met the European All-Star team, so don't forget to give us your opinion on today's Twitter question, which is, which region will triumph at the All-Star tournament and why? Hit us up at LOL Esports, #LCS. Next up, can the Giants pull out one more upset victory against highly ranked Gambit, or will the Russian overlords manage to even the season series? Giants versus Gambit, coming up next.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the analysis desk. So, Jason, we know the All-Star team, we know the North American and European team, and now we're joined by one of those members from the European team. It is Yellow Pete alongside us.
Hey there.
Hey there. So, apparently you love the water in Cologne.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's get this point across. You obviously meant the Rhine.
That's true. I meant the Rhine, and in lack of better words for it, I refer to it as water, and got made fun of quite a few times for that, but it's okay.
It was a nice moment. So let's talk about the team. Let's give you the team to start with. For Europe, it is Soaz, Diamond, Alex Each, and Yellow P and Edward. So we've highlighted the main guy from each of these teams, and honestly, it's actually tricky for Europe because there's a number of Russians on there that have played very well this season, but it's actually Alex Each we wanted to focus on from the European team because, more importantly, I mean, he's a fantastic 1v1, one of the best players in the world. you know, we could have put Diamond Prox in there because he's been a fantastic jungler as well. But yeah, I mean, Alex Ich against the likes of Skara in the mid, Messiah in the mid. I'm guessing Messiah's probably going to get voted in, by the way. Ambition probably from Korea is going to get voted in there. How do you think you guys would really stack? And obviously the likes of Alex and Diamond, etc., Insect. How about yourself against maybe Wei Zhao? How do you think it's going to go for you guys?
I think starting with Alex, he will, I think, do quite a good show there. Like, he has a lot of experience as well against Asian teams. And he's usually able to like keep us calm and just play his matchups, play the matchups the way he's used to, and just like not get distracted by anything and just play his game. And he's usually doing very well that way. And overall, I think we couldn't really have gotten much stronger of a lineup. I think. Out of the European teams, I mean, there was the regulation that only 3 members of any given team could join, which eventually made me actually join the team because Genja was the fourth.
Nice to benefit from that. Yeah,
I was the benefit of that, but yeah, I'm quite content with the lineup.
And we actually heard North America talk about this, how they're all going to group up at the Curse Mansion and practice together. Do you guys have any plans on how you guys are going to like warm up and get ready for this?
It's a bit harder for us because Gambit doesn't even have like a gaming house themselves.
Right.
They don't even come together to practice, even as their own team. So I don't think we will actually boot camp. Maybe we will, but it's not quite settled yet. Obviously, we will practice though quite a lot, and yeah, we have like 3 weeks, I believe, to prepare. So I'm quite confident that will be enough.
And there's another thing that we were talking about when Demon and I were on the caster desk about the caller of the team. We had St. Vicious talk about it, saying, you know, I'll tell Skara that, you know, I'll get it handled. Pretty much saying that he wants to be the caller. Who's going to step up to be the caller of the team, or are you guys just going to kind of make calls and just listen to each other?
That's interesting because I don't know how much of a shot caller any of those players is that I play with. Myself, I wouldn't say I'm too much of a shot caller, like once in a while, but I'm not like dictating the pace of a game at all. So we'll have to see like who does that for us and what model we're gonna run for that overall. Like whether we're gonna have one shot caller that just, you know, dictates everything, or we're gonna like actually have different sources of input.
And how do you find, you know, the fact that you're going to be up against obviously Wei Zhao, who you've been against before? We're probably going to see Prey, I think it is actually from Najin Sword, seems to be winning the vote at the moment. There could be Captain Jack in there. You've obviously had a stint in Korea. How do you feel you stack up against these guys?
I think against most of the Koreans, I actually, like when I was playing OGN there, I was doing fairly okay. But against Wei Zhao especially, that's rather tough of an opponent for me, I think. Like, that's one matchup I would definitely not be scared of, but like have extreme respect for.
Well, you beat them in the quarterfinals, so you know you've done it once before.
Yeah, that's true. Like we beat them as a team, but him himself, like watching him play, I watched a couple LPL games once in a while, and just seeing his gameplay is really, really impressive.
Yeah, and of course, talking about the other teams, let's talk about the North American team. We've obviously highlighted the man for North America, Skara, the man in the middle, the man that won by a massive margin as well. Of course, you do see alongside him, it is going to be Dyrus in that top lane, St. Vicious in the jungle, Skara will be in the mid lane, and Double Lift and X Special as a partnership. And talking about Double Lift, we didn't really mention him. You know, it's going to be a very different team for him, I feel, because normally it's the protect the CLG comp, protect the Double Lift comp. How do you think he's going to fit in this North American team?
Maybe he's going to have to adjust a little bit, not having like 3 spots on the team for once. They're going to find their way, I think, and they're going to find a way to play together. I hear a lot of people like talking that NA won't make it, won't have a very strong showing, but I think individually they're really strong players, and they can come together just as much as any of the other All-Star teams, really.
How would you match yourselves up against them? As if it was if nobody's called out who's going to be playing who yet, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. If it was Europe versus North America, how would you see it stacking out?
Well, it can always go either way, but I think
Let's just think through the lanes. Think through the top lane. Soaz versus Dyrus.
Soaz, I think, would have a small edge just because he has more picks that he can't fall back to. And he's just a very creative player, whereas Dyrus, I feel, is very solid, but doesn't really change much in terms of playstyle. He's rather defensive and could be a little bit predictable. I mean, that's just a guess in the wild. I mean, you never know how the matchup's going to go, but I think Soaz could have a little bit of an edge there. And the same I would actually feel for Alex in mid. I think he feels more consistent overall than Skara. I don't know. And then on bottom lane, that's really tough. I've played a ton against Doublelift so far. Like when I was still playing for CLG, we practiced against a lot. And he was still playing with Chaucer there, and that was a really, really scary lane. With Xpecial together, I'm not quite sure, because Xpecial doesn't seem to me like the aggressive supports that Doublelift likes to play with. But I don't know, like that's really a tough call for me to say.
Well, what about your views on the junglers? Because we have Diamond Prox, who's pretty much like the innovator of stuff, and then you have St. Vicious on North America. Like, how do you think that's going to match up in terms of how they get along with, not get along, but how they, really start to apply pressure in other lanes?
St. Vicious overall is really, really aggressive, I feel. Like, he tries to pressure a lot all the time, whereas Diamond Prox has more of a controlled approach. When he plays with Gambit, he usually doesn't have to help out the lanes too much, since they're like typically doing very well. So he's more getting control in the jungle, getting vision of the map, and overall, I feel they're not really gonna, like, none of them is really gonna stand out over the other. But I feel Diamond is a little bit more solid in his decision making.
Okay. Yeah. So well, thank you very much for joining us, and good luck. All the best in China. I'll be over there with you guys and see how you do. But I'm going to be impartial, of course, when I'm over there, of course. But we do have more matches coming up. So 2 more games to go. There you can see on your screen the man we've just been talking about, Diamond Prox. He's going to be up against the Giants with Gambit Gaming. And that is coming up right now. Joe Miller and Trevor Quickshot Henry going to take it away.
Thanks, guys. Next up is Giants versus Gambit. The Spanish team are currently the only team in the European LCS to have a positive win-loss record against Gambit, of course, after those 2 wins earlier on in the season. And this will be our final matchup between the 2 teams. And to be honest, for Giants, another win here would be a massive coup for them. Of course, Giants are coming into this one after a loss in their earlier match against All Authority. While the game was pretty close overall, you have to say that Against All Authority controlled the tempo of that one.
Yeah, Giants will definitely need to bounce back from that loss and simply play their own game against Gambit. Whenever we see Giants challenge Gambit, the Spanish team always finds a way to handle the early game pressure from the Russians. Giants often build crowd control focused teams, and their compositions are literally there to zone out and to control their opponents. They'll need to be doing that again. So, at the beginning of the day, both Giants and AA were 8-15 coming into this. But with the loss, it now means that Against Authority are 9-15. Even if Giants pick up a win here in their second matchup of the day, they'll remain in 7th because they'll be tied 9-7, but their head-to-head record will be that they place behind AAA. On the other side, Gambit are simply looking to reclaim first because with the Fnatic victory, they are now in the lead with one win ahead.
Yeah, but obviously they're head-to-head as well. Similar situation would mean that Gambit take first. So let's have a look at the 2 rosters for this one, starting out on the blue side with Gambit. And, of course, Darian in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Alex in the middle lane, and the AD carry and support, Genja and Edward.
And, of course, on the red team, it will be Giants, Samux, Morden, Exter, Jim Bones, and Babetta.
And I love the fact that whenever we say Jim Bones, we always put a twang on it.
You have
Jim Bones.
It's an awesome
Not
name.
just Jim Bones.
It's an
Jim
awesome,
Bones.
awesome nickname.
But, of course, Gambit is a team filled with all-stars. And you always have to talk about one in particular here when we highlight people. But against Giants, we have to highlight a member of Gambit who's going to be instrumental in every single stage of this game. Edward, of course, is the all-star support for Europe and held the top KDA of all the players, all the peoples coming into this week of the European LCS into week 10 with an impressive 6.8 8 KDA.
Not only does he hold the highest KDA, he also generates the second best stream of gold per minute out of all supports at 243.81. His track record with Lulu and Thresh is simply fantastic, having won 7 out of 8 Lulu games and 5 out of 6 Thresh games. The reason we've highlighted him is he's going to need to lock out Babetta in the team fights, because in the previous matchups, Babetta has simply been the resounding success for them. In the matchup against All Authority, Babetta Zyra didn't quite have that same impact that it's had against Gambit, but of course, whenever Giants play Gambit, he seems to up his ante.
And the Giants have shown, I have to apologize this one, have shown themselves to be giant killers, Trevor, in the past, with wins over not only Gambit, but Evil Genius as well. And looking at those past performances, you have to say that Morden really comes into mind with those calculated ganks and the support of those solo lanes. Against Gambit in particular, he really likes to camp that middle lane against Alex.
Or you could say look after Exter in that middle lane, depending on your approach.
Alex.
Depends on your approach, but yeah, nevertheless, the last time they played, I can specifically remember Morden hanging around that mid lane to help out Exter. He's an innovative jungler that does like to play Elise, Dr. Mundo, and Hecarim. We've seen him on Elise earlier. His opposite number has been famed for being an innovator because his champion picks secure the wins. You know, you see both Morden and Diamond Prox being the only two that are really willing to step outside the norm, as it were. And of course, in this particular match, he's going to need to be more impactful than earlier today to make sure he helps Exter and Jimbones win their respective lanes.
Giants, of course, have the lead in this head-to-head, as we said before, between the two teams. And as such, Gambit, of course, going to have a lot of respect for them coming in. Let's have a little listen into what the teams had to say about this final matchup between them.
Giants is a really good team. They got really good pick. I think in the last game against them we could win, but actually we got really bad team fights, so we lost.
Yeah, we did a lot of mistakes against Giants, and so happens. We'll do our best.
Sí, pues pensamos que en team fights lo hacemos bien, entonces si Diamond no consigue hacer que nuestras líneas vayan mal, como Diamond suele farmear mucho y no suele ayudar a las líneas, entonces conseguimos ir bien a team fight y ahí podemos ganarle.
They're a really good team, but we're Gambit, so we should be able to win.
So the reasoning there from Giants was, if we control Diamond in the lane phase, we can win in team fights. Alex's reply was, we're Gambit, we can win.
What more can you say? I mean,
they were top of the league, I should say, before
they're
that
second
fight.
now. They're second right now because of the fact Fnatic do have an extra win. If they pick up a win here, they'll be, reclaiming that spot. But truth be told, as far as history is concerned, Giants have an edge. Giants are 2-1 coming into this matchup. Something about the Giants' playstyle, specifically the way they handle their early game aggression and how they control the early lane matchups, it always counters Gambit. Gambit always go into that mid game, the team fighting stage, behind on gold and behind on kills.
So let's talk about the bans and the picks, which will be coming up here in just a second. We saw Kennen getting through earlier on for Jimbones, which actually didn't turn out to be that much of a problem.
No, it didn't, and I think it was because of how Against Authority handled that. They didn't actually go in a straight-up fight. They didn't take them on head-to-head, and they tried to play, in from the sides, pick off somebody, then run away, in and out, that type of gameplay style. So that isn't going to be the case for this particular time because he has been instantly banned away.
Yeah, Kennen banned out there. Twisted Fate also aimed over towards Extermin. We saw how devastating Extermin Twisted Fate can be in the last games that Giants have done well in. Thresh banned out against Edward. Shen banned out there against Darian. No real surprise. There's a Jarvan 4 ban headed in towards Morden there, the final ban for Gambit.
So Elise is still available, so is Zed, so is Varus, Kayle. Renekton has just been banned out, so there's a high number of priority picks that we can look at. If Elise is given to Diamond Prox in the jungle again, we can expect some fantastic Spider-Man escapes like we had last weekend.
Oh, they were sick.
Where we were losing it at how mobile and how quick his reactions are with that repel and with that flash.
Well, one thing that they have, of course, left open with that Elise pick is the Kha'Zix. A big number for Alex Ich, but also it looks like Giants may want to take that one away in this game as well. Of course, they still have a good amount of time to be really picking things up here. Really interested as well what we see from the support side of things. We talked a little bit about Edward. His Thresh has been amazing for them, but his Lulu as well has also been a very strong pick.
So 7 out of 8 victories with Lulu. It's actually his most played champion champion in the season to date. We'll see what he decides to lock in. Kha'Zix as a champion has been picked 24 times, has 12 victories and 12 losses. So it's very hit and miss. In this particular situation, it's taking him away from Alex. That's the primary concern, because Alex has just got such a great record with Kha'Zix. We do see that Giants have locked in Misfortune. So with Kennen being banned out, Jim Bones has had to fall back to another AD, and he's been trying to find a champion that really suits his playstyle and his team's playstyle. If they continue to pick up some CC champs like Syra, we'll see what they want for the mid lane. That bullet time over a team CC AoE comp is always beneficial.
Looks like Ezreal may be the choice here early on for Genja, and that will be locked in, which, you know, no real surprises since that Misfortune's already in there. You can lock your AD carry in and save those maybe more counter-pick standards for a little bit later on in the phase.
Now, Ezreal, I like the pickup from Genja. The few times we've really been very impressed by Genja's play in the last couple of weeks was when he was playing Ezreal. I believe it was against Fnatic, if memory serves me as well. In the top lane, he was going very, very aggressive, picked up a lot of kills, and was stepping out of that defensive play, which we tend to see him, you know, in that particular role. Ezreal coming into the week, so not accounting for today's games, actually has a negative win-loss ratio. 10 wins to 13 losses. That was, of course, before the matches earlier in the day when Nono pretty much said, no, Ezreal won't lose anymore.
No, never mind. But Misfortune, on the other hand, has a ridiculously strong win-loss ratio. I think up around 70% right now, actually, of all the games. And that's a lot of games. I think
36 picks.
36 picks.
25 victories, 11 losses.
That's brilliant statistics for a single champion. But let's move on quickly from that one into the picks that we're seeing now, because there is a Nautilus second time today and a Sona for Babetta.
So Nautilus, the fact that we've seen it twice today, it is because on this particular patch he has had a little bit of a buff, if we can call that. His base armor has gone up to 19 from 15, and his Titan's Wrath shield, the cooldown has been reduced. So he's got that up more often. That's not only his survivability in the jungle, it also has the damage over time secondary to it. So I think that's the primary reason that it has been picked up. He has been reworked. Once again, seeing Babetta on Sona. If he's not playing Zyra, he plays Sona. That's pretty much his fallback support. So I really like the combination that they've got. They don't really have a lot of protection here for either Kha'Zix or for Misfortune outside of that Sona ulti. So Gambit are going to have some fun times using Elise to jump in there. I was going to say Castellan is available if they wanted to go that route, because it is a very mobile champion, something we've seen Alex playing before. And if he does lock in Kayle, he used it 2 weeks ago against the Copenhagen Wolves and had a really good matchup against Bjergsen Zed.
So does this mean that we're going to be seeing that Elise in the support role here? At the end of the day, it could also be a Kayle in the support role. So left a little bit guessing on this one.
Yeah, it depends on where they want to put their roles, and you can see Giants immediately going, well, where are they going to go? We've seen Jace in the mid lane trying to go for that very aggressive, very fast push. We've seen Jace's top lane, which is the traditional role, traditional place. With Nasus being there, you could even put Nasus in the top lane. We've seen him top and we've seen him jungle, more so, you know, NA side than here. And then, like we said, that Kayle, we have seen him in the support. Once again, NA side paired up with an Urgot, actually. What I do like about it, that intervention, it's going to protect anybody from Kha'Zix. When Kha'Zix leaps onto their heads, pop on that intervention. Keep in mind the range is a little bit shorter. It's gone from 1200 to 900 in this particular patch.
Yeah, a little bit reduced for this one. So what are Giants going to end up here with here at the end for their final pick? Really running it down. And there is a Kassadin, a champion which Extermin has shown his mettle on before.
Now, it's a champion that actually gets banned out again against him many, many times. And he has had the option to play Kassadin a couple of times, but it's been other players or other mid laners that have really, you know, stood out with him in play. So we'll see how he performs, especially when we figure out who his lane opponent's going to be. If it is going to be Kayle, his early game is going to be particularly difficult until he hits level 6. Once that Reckoning and those, you know, AoE splash damage comes down, it's going to hit very hard. Gambit are throwing people all over the place, so let's just wait and see. Let's just wait and see.
I'm not falling for a support Jace just yet.
It is. Yeah, well, there we go. So they shopped again. We've gone back to the original composition, the ultimate trolls.
Yeah, switching around all over the place. And that still could change, though. So we'll be sure to keep an eye on that one. But, you know, Giants, what do you think to this setup that they've got here? As I said, we've seen Nautilus a little bit earlier on. Previously to today, you know, to the 3.5 balance patch that we're playing on, he fell out of favor quite a lot. I mean, upon his release, we saw a lot of Nautilus.
And we've seen it actually earlier in the day as well, that
he did relatively well in the early game, was disruptive enough once you hit those initial team fights, but the longer the game goes on, the less impact that he has. That dredge line hook of his Q, it is a very powerful initiator, but you don't tend to rely on it in the same way that you do a thresh hook or a blitzcrank hook. It's more about that ultimate, the depth charge, that's very, very important. So I'd like to see how that goes. I think for Giants, the more important people to look at is Kha'Zix and Kassadin. If they cannot execute people because of intervention, they're not going to win team fights. And that's the key thing. If they both jump on the same target and they can't kill him, they're not going to be able to snowball a team fight.
So, are Gambit going to be able to bring the series back to 2-2? Of course, Giants leading 2-1 at this stage. The only team in the European LCS to have a positive win-loss ratio against the team that is incredible. They look incredibly strong right now. They've not faltered too much in the last weeks, that's for sure. Obviously, that team being Gambit. So here we go then. Gambit versus Giants, the last time that they're going to meet up here in the European LCS. And Gambit, they've got something to aim for with this one as well in terms of taking that first place back from Fnatic.
That is definitely the case, and it is arguably their toughest opponent in terms of the record, at least. Because Giants simply do seem to find a way to control them. This time around, the Giants don't actually have a composition that's based around crowd control or around team fight control. This time around, they've got a very, actually Gambit-esque type of composition. Very aggressive, very in your face, and very kill hungry. So we'll see whether or not they can get all of those things together to add up. At the moment, Giants are grouped up as 5. They're moving forward, similar to what they did against versus against All Authority, just stacking up. They get the ward down, and it almost gets stolen.
Almost taken away there. Just one more auto attack needed to come in. As Babette will say, well, I've lost health. No point in hanging around and using my single pot for that one. I am Offski is going to heal back up and get back into the fight later. But one thing that we heard talked about there from Giants was we need to make sure that Diamond doesn't have too big of an impact in the lane. If you look at what they've got there, jumps out of the middle and the top lane in terms of, obviously once they hit level 6 there with Kassadin and his Rift Walk, but also with a jump away from Kha'Zix as well. And that might just be what they're looking for in this.
It's definitely going to be very important to keep an eye on it. And if you look at their opening items, you've got wards in pretty much every single lane. You've got Kassadin opening up with 2 mana pots and 9 red pots. So he's really investing in that survivability. Literally just a matter of, let me get to 6, let me stay alive until that point, and then I can become a factor in this matchup, because until then, the melee auto-attacking, he is just going to get chunked down by Alexich's auto-attacks.
Yeah, that is definitely for sure. And Alexic has actually gone for the elixir and pots in this one, so he can afford to be that bit more aggressive. He's got the the stats boost that he could get from that, but probably more importantly, that extra health that he can pop without any problems if they do get into a fight.
Well, level 1's going very well for Extra. He's just using that Null Sphere over and over and over on Alex to try keep him low, and he seems to be doing a good job of it thus far. This bottom lane that we're looking at, you've got 2 champions with the ability to dash forward, at least with a Repel, Ezreal with his Arcane Shift. So if they do get a Cocoon onto somebody and chain the CC, that's a very squishy Sona.
There was Darian already taking a big hit from Samux. He hit level 2 just before Darian did there. And now we see Morden coming into this top lane. There are no wards down. Flash, of course, is available for Darian. There is the anchor actually landing. Darian goes through the acceleration gate. Didn't use his flash, so playing very safe there, but at the same time not wanting to lose anything as Alex goes in onto Exa. Not quite got the damage for it, though.
But he did use his red pot, so that elixir is down. He's got an 18 CS to 7 right now. Exa's sticking around. He's in trouble.
Wow, he's going for this one here. Alex is going to get that first blood. He's not going to escape from the tower, though, but he'll say worth it as he gets that first blood and the extra gold for it.
If you don't type it in chat, it isn't worth it. But luckily, we see some sportsmanship coming out of Alex, so he decides not to. On the bottom lane, we see Poke going backwards and forwards. And just to go touch very shortly on that top lane gank from Morden, he landed the hook, and he actually interrupted his own auto-attack animation. He was about to land that on-hit root onto Jace, and then moved, casted his Riptide, his E, and then actually only landed it. So a little bit of an awkward gank. And obviously, it'll be a little bit more fluid once they move into these later stages.
And that's the problem, you know, with the Nautilus. His anchor's so big and heavy that you can cancel that one out because it's just such a long animation to come through. So what else do we have going on here? Obviously, middle lane was a kill apiece. Alexic dominating the CS, already 10 up right now. Is Diamond going to walk straight in towards Morden here? The Wither going to go down with the Spirit Fire as well. Will Alexic be able to get involved from this one? We do have Cassidy coming in, and he will hook Dredge line his way over on towards the trees to get away.
Spider Nautilus getting to safety with that web, that hook of his. He's going to carry on CS and farming. What we do see, though, is Samix in the top lane actually out-trading with Darien. They're both down to their last pot. In actual fact, Darien just drank his final pot. So somewhat of an advantage for Samix, but it's keeping even on CS. In the middle lane, Exeter once again being forced backwards. That range of Righteous Fury is really keeping Exeter on the back foot.
Yeah, really having some problems with that one, especially after that first blood. Waiting for the dagger as a Cocoon lands here on towards Babetta. Here comes Diamond. Babetta in all kinds of trouble. Edward secures the kill.
Game over indeed from Arcade Sona. Kill secure from Edward, and now they're going to move forward onto Alex. Morden is going to have to spend some more time protecting Exeter, I believe is the correct term, or camping, whatever your preference. And as long as he can keep Exeter alive, it's obviously going to pay off. But 20 CS difference already. It is a massive, massive advantage for Alex.
Yeah, it is definitely a big start to this one for Alexic. Exeter he just needs to stay alive at this point. He can't afford to be going down again. You can see the Null Sphere not doing massive amounts of damage, to be honest, onto Alex. And that's a problem that Exeter's going to have. Not the mobility that a Kassadin really will rely on later on once he hits that level 6 to get involved, not just obviously as an escape, but also to get involved in other lanes as well and really try to snowball around the map. In terms of the AD carries, 39 to 33, pretty even stuff there. We did see a Vamp Scepter picked up and a single Doran's Blade for Misfortune, and Ezreal's going to come back in with a Vamp Scepter, but with 2 Doran's Blades.
So damage and a little bit of an HP advantage, obviously going over to the side of Genja. It'll play into his favor somewhat more. He's also got a much more aggressive support from Edward. The middle lane, they're going toe-to-toe, and Alex has his ulti.
Well, toe-to-toe, I don't even know if we can call it that one. It's Extermin just running away here. Alex actually going to come down, does a lot of damage. Not going to follow through, though. You can see he was just itching to go in for the kill.
Really wanted to. Has that ability, the intervention to keep himself alive. But his Exeter is a little bit slippery in that mid lane. And we'll see once he gets that Rift Walk, if he can trade a little more evenly.
Well, Giants need to hope that that's going to happen here. We pointed it out in the pre-game show that Morden was going to be involved in this middle lane a lot. Some would say camping, and I think that was me that said that. So we'll skip on from that point. But it's been the same here this time around. Morden has really stuck around into that middle lane.
A big difference from the last time we've seen them play, though, because the last time it happened, Morden was actually responsible for helping Exterminario pick up some kills. This time around, he's there simply to try and fend off Exeter and keep him alive as best as possible. Diamond is roaming to the bottom, and can the Cocoon land?
Yes, he can, and where is the Wither? Actually won't be needed here. Genja finishes off the kill. Spirit Fire was just thrown down to help with that one. Diamond will walk away. Did get himself... actually didn't get an assist for that one. The assist was from the first kill that came earlier on, so that's where the Spirit Fire was coming in. Like, please let me get damage before you finish him off and get that assist. Didn't happen, but Gambit lead 3-1, and look at that. He's going to come down for this blue buff right now, but he's having such a hard time. 41 to 29 CS. You can see gone for those double Doran's rings right now, which means deviating somewhat from getting up to his normal build just because he has to stay safe there in that lane.
He has just hit level 6 with that blue buff, so that's definitely going to help him out in terms of survivability as well as farming, especially underneath the turret, but his lane opponent just hit 7, so a full level ahead right now. The big story at the moment is that bottom lane, just how hard they're picking on Babetta's Sona. Whenever you see a Sona, we see them getting picked on over and over and over. I remember SK versus Fnatic, where Peke would just Twisted Fate down to the bottom lane and kill Sona over and over and over. And they're just doing the same. Land the Cocoon, pick up a kill.
Yeah, and so far it's working out. There's a kill for Edward, a kill for Genja, and of course Alex getting that kill, which was the first blood in the early stages of this one. In terms of CS, that bottom lane, actually it's an advantage for Jimbones, but that's because Ezreal did actually leave that lane for a little bit longer earlier on.
We do see in the mid lane the fight going on.
Yeah, Alex here, he's going to use that intervention, he's going to get knocked up there, and is he going to go down here? He's definitely not safe. Morden picks up the kill, and there you see the timing of that babysitting in the middle lane, coming into the perfect time once again for Morden.
very, very well played there to be able to pick up that kill. And many people forget intervention, it blocks damage, not crowd control. So the knock-up from the Nautilus ulti was able to secure them that, and it's very well played. They've caught Jims in the bottom.
Jimbo's in a little bit of trouble. True shot barrage will miss, but here comes Genja. Have they got the damage? The Spiderling's chasing in there to tickle him down to death, but that didn't work out. 3-2.
I'd love to see what spiders, tickle their opponents.
I hate spiders.
Well, it's a nice way of thinking about it, I suppose. The moment they do get that kill back in the mid lane, so well played there from Giants. We'll have to see if they're able to actually capitalize on that. Because at the moment you see that XA simply just getting himself back into the game. He's still behind on CS. What we do see at the moment is the top lane. We've got a pair of crybabies as they've both picked up the Tears of the Goddess as their first items. And we'll see how quickly they can stack those up.
Terrible. And also the Vamp Scepter. So both going to be biting at the chance to get in for the next one. I'm going to stop that now as Gambit are starting off a Dragon.
That escalated quickly as the level 6 Diamond Prox pops his ultimate on, starts shredding away the Drake as we've touched on many times today already. A 10-minute Dragon means that is going to be respawning in exactly 6 minutes. That's obviously going to be helping them out quite a lot. Early gold advantage in favor of Gambit, and it's something we see Gambit do in every matchup against every opponent is control the Drake. Alex and Exa just having a gentle love tap in the mid lane.
And you see there what a difference a couple of minutes really makes to this matchup here. I mean, he's got the health crystal, a ruby crystal in there extra, but with that kill, you can already see that Alex is having to afford a little bit more respect towards that middle lane, towards Extermin there, and especially since Morden, now with those boots of mobility on, ridiculously quick looking is that, is the diver, I guess we can call him there, coming in towards that middle lane. As per usual, Alex again, he's going to go in there for the pressure. Morden coming around the side. You can see his little legs moving as quickly as he can as he chases down the dog.
It's a pretty comical animation, but it works. It allows you to gank heavy. Nautilus is one of the strongest ganking junglers in the game. I do want to touch on that bottom lane quickly because Genja has foregone the option to pick up shoes. He's running barefoot across the map, but he has a big sword in his back pocket. He's gone for the BF sword, whereas his lane opponent has gone boots and pickaxe. So damage advantage to Genja. Morden's gone aggressive.
Yeah, depth charge coming in, and there is the hook as well, landing in onto him. Darian in a lot of danger right now. They're definitely tanky enough to get through this one. There's the acceleration gate. Darian is just about going to survive. And, well, they've miscalculated the damage coming in. Extermin is going to be chasing in, but is he going to make it up? Darian's not seen it early enough, and Extermin does get the kill.
What a great finish there from Exa to once again close that gap. He's evened up the CS, and now with the kill advantage, he should be sitting relatively close in gold, 100 gold ahead of his lane opponent right now. So a good combination, but wow, Morden went so aggressive so quickly. Samux wasn't even able to react. If he delayed by like a second or two, they may have actually picked that kill up a little bit sooner.
That was incredible play coming out, and Morden basically saying go, or at least I'm going. You better get involved in this one. Everything landing for him in the end. Well, X7, you have to give him that credit of moving from that middle lane. You've got to be right on the timing to pull that kind of thing off.
Well, talking about Morden saying go, he's built like Mike Tyson, but he runs like Usain Bolt. Those boots of mobility are just throwing him around the map. And if he can continue to pick up kills every time his ultimate is up and available, that's what Giants are going to need to do to not only pull themselves back within touching distance of gold, but to actually take the lead. And this was the reason we highlighted Morden at the beginning of the game. It's up to him to make it happen, and he's going to try an Alex.
He's gone straight in there again on towards Alex. Intervention is going to be used, but I'm not sure it's enough for him to get away from this one. Ignite is down. Morden's tanking up the turret. Will fall in the end, but here down on the bottom, Edward is in all kinds of trouble. Bullet time comes through. Jimbones did use his barrier. Is it going to be enough for him to get away from Genja, who decides he can't keep up the damage and will back away?
Such good defensive play from Edward. He set that play up to begin with. They then got caught out by Crescendo, and he used Repel to get to safety, hopping over to a minion to avoid the damage from bullet time. So they trade somewhat evenly, but Flash and Ignite is still available for Edward. So if a Cocoon lands, they may be able to get a kill.
Oh, and here we go. Edward going in Cocoon, not quite landing, and Edward going in there very deep, and that's because Diamond's coming around the backside here. He's actually alone underneath the tower. Rest of the team finally get in, but Better's going to die to the Ignite. That is 2 kills coming down. Well, here comes Extermin. He's hardly got any mana. He needs to be careful there. And as he picks up the 1 kill onto Nasus, can't keep going. But here comes Morden charging down down that bottom lane. A speedy little thing he is. But can he get involved? There is a depth charge coming in. It's going to chase Genja all the way down. The hook will land. Here comes Exter from the side, and Morden picks up the kill. So he's not only babysitting him in the middle lane, he comes running down to bottom to do the same.
A new world record for the 100-meter dash, plus the shot put thrown in there as well from the depth charge. Great play, but a sloppy dive from Gambit. Let's be honest. Oh, the shock charge comes out. Samux just leaps over the wall. In that bottom lane, we've seen Diamondprox came in very aggressive from behind. Genja and Edward weren't able to, to dive quickly enough. When they eventually did dive, they hung around a little bit too long, and they ended up trading evenly 2 for 2 until Morden ran himself into that lane, picked up a kill with the help of Exter. So that's going to give Giants the kill lead, but they're still 1,000 gold behind, thanks to that early CS advantage and obviously the Dragon.
Going to be denying blues here, of course. We saw Samux picking up the blue buff from the Giant side of the map earlier, jumping away from danger, and now Extermin has the blue buff in there as well. So Alex is going to have to be a little bit careful as to what goes on in this middle lane. He has picked up Merc Treads here, so a little bit of magic resist and to help with the tenacity there against the slow. He's got that Nash's Tooth in there, but at the end of the day, Extermin's going to be able to do a lot of damage with that blue buff on as well.
Yeah, so true. And of course, if he doesn't have mana, he is in a lot of trouble. Babetta and Jims trying to play very sneaky, and a little exploding spider just sniffs them out of the brush. Edward using
tickled them away, using all of the vision and all of the abilities to the best of their ability. With knowing the vision, he didn't face check. Darren's just farming up, but Exter's coming from behind, and they're going to dive. They're going to dive here on towards Darren, and look at the damage coming out there. He's going to fall. Extermin is unstoppable, and this is probably why teams have been banning out Kassadin against the Spaniard. Kassadin is such a great pick for the time being. Now we see Alex being caught out by Morden. He's just going to take a little bit of poke and back away, but look at Diamondprox and look at Kassadin. This may turn into a very explosive situation. Yeah, Alex Hitch, you didn't need... Oh, Extermin's going to face check here. Is he quick enough to rift walk away? Yes, he is, but Alex flashes over, but look at the damage coming in. There is intervention. Extermin's still running away, and what a close battle that was. And I was just talking about the turret itself, to be honest. It's very, very low, but... Look at 11. However, Gambit are going to pick up the second dragon. Cocoon has caught up the bugs. Spiders do tend to eat insects, and it doesn't look like things are going to change in this matchup. Oh, the dragon going down. That's one thing that's keeping Gambit in the lead here in goal, is those dragons that they've managed to pick up, and that's something that the Giants are going to be wanting to change around in the bottom lane. Ezreal, Genja, as per usual, he's one of those guys who you kind of lose focus of after a while when the kills aren't coming in anymore, but one thing he does brilliantly is farm and farm and farm and farm. He's now a good chunk ahead. He's got a Bloodthirster in there with those double Doran's blades as well. And well played by Giants. They realize that the rest of Gambit are split across the map, so they pick up the second tower of the game. So to balance out the fact that they've lost 2 dragons, they have that global gold from the towers, and in actual fact it's more important because it denies the vision and it denies the control. Touching on Genja's farming, he does perform that a lot, but it does sometimes cost him because he's not always quite as responsive to get into the engagement. We see Exter coming up from behind on Alex, and I don't know if he's good enough for the kill, but he's going to go for a try. Well, bursting down to half, Alex was like, well, I'm not even going to react to that one because he's probably going to rift walk straight off from it anyway. But that's the danger that he has right now. Half almost of his health taken down with 1 burst. And that's something that Alex is going to have to be a little bit careful of. Does have intervention, of course, to block that out. And we see Exter, he was roaming towards that bottom lane to maybe try and pick something up, but a number of pings coming in. I actually think from his own teammates saying, fall back. Don't come in, don't push in here. We don't know where the rest of Gambit are, it's not safe. Look at the vision for Giants at the moment. They've got a little bit of river vision, a tiny bit up near the north side of the Gambit jungle, but outside of that, they have no idea what's going on inside the Gambit jungle. So they're being very brave just roaming like this because they're actually not 100% sure where their opponents are. Well, roaming as a pack here, I think, is the important thing, as they are going to see Darian getting involved on this bottom lane. Nautilus is there to the side. Extermin is going to go in. Darian not going to escape this one. A lot of damage coming out, and it's another kill for Extermin there. Picked up with the Ignite, and they're looking for an inner turret. No one from Gambit is anywhere near being able to stop this. Giants showing that they may not have crowd control with their team composition. They have map control with their play style. They are camping Darian out. That's the 3rd time that he's gone down.
33% of the deaths, no, half of the deaths for Gambit is just on his champion alone. So well played there. Now they're going on Alex.
There's intervention news. Extermin trying to get away, but Diamond was camping on the backside. Alex is going to fall in the end. Samox jumps away. The dog is chasing him down. Well, has he got the pace to get in? Flash away from Samox. Morden now the target. He will flash away as well. And Diamond not going to be able to catch up. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, they were putting pressure on towards Genja, who will stay safe for now. Crazy stuff. Giants looking very good.
So they trade 1 for 1. They went on another tower dive. However, the fact that they lost extra means that killing spree gold went over to Diamond Proc. So that's plus 500 gold for him to spend, which is obviously going to help his team out. It closes that gap, which Giants actually held as far as the gold was concerned. In the bottom lane, Jimbones and Mabeta, they haven't died in the last 10 minutes, which is a very good sign for them, because it means that power crest that Genja and Edward had over them is no longer quite as applicable. They are going to put a lot of DPS down onto this bottom tower, and if Edward doesn't respond quickly enough, they may actually get it.
Respond how, I think, is part of the problem here from this one, as we are going to see Crescendo coming in. Here's a bullet time. Good flash from Edward. Gets him out of the main, a bit of damage, but here comes Extermin, waiting in the grass with... Oh, recall in for Edward. Extermin comes out. Edward has actually spotted that one happening here. Of course, does have repel available if he needs to get away from things. Extermin is getting closer in there, but in the end decides it's probably not worth it.
Not this time round. His dive buddy of Kha'Zix or Morden was not there, so he decided to back away. He needs those people to be with him in the enemy tanking the tower. He is going to go head-to-head with Alex and puts a huge amount of damage down. Just the Rift Walk, well, full combo, drops him down to half.
Yeah, half health gone in an instant. And if he has to use that intervention on himself, it's not going to be great as Extermin. He's going to face check once again. There is the intervention used. Rift walk away, and now they turn over on towards Babetta. Well, here comes the diver. Is he going to get in on towards Diamond? He does manage to land that depth charge, the dredge line in as well. Diamond down to below half HP, but have they got the damage here? Jimbones and starts to back away. There is the depth charge coming in onto Genja. Extermin's on the backside, Babetta is on the top side, and Giants walk away.
Kha'Zix was trying to keep Darien away from that engagement, and it does look like he's going to go in. He's stealthed up and he's dove.
They're going in on towards Darien. There's Extermin as well. Not quite enough to finish off the kill, but they're absolutely hammering him low.
This game is bedlam. They are just diving absolutely everywhere, and the worst part is Nautilus isn't even using his diver skin. He's a miner. This is subterranean Nautilus, but they're digging themselves. They're not digging themselves into a hole. They're digging the graves of Gambit.
That is very true. It isn't a diver skin. So I'll not refer to him as a diver anymore. Although he has been diving a few turrets in this game, so...
That he has. I didn't mean to pop your bubble,
We
Joe.
can use it now. Yeah, you did. I know you know all the names of all the skins, Trevor. So here we go then. Down in the middle. See, Samox coming in. Babetta and Morden were all around there already. Kassadin looks like he's going to be headed over towards his blue buff, and Gambit must be feeling the pressure right now.
Well, they're definitely on the back foot again against Giants, and this is not the first time they've been in this position. They are pressed hard by Giants every time they meet. I do want to take this moment to talk about the items, because Jims has finished up his Infinity Edge. His lane opponent has gone for a Bloodthirster first. His Dragon is about to respawn, Giants are positioning. And interestingly, Genja is going for a Guardian Angel as his second item. He does tend to build defensive. If Babetta catches Edward, oh, Diamond, they're going to go on.
Yeah, he's going to get slowed in there, and there is another dredge line connecting. Diamond, will he be able to get away from this one? He's popped his ghost, but there's a great crescendo. Intervention was used. Edward takes a bit of damage. There goes Extermin in on top of them. Edward going to get involved as a True Shot Barrage comes across. There's another kill for Extermin, and he's Rift walked away.
Whoa.
Genja almost getting caught, but here comes Kha'Zix around the top. Can he get a kill and get away with the reset after that? No, he can't. Diamond going to shut him down, and Gambit look like they're going to keep pushing through here. Alex got the range on that auto attack. Can he keep going through? There's a slow onto Morden, who will dredge line away to the wall.
Spider Nautilus. He gets to safety using the fact he can pull himself on terrain. Now that they've forced Giants out, they traded evenly in terms of kills, but Gambit are going to secure the third dragon of the game. They've had complete dragon control. In this particular engagement, Giants dove too far. Kha'Zix leapt over the wall. He went 1 versus 3, effectively is what it turned out to. And he's not that fed that he can kill through an exhaust. And that was the reason that it ended up failing. So good play from Gambit to respond, but it was an even trade until that dragon.
Extermin coming down to this bottom lane. In fact, there's 4 of them coming down into this bottom lane right now. Let's see if Jace, well, Jace will get away, as we saw Extermin just riff walking over towards him, and even Ezreal backing away from that one. You don't want Extermin on top of you. He's currently 7-2-3. Got that Rod of Ages, of course, in with the blasting one, double Doran's ring, and the Sorcerer's Shoes at this point.
So this is something that we didn't touch on too much in terms of the mobility of the teams. The fact that Nautilus can not only pull himself everywhere, and that he's got boots of mobility, you've seen just how quickly he runs around the map. Misfortune in a similar position with Strut. Her passive is going to allow her to motor around the map. And then, of course, Kassadin's Rift Walk. So you've got 3 highly mobile champions, which means Edward's been caught like that.
Edward getting caught out from this one, but they've not got the teammates with them to really back that one up. Darian and Diamond were both there with Edward. And look at this, Jimbones and Babetta are setting up a trap for Genja.
They've got vision. They know the double golems are being pulled out. Crescendo's not available from Babetta. You can see the countdown timer. 10 seconds on the clock. 7, 8. They lost vision. Now, double golems have a map hack, okay? Double golems will attack whoever's closest to it. They see everything. So if Genja's away, the double golems will go to the closest enemy. You, as a player, can actually use that to your advantage. Hit them, and if it runs left, you know there's a bad guy there and you shouldn't be pushing in.
Smart play coming out of the Giants. And that turret, not so smart for Gambit, is going to be going straight down. Nothing that Gambit could do to really defend that one. That is 5-0 in turrets. When was the last time we said that? In a Gambit game.
Thank you. Okay, I was going to say last weekend, but not with these teams. But yeah, 5-0. The only reason they're staying so close in terms of gold is because of the Dragon control and the CS advantages that Gambit have been able to pull out for themselves. Giants have not picked themselves a big team fight engage. They've played these 2v2s and these 3v3s, and they've pretty much gone for skirmishes, much like we've seen from the Against All Authority and Giants matchup earlier. So maybe Giants have learned from that game and said, well, we don't want to fight a team in a 5v5. Let's use the mobility to our advantage. Let's let Morden run around the map and see if he can catch Alex, because Samus is nearby.
Oh, is he going to be able to get in there? Oh, not quite. Being able to catch up, even with that Nautilus speeding on up towards his position. Samox is going to continue to push this top lane through as well. In fact, he's just going to proxy off this next wave of minions that are headed in there. So now Gambit got their backs to the walls. Ironically, though, still in the lead in terms of gold.
Yeah, just that CSing, that's really what it boils down to at the moment. They're losing in the top lane by 20, but in the mid lane, Alex has got a 60 CS advantage, and of course, the AD carries a 30 CS advantage. So that's obviously going to play in their favor. Exter, once again, trying to find someone to kill. But what Giants are doing very well is controlling these minion waves. They've been on the Gambit side of the map for the entirety of this game.
Yeah, doing really good. And you have to give it to Samox now. He's stolen away that blue buff twice in a row from right underneath the nose of Diamond. As X7 is still pushing out this bottom lane. There, the Void Spike's going to land on towards Diamond, who's trying to get a bit more vision up there.
And they didn't do all that much damage, actually. That is a max rank Void Spike coming out of Samox, and you tend to see them hit a little bit harder at this stage of the game. Samox's items, he's only got that Bloodthirster and the Manamune completed. It's getting fairly close to becoming that Mura Mana, but he doesn't have that same sort of penetration that Jace has right now with the Brutalizer. So he's going to need to get some armor pen if he really wants to chunk his opponents down. Alex losing out the trade there with Exter in the bottom lane, and the rest of Giants pretty much backing away in the mid.
Exter's still a level behind him there technically as well, so we'll see the power of that one. Needlessly large rod now added in, obviously halfway up towards that Revenant, but look at this Giants starting off Baron.
Now there's a little bit of vision there from Gambit, so they would have seen the Giants members moving up, and you can see they're responding, but Alex is nowhere nearby, and Exter has dropped 50% of Edward's HP. So Baron's down to 3,000. Diamond's been stunned.
Tries to go in, 2,500 HP left on Baron, not so much left on Diamond as he gets pulled in there. There is a true shot barrage coming across that will kill Morden off. Diamond has gone down. Well, look at Genja putting the pressure on. Jump away from Samox there as the shock blast comes through and towards that Tribush. They're still waiting around. Look at the damage onto Edward. He survives though, crucially, and Extermin's gonna have to flash away. Alex, it's chasing down Babetta now. Is he gonna have the damage there and the speed to keep up in control? There is Alex taking another blast. The silence not quite enough to save Babetta.
2 for 1, and Alex is still not done. Genja's found Samox. Well, Darian did.
Either way, they both found him and they blew up. I mean, he didn't have much health anyway in the end of that one, but credit where it's due there to Gambit for, you know, stopping that Baron from being finished and picking up the kills.
So brave play from Giants. They tried to make a big play stick, but Baron is one of those objectives that either, you know, really wins you a great portion of the matchup, or you throw everything away, as was the case there. Giants actually did fairly well to peel off of Baron and try to pick up kills, but I don't think all 5 of them were on the same page. They didn't jump onto one target at a time. We do see Gambit that secure the second tower, and Alex, look at the damage.
Alex taking a lot of damage, but Extermin has to go away there. And Genja is following through. He's looking for the kill with this one, but you've only got one arcane shift, and that Riftwalk's going to be up quicker than you can actually get in there. And that is at least positional advantage then secured by Gambit for the next Dragon. They've had every Dragon up until now.
If my math is correct, that's Dragon number 4 that's going to go to Gambit. So 4,000 gold lead in their favor. They're still 3 towers behind, so once they close that out, that's going to be a very sizable gold lead. You can see the numbers on the bottom of your screen. Fairly close across the board, about 800 odd gold in the top lane, but actually about 1,800 in the jungle. So Diamond Procs really doing a good job in terms of the CS, and obviously that big 500 gold killing spree earlier also helped his cause. Nautilus going for a swim.
Going for a swim, because he's crazy like that. As you've seen in the tips in game. Is he crazy like that, or strange like that?
Strange like that,
yeah. But yeah, strange indeed. But made a massive impact so far. Really impressed with the Nautilus play that has come out of him here today in this one. Jimbone's, of course, behind on kills, behind on CS. But his items starting to slowly but surely get there. Got that Infinity Edge in there. He's heading home right now and looks like he's going to pick himself up. Yep, there it is, the Phantom Dancer.
So Phantom Dancer, Infinity Edge, it's the best sort of on-hit target damage you can apply in terms of single target right-clicking. Jims has shown that he doesn't want to go for a bullet time spam Misfortune. He wants to be right-clicking, he wants to be auto-attacking to deal most of his damage. When we see people preferring the likes of a bullet time type of build, they'll go for something like a Bloodthirster into Last Whisper. And we do see a very nice web just locking Morden in place. Edward's trying to get to safety next to, looks like he wants blood.
He's going. But this is a risky play so far, and actually Samux was coming around the side, but look at Extermin. He's taking a lot of damage as Genja tries to come in. Morden is there around the side, but better is going to be joined by Jimbones from that top side as Samux pops over the top of that shock blast. Red buff here is going to be stolen by Jimbones.
Extra playing very aggressive, and if Gambit anticipate that and they can bait that leap forward, they can jump onto him, and they've got a couple of seconds to lock him down, but it will require a Wither and a Cocoon to land, because that's their only real hard CC that comes out of the Gambit team. They're not a very, crowd control centric team. The moment Gambit have stacked up as 5 and they're shoving this mid lane down, Extra's been able to recall and get his health back to pick another fight.
Yeah, got that elixir in there as well, so that tells you that Giants might want to be taking a bit of a fight here shortly. Gambit push that lane right up there. Some more damage comes in. Can they hold on?
Well, they're going to set up for it. At the moment, the minion wave is not just there, so the rest of Gambit start to back away. And the initiation potential that comes out of that acceleration gate is really important. It allows Nasus, Kayle, Ezreal to run forward, as well as Edward's Elise, in fact, and just get in range for all their abilities and to deal damage. And the single target kill potential that can come from Gambit is really good. They've snuck around the side, and they're going to try catch someone.
Oh, there was the ward over the top as they all go through the acceleration gate. Extermin going to be the target, but you're not going to catch him that easily as he Rift walks off.
The rest of Giants almost everyone in Giants can hop, skip, and jump to safety in some form or another. And you've seen in that particular situation, it looked like they could be caught out, but Gambit cannot lock anyone down with the exception of Cocoon. And because you've got a leap, a pull, a rift walk, and very good running speed from Misfortune, it's very difficult to hold them in place. Edward is almost always going to be on the front line in these engagements because it's up to him to lock someone in place. Gambit are a little bit split up here, and Giants, they're looking for a fight because they're pretty tightly grouped.
Yeah, one thing that Gambit have done really well there is clear out those wards and hide inside of that Baron area in the different bushes. And they've got that Oracle in there as well to be clearing out the ward that was put into that middle bush. There it is, off towards the left of the screen. We see that being taken away. Extermin again did go home, as did Sona. And he's going to be picking up an Oracle of his own. So Giants realizing that they need to start getting some control back of that middle area of the map.
They also need to start looking into something like a Aegis of the Legion, because at the moment nobody on the Giants roster has one, whereas the Runic Bulwark is completed for Giants. There's a good amount of residual magic damage that comes out from everyone, as Gambit have stacked up as 5 on this inner turret. They can't get to any of the squishies, the Giants members, so instead they're just going to try their best to defend.
And again, a back and forth, a bit of a tug of war here on this middle lane. Looks like Diamond trying to steal away that red buff. And in the end, he does half damage to it and then back straight off from it. Genja with that G, you know, is a relatively early pickup of a G as well. His second major item after that Bloodthirster.
What it immediately does is it dissuades the Giants members from attacking him, because it says, I'm going to respawn. And I think the reason Diamond Procs backed away from that red buff is because of the pressure Giants was putting in the middle. The minions for Gambit have taken out the bottom tower, and Giants want this fight. The Dredge Line's so close to catching the Elise of Edward.
Very, very close stuff, but Giants here with that have won position back of this Baron area. There's a ward over the top, the better spots that one, but Diamond not quite quick enough to clear things out.
For the first time this matchup, the minions are pushing against the Giants' numbers. Up in the top lane, it should start to push back for them. However, in the bottom lane, a very, very big wave. It not only took out that first turret, it's dealing damage to the inner turret, and that's where Exter's going. Going to pick up his blue buff, going to counter push that lane, and then set up for Baron, which will be spawning in 43 seconds.
One thing he needs to be careful of, though, is headed down to this bottom lane. Diamond actually coming around the back side of him here. He will go north from that one. Actually decides to back away rather than going down towards that turret. But, you know, securing that blue buff is definitely a crucial pickup for him.
Yeah, on Castle, you need to be able to continually rift walk, throw out those null spheres, and manage your most crucial resource. So obviously that's going to help him out. I imagine that right now Giants are going to be setting up for a potential Baron fight after throwing the previous engagement and you know, really giving away too many kills. It's now all of a sudden going to be the next big objective for these two teams.
There is a Locket of the Iron Solari added in for Diamond as well on Nasus. And a Giant's Belt, in fact, put in there. So he is going to be very, very strong coming into this next one. There is Edward just looking to clear out as the Baron roars. And don't think he spotted that ward at the back, funnily enough. Went in there to check. It was there, but didn't get anything. There is a dragon on the map. Can Giants pick up their first?
This would be the first one of the entire matchup. They do have position on it. They also, they don't have vision of Gambit, though, so they wouldn't know that Gambit are grouped up around Baron, and with the exception of that ward now being taken out. So they pick up the Drake. That's going to put them within 3,500 gold of the Russian team right now. And once again, we're in this mid lane standoff. We've seen these two teams in this position a number of times already. And the question is, who's going to get impatient first and pick a fight? Babette's trying to bait. He's trying to pull somebody out onto him. But Gambit are not falling for it this time.
Oh, they're going to be split up here a little bit as the Wither goes down on towards Babette. Diamond going to be tanking up all the damage here on that front line as the Dredge Line lands on towards Alex Ich. There is Samux going very low in the back. It's a very messy fight here as we will see the flash from Babette away. Diamond is burning, will be finished off by Jimbo. Cassadine did get himself a kill as well, but he will, after all that, fall down, and that is 3 kills coming out here for Gambit to the 2 that Giants managed to secure. Babette was super low, had to go back away. Can't see more than defending this turret.
We didn't see the entirety of the bottom half of that fight because it was split. The teams went into these skirmishes of 2v2 and 3v3, and you had Samux and Exter jumping onto members of Gambit, and the rest of Gambit jumping onto the carries and support of Giants. So they end up trading 2 for 3. The Gambit obviously have positional advantage. They get 1, they get 2 turrets out of this, and they should be backing away relatively safely. And actually, they're going to stay around and try to get the inhib.
Inhibitor is going to fall from this one. No way that Giants could stop that from happening. Baron is still alive, though.
Yeah.
No one been able to get in there and do that. Jace has just picked up an elixir as well, so it could be an indication that they want to be fighting for that here in the near future. In terms of items picked up, finally we see an Aegis being selected here by Nautilus.
I feel it's good to have it. It's great. It may have been quite useful earlier on in the matchup to help just deal with the magic damage that comes down from Nasus's ultimate, as well as all those splash damage that comes down from those Righteous Fury strikes. Now, Giants, they've started off Baron again. There is vision here for Gambit, so they're aware this is happening. The last time that this happened, it did not end well for Giants. It doesn't look like it's going to end great this time either. They've had to run away.
Yeah, totally backing away from that one. Didn't want to get involved with Gambit coming back in towards the fight, but neither team confident enough right now to to be going for this one. Of course, this is Giants' chance to really claw themselves back up level with Against All Authority in terms of matches. But Gambit are in a similar situation in the top side of the bracket where, if they lose this one, Fnatic stay as #1 team.
Yeah, it's the truth. And I think in this particular match, we've seen that swing as well. From earlier in the game, you felt that Giants were in control. They were setting the tone and the pace. They were tower diving. They had map control. But once they got the towers down to those inner lane towers, it sort of fell off a little bit. They weren't able to dive the inhibitor turrets because it was too early in the matchup. It allowed Gambit to farm themselves back into this game, pick up a number of dragons, a number of kills. And for these last few minutes, you feel like Gambit's setting the tone, and yeah, they're picking a fight.
Looks like they're going in for it. Morden is the target initially. Well, he will dredge line away. There's a bullet time coming down defensively, but better now the one at the back. But Giants have been forced away from that without really having much to say. Extermin now is going to be chased down. Of course, his Riftwalk should keep him safe from that as he dodges the Q coming out through the acceleration gate there of Jace. But Genji getting involved. A little bit of damage comes out from him. And just to touch on that topic that you had earlier, that Giants really had a lead. Look at the turrets. I remember saying 5-0 in turrets. When was the last time we saw that? It's now 5-5.
Yeah, they've evened it up completely. It was just the items and the team fights. And I feel that Guardian Angel pickup from Genja, you cannot stress how important it is. We'll get back to that in a second as Diamond is going to find himself between two members of the Giants. Exter is coming up from the left, but so is the rest of both teams. Samix has been caught.
He's in a lot of trouble. Will go down there in the end before he can get away. Xermin came in. Darian going low, but look at Jim Bones. He's been hammered away there. Genja coming in from the side. True Shot Barrage gets the kill. Morden goes down. Babetta gets Cocoon. That's a double kill for Ezreal. The turret's going to go down as well, and Extermin has to back away, and this should be another inhibitor coming down for Gambit.
4-for-nothing exchange. Gambit simply catching members of Giant out when Giants felt that they were catching Gambit out. They're going to pick up the second inhibitor of the matchup. They can decide to either push for the victory or fall back. I think they have enough time and enough damage to close this one out. Extra sidesteps the Cocoon, but it's not enough.
Extermin trying to get himself there onto the fountain. Darian and Genja are trying to hold him in there. They may even be able to pick up a kill as a fountain nails Genja down to half, but he's got a GA, and the second Nexus turret has fallen. The Nexus itself will go down, and Gambit will take the victory here against the Giants and bring the series between them to 2-2. A much-needed win that will put them back on first place here in the European LCS.
They reclaim the lead here in this spring split for the first game of Gambit. Even more importantly, they needed to secure one win out of the 5 games they play this weekend to guarantee a top 2 place. They've done it. Gambit cannot fall below second by the end of this weekend. They are guaranteed for summer, and what a performance.
Yeah, a great performance and a great matchup, a spectacle that we really expected there coming out of Giants and Gambit from the previous encounters we've seen. That's it from us here though on the Caster Desk for now. Let's get over to Demon and Jason to break down the game.
Thank you very much, Joe, and what another fantastic game. Do Giants and Gambit ever have bad games between themselves? Finally, it turns out to be 2-2, so Gambit do manage to draw things out there. Giants were the only team really to have that hex over Gambit, but it wasn't to be, and it was looking that way for a short while, though, Jason.
Yeah, even in the beginning of that game, we saw Alex just pressuring Exter over and over. Alex was actually running 8% armor pen, 5 flat armor pen, and 8% magic pen. So he really wanted to push my lane as much as possible. He really wanted to dominate him early on because you saw why. Exter was able to get level 6 finally, and he was able to turn the tables.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic play across really the board. But considering Gambit started off, they were 4-5-1 up, something like that. You know, that bottom lane was being completely dominated. Edward and Diamond, they were just getting all the combos in there, helping out Genja brilliantly. But it isn't where we want to focus the replay. The replay we want to focus on is really where it all went wrong for Giants.
Yeah, it was when Giants were pushing up mid lane about 36 minutes in, and the problem was they split up, unfortunately, and because of that, with Gambit waiting along the banana bush, they're able to pretty much split them up and take them down one by one. We'll get the replay on your screen and just show you what actually happens here and how it kind of develops. And because it is 11-12, I mean, it's a very close game. 3,000 gold up for Gambit, and it was close the entirety of this game.
Yeah, and of course it was really, it was, I guess, you know, fair for Gambit. They actually sat this one out for a long time. They sat in that bush and waited for a good 30-40 seconds before they actually went and made this play.
Yes, they did. Okay, so we see currently Jimbones, we have Exter and Semix all pushed up right here. And then, of course, you have Babetta and Morden in the backside. So we'll start the replay and just show you how it kind of develops as Diamond. They're just waiting for their time to go in. They do finally go in. They use a Wither on Babetta. And real quick, just to show you what's really interesting about that is Jimbones, his items. He went for Infinity Edge, he went for Phantom Dancer, he went for Last Whisper. So typically you see Misfortunes go more of like a Bloodthirst Last Whisper combo because you're most likely going to be withered every single time. But with that combo, he's able to do a lot of damage, which he in fact does during the entirety of this replay. But unfortunately for him, he does get withered a little bit later, and that split happened.
And look at this down the bottom. This is what I want to see. Samux and Extermin completely out the way. The rest of the team are getting absolutely munched on. And, you know, Extermin's off the side. Samux went in on his own, exhausted. There's not a great deal he can do about that.
Yeah, and then he gets locked down with Cocoon while he's stealthed up. Doesn't matter in the end. Genja picks up the kill, and now Exter here trying to go for the kill on a Darren. He, in fact, gets it a little bit later on. But unfortunately, he pays the price for it as well as he gets the Ignite onto him to survive the last second. And look at that damage. Even Edward flashed over the wall to get in on that. But Gambit just taking them down one by one right here. We're able to get a nice foothold into the game. And Genja, I mean, we saw him pick up his Guardian Angel as a second item. We were looking at each other like, that's a little bit interesting to pick up as your second major item. But his aggression was unmatched in that. He was so ballsy every time, arcane shifting in the enemy team just to create opportunities.
It's something he's done before as well.
Yeah,
it's not the first time he's done this. He definitely is a player that takes his own builds, I think it's safe to say. So Gambit do manage to take the victory. But for MVP, again, we are focusing on the opponents. And really, it's all about Extermin for Giants. And you only have to look at his score, honestly, to see why we've given this MVP. He ended the game 8-3-4. Nobody even had 8 assists. In fact, the highest assist was 6 on the Giants. So all of those kills he was making and creating, they were all himself. Having to do it all on his own. He was trying to carry Giants to victory, but it just wasn't to be.
It showed how good he was at casting as well, why that's always a targeted ban, because he got destroyed in lane. I mean, I think Alex was 7 to his level 5. We had Morden finally camp it out just so he can do that, but his roaming was so perfect, so spot on. They were able to punish Darren over and over, but just like I said, just wasn't able to carry the team in the end.
Yeah, it wasn't enough, and unfortunately, you know, I hate to focus on the negatives, but Samux on Kha'Zix, it just didn't work out for him in that game.
He just unfortunately wasn't able to get the resets. They had the damage, but every time he would go in, he would get exhausted, and that was the problem. Every time, and then he would just die.
Yeah, and that's horrible. As a Kha'Zix is exhaust, bad. Oh, great. Not again. Thank you very much. So, that was another fantastic game, and we are, of course, going to go over to the captain. Fantastic. He is the man in the middle for Gambit Gaming, Alex Ich.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Alex, the Giants were 2-1 against the Gambit before this match. We saw you pulling out something. Edward was going for the Elise, you were going for the Kale. What was the plan?
So the plan was like, they got Sona, so we decided that the Elise would be a really good counter to her in lane. And Darian would like to play Jace, and Jace is really good against Kha'Zix. And I picked Kale because it's safe pick, and we didn't know what I have to be against in middle. So we knew that there's a lot of chance that it will be Kassadin.
So how was the matchup against Kassadin?
The matchup is fine in the beginning. Like I was dominating him, but because we got Nasus jungle, I don't have that much support of the jungler. So I just decided to dive him and die to not give Nautilus frag. And after that, I was still pressuring him before he's level 6, and then there was not really good move when Nautilus came suddenly, and I couldn't react on time. And after that, Kassadin got there was not that much pressure from me, so he could roam, and because of that, he got some frags, and I couldn't fight him. I could do 1 versus 1, but I was always afraid of Nautilus because I couldn't run away from them.
So last weekend, not the best performance against SK Gaming. Now a win here. A couple of weeks ago, you told me, we're pretty tired. We have to travel a lot. So how is your mindset now? How are you feeling now going into this Super Week and, of course, the playoffs next weekend?
So we're now top 2 for sure. So who cares how we result in other games? But we'll try our best to win all 5 games to take the first spot. And after that, we started to train hard, and we're going to show really good play at the playoffs.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. Now, this past Monday, 144,000 viewers tuned in to watch the epic 1v1 stream featuring Wicked versus Soaz. As we saw, Soaz came out on top and won the All-Star vote for European top laner. Can Evil Geniuses pull out a victory to restore their pride? Or will Fnatic burst Wicked's bubble once again? There is a lot on the line. Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic after this break.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the analysis desk. So earlier on today, we had a Twitter question for you, and we received plenty of interesting responses.
Yes, we did, Demon. So the question was, which region will triumph at the All-Star Tournament and why? And we got some really interesting Twitter responses.
Yeah, so the first one is apologies ahead. Zuza Alm. Zuza Alm? No, it's going to be Europe will win the All-Stars. Soaz is the best top player in the world, and Alex Ich on mid lane. Nothing more to say. Go EU.
That's some ballsy words right there, saying Soaz is the best top laner in the world, and Alex on mid. But
yep, Stanley, Salme, you know,
there's a lot
Noon,
there's a lot of other people.
I could mention Dyrus as well. That'd be good.
Ambition in the mid lane.
Yeah, but he's not a top lane.
Well, but also Alex in the mid lane. That's the
I list up all the top laners and you go for a mid lane. It's all good. It's okay, Jason. Everybody else is following at home.
I was like, let's take the easy way out. Let's just say mid laners because I don't know any more tops. Yeah. We do have another response from @WileyKit. And she says, North America because they have the most diverse collection of players, which will give them more playstyles and strats to work with. And what do you think about that? Because you've actually spent time over in North America casting NA LCS. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I can see where she's coming from because, yes, the fact that NA get to work together, like we've already mentioned, they're going to go in that house in the Curse House in Vegas. They all speak the same language. I don't know about more strats. Maybe they're going to be different resources because, you got obviously the Protect the Double Lift. Scar's got a very different style for Dignitas. There's a very different style for TSM. All the shot callers coming in there. And then, of course, St. Vicious is going to be making the calls as well. I don't know. I mean, maybe they're going to have different styles, but then you could see the aggression coming out from the Gambit guys. Who knows?
Yeah, and we know they can put out a lot of aggression. And if you give them a finger, they'll take the whole arm.
They can indeed. The final Twitter response actually coming from our very own community cartoonist. It is Skyan, and he says, EU will beat North America, but I feel the language hurdle will trip them and the Asian teams who are typically so coordinated. Well, interestingly enough, that would be lovely, but unfortunately, we know who plays each other, and unfortunately for them, North America, they face China in the All-Star, and Europe, they face Korea in the All-Star, so they don't actually face each other. It's going to be very much an Asian cross-mix between the two. So North America versus China straight away, that's a tough call.
Yeah, it is, but Europe, I think they have the better out in that one, because we saw Gambit at Intel Extreme vs. Katowice beat Azubu Blaze and Frost back-to-back 2-0.
Well, yeah, but also when we go to the Intel Extreme Masters World Championships, didn't quite work out the same way.
Well, let's forget about that one. Just focus on the positives.
Let's focus on the positives and forget the negatives. But we do have our final match of the day, and well, what an absolute stonker it is for you guys. It's going to be Fnatic versus Evil Geniuses, and to take us through the game, it's going to be Joe Miller and Trevor Quickshot Henry.
For the final time in the Spring Split, it's time for Fnatic versus Evil Geniuses. The last time these two met, Fnatic got destroyed by EG. Every time EG made a play that game, Trevor, they were either kills or some kind of objectives that they managed to pick up that one. Yeah. And they, throughout the course of the game, never really let go of that kind of control. They've not quite been able to do the same here today. Obviously, they lost earlier on to Against All Authority. And to be honest, EG really need a couple of wins here from their final games to stop them slipping down that table.
Every game they lose puts them closer and closer to the Copenhagen Wolves. They run the risk of actually dropping down. Fnatic, on the other hand, managed to keep up their unbeaten run against SK Gaming, winning their 18th LAN match and their 4th this season of the LCS alone. Fnatic hold on to 2nd place, and they are guaranteed a top 2 placement this split because of their win-to-loss record. And this match against Evil Geniuses is for bragging rights and swag points.
Well, we're going to see if Evil Geniuses can pick up another win over Fnatic. But before we do that, let's have a look at the full lineup. Starting with Fnatic here on the blue side with Soaz, Cyanide, Xpeke, Yellow Star, and N-Rated.
And of course, for Evil Geniuses, Wicked, Snoopy, Froggen, Yellow Pete, and Crepper.
So, the unsung hero, in my opinion at least, of Fnatic and one of the more solid junglers in the scene. Cyanide is our man of the moment for Fnatic. He's currently the 2nd highest goal per minute coming into this week at least of all junglers at 279, and he's a full 18 gold per minute ahead of the 3rd place.
So he's the only sitting behind Diamondprox, who is the all-star jungler, and at the start of the week he had the 3rd highest KDA at 4.63, and he performs well with a wide variety of champions. He's also been known to steal dragons and barons more than most. Unfortunately, earlier today he wasn't able to steal with that Dr. Mundo of his, and like we said, he didn't have an impact against Evil Geniuses last week, but he does tend to have a very big impact on their matchup, and we'll see how he plays in this game, because we've seen him with Dr. Mundo. It was a great performance earlier in the day.
Well, Froggen for Evil Genius is a player that has been extensively watched, and many wonder if he should be getting more involved in those team fights. Last weekend, of course, he was a key component in their victory against Fnatic. However, he didn't carry that through into the next game against the Giants.
No, and same again earlier today. He played Lux, and while his early game was particularly good, once you hit the mid and the late game, he wasn't able to snipe off members of Against All Authority with that laser. And
one of the things we keep pointing out is that he simply hasn't had that much of an impact on all of the EG matches. He's got some of the lowest deaths of all mid laners, even though his KDA is very good. It's because he doesn't get involved. It's because he sits back, he plays long-range champions, and he sits on the fringes. He's going to be required to take the helm once more, like he did last weekend, to help his team secure a victory.
Well, one thing's for sure is that Fnatic's last game didn't go to plan against Evil Geniuses. The game was won in the end by that amazing backdoor from Froggen. Are we going to see any more of that today? It's definitely possible. Well, let's see what the players had to say about it.
Last time we played against EG, we didn't have a real strategy, and yeah, they surprised us. They had good picks, they got us a level 1, they denied us really hard.
The match against Fnatic last weekend ended the way I backdoored 2 Nexus turrets and the Nexus, and I had no clue what actually happened in the team fight. I just realized, okay, I'm gonna go for it.
Can't get away to this one. He's gonna get taken down. The minions are on the Nexus.
It felt bad that Froggen backdoored us, but we can show them who are the kings of backdoor.
Well, we heard a very excited Demon at the end of that one. I'm not sure I can even go high enough to replicate that sound, but if we see some of that today, maybe I'll give it a try. But before we get into the bans and the picks here, what are we expecting to see between EG and Fnatic?
Evil Geniuses have no idea what to expect because earlier in the day, we've seen a completely different composition from Fnatic. They were running Dr. Mundo in the jungle. They had Urgot and Blitz in their duo lane, and that's just going to cast a massive shadow of doubt against Evil Geniuses. You've got the regulars, the stalwarts that you are going to be banning out, the likes of Nasus, Twisted Fate, Zed, Kayle maybe. It's a number of picks that...
Kassadin.
Yeah, Kassadin as well. A number of high priority picks that are fairly common. Against Evil Geniuses, we might see Lux being banned out, but Fnatic, after seeing Froggen earlier in the day, they may actually say, well, we're not that worried about it. So, you know, we'll just have to see, have Fnatic prepared another innovative composition to deal with Evil Geniuses?
Well, they'll not want to slip to another victory in this one, to another defeat, sorry. A slip to a victory might not be all the worse for them in this one. So Fnatic, of course, on the blue side, they have first ban, first pick, and the first bans coming out here will be Lux for Fnatic, Kha'Zix then for Evil Geniuses, moving then into Thresh for Fnatic, and Zed from EG.
Twisted Fate is still available, and I don't think Fnatic will be banning it out. I imagine they're going to leave it to Evil Geniuses to ban, or they may first pick it. Shen is also still in the pool of potential champions, and I do want to highlight Kayle because we've seen him a number of times today. Kayle's always been a champion that was super popular at the beginning of the season, sort of fell off a little bit in the mid, but is still there in order to counter these insta-burst type of compositions. Yeah. Anivia is a champion that has been open for Froggen a number of times, but doesn't actually have the best win-loss ratio. So it is still there, but again, it's not something we've actually seen Froggen picking up all that often.
Well, Kassadin will be the final ban, and Fnatic banning out Leona. So 2 support bans there from Fnatic. And Krepo is saying, well, if you're going to do that, that's going to leave picks open for the rest of the team.
So Varus is still there, Thresh is still, Shen is still there, Twisted Fate. And now's the difficult decision. Yeah, Elise as well. Who do we pick and who do we give away? Now all of a sudden Evil Geniuses have to decide of the picks, who do they want? If we do see Shen being locked in, that'll most likely be for Wicked in the top lane. He had some very good performances on Shen earlier in the season. Last weekend, the loss to Giants, he built Trinity Force first on Shen, and it was a questionable decision. There were many, many people saying maybe that shouldn't have happened. So I'd like to see how he decides to play it if this is locked in.
Well, plenty of time. Obviously, Krepo's going to have to go with something different this time around. He's been getting a lot of Leona recently, but that's banned out this time around for him, so he's going to have to change that one up.
So Lulu is still available. I don't think we've seen Lulu at all today, so that will be a first for the matchup in our very last game of the day. I know that, you know, Enrated has been running Nunu somewhat regularly, or of course support Elise is another option for Krepo, which we did forget about. If Nunu is locked in, once again in this patch, his ultimate has been reduced on cooldown from 150 seconds at level 1 to 110. So it's a much more powerful, much more, I don't want to use the word spammy, but it's much more viable in the early levels of that particular ultimate.
Yeah, and of course, Krepo said not too long back when he was on the analysis desk that he loves playing Elise because there's loads of buttons to press with the switch of stances there. So that is definitely a possibility to come out from this. But Twisted Fate locked in there for Xpeke Water Cyanide. And Xpeke here going to pick up as the second and third picks for them. coming into this one?
So Nasus and Volibear are both still available for selection here. It's the first time we haven't seen really one of them being picked or banned. Volibear, he did get a little bit of an appearance earlier with a ban, but we haven't seen him being played all that much. And it is primarily due to that reduction on his Rolling Thunder, that the speed is no longer quite as powerful. And with the Nunu being locked in, it's just generated falling to somewhat of a comfort pick.
You know what would make me the happiest man in the world right now is if that Nunu was on the top lane with Soaz and he went 1v1 against Wicked. That would make me a very, very, very happy Joe.
Well, Joe, I've seen that matchup before, and I don't want to spoil anything, but Soaz wins it.
Does he get first blood with an absolute zero, just another story? I think he does. I've seen it somewhere before. I said about 144,000 of you, by the way. That was an incredible showing for that 1v1 in the midweek. But onto this game now, with the picks coming in for Evil Geniuses. Looks like we could be seeing a Jarvan.
So Jarvan is the other jungler that we've talked about and I actually forgot about while we're thinking about this. He's been sort of the secondary pick. If Snoopy is going to be running Jarvan in the jungle, he's going to need to be a little bit more calculated with his engages. Last weekend, he used Volibear very successfully against Fnatic and managed to pick them up a win. And I think I prefer Snoopy on Volibear to Jarvan. It's a little bit more of a comfort pick for him, and I feel that his Jarvan is a little bit weaker. He does tend to jump in a little overzealously in certain engagements. So a good pickup, and the second time today. So, one of those high priority picks is now on the table.
So what are Fnatic going to go with here as their last picks? There is the Rat for Yellow Star, maybe. I've seen a mixed bag from Twitch, to be honest, in the LCS so far this season. Been successful for some, not quite so for others.
So I think in EU, Candy Panda is the Twitch player that stands out in my mind in terms of who's played it a little bit more frequently than others. However, a couple of days ago, we did see Wild Turtle from TSM running Twitch and using him very, very well.
Come on. Don't be trolling us then, Rated. I want to see this Nunu going into that top lane.
Well, it's a possibility. It could be Peke. No, Peke's going to be on Twisted Fate. So if it is 5 seconds, Nunu top lane, we've seen it in a scrim. Okay, so it's not only in the 1v1 challenge that's actually happened. We've spectated Fnatic scrim where they ran the likes of a Kennen and a Nunu and got that zone control. And as far as this composition is, it looks like Soaz is going for those swag points. He's going for the I won the 1v1, bro, and let's go for it.
Snowballs. Excited for this one. Nunu in the top lane by the looks of things here coming out full. So as we saw it in the midweek, is Wicked gonna be ballsy enough here to take, who was in that one? Jace? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I don't think so either. The composition wouldn't fit. But giant snowballs indeed for Soaz. And like we said, they're guaranteed top 2. Fnatic cannot go anywhere other than first or second, and they can't take first unless they win more games than that of Gambit. If LeBlanc is selected, Froggen is going to hope to be Faker from the OGN, who just did such a phenomenal job.
Well, he is going to lock it in, so we are going to have LeBlanc here in the middle for Froggen. Pretty insane stuff coming into our final game of the day. We wouldn't really expect much different from Fnatic versus Evil Geniuses. This one is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Froggen is just going to be able to insta-gib Twisted Fate, Twitch, or Zyra instantly. When we watched Faker doing it at OGN, he was doing it against a Zyra as well, and he was one-shotting Zyra every single time. It was a 20-minute surrender on the dot because they simply couldn't deal with a 10-0-1 LeBlanc. And if any player can do it, it's going to be Froggen. So I'm excited.
I am very excited for this one. I hoped that we were going to see Nunu in that top lane just because of the history of this one, and also because I do like to play a bit of Nunu in the top lane. Not going to lie about that one. Usually, it's the Singed that I'm always rooting for, but since we've got that Nunu in here, since that midweek showdown that they had, very interested to see how this one's going to go. But let's concentrate on the game itself, and maybe specifically more towards level 1. And what can we really expect from this one? Because both teams, EG in particular, have said, quite publicly and said they are happy with studying level 1s from other teams. And last week it was a face check, actually, from Soaz that got them the first blood.
It was a face check, and it's something that their own team has made mistakes about in the past. A couple of weeks ago, Wicked giving away first blood to Gambit, if I remember correctly. In terms of level 1, I think both teams have got pros and cons to them, but I don't actually expect too much funny business from these two teams. What I would like to see is whether or not there's going to be those lane swaps, those 2v1s. And very interestingly, Wicked has gone with teleport. So that's a flash teleport Shen, which is quite different to what we are used to seeing out of Shens. The fact they've got that global ultimate tends to mean they take the likes of an Ignite for that kill potential, but against a Nunu, who Wicked is well aware is very difficult to kill.
Can't move him out of the lane.
He's not going to pick up anything like that.
I'm really interested to see how this one is all going to go down. We are going to get into game. Of course, this is our final encounter between Fnatic and Evil Geniuses. This is current second place team taking on the current fourth place team. A win for Evil Geniuses would be a big boost to their season. Fnatic, of course, already guaranteed a top 2 position. So really excited to see how this one gets underway. And look at EG. They're actually moving with quite some haste down towards this bottom lane.
They've managed to get into position, and Yellow Star's about to face check. He's been caught.
He's going to face check in here. He's going to take a lot of damage from this one. He's going to cleanse off the stun. Can they get in there? The double flash. What a grasping root coming out of Enrated. That will save Yellow Star right from the start.
Yellow Star went invisible at the perfect moment. He could not take any more, he didn't take any more damage, so he was able to stealth and get away. But Flash and Cleanse is down. Candy, he channeled his inner Candy Panda from last weekend that snuck through the bush with that stealth. Wow.
Wow, indeed. Speechless after that one. An incredible, incredible start. We thought we might not see too much here from level 1. Totally wrong on that one as the repel comes in. And Rated gonna get cocooned up here. Can they get the finisher after he's managed to help the save in his AD carry? He will go down for the first blood here for EG.
So both members of Fnatic bottom lane trying to throw the early game. Yellow Star being caught out, and Enrated not anticipating that repel cocoon. You've got to remember that with Elise, the E doubles up. In Spider form, you can use it for mobility, and in human form, you lock somebody up, and he used it perfectly. So great play from Crepo setting that one up. He only used his Ignite to ensure that the kill went down, but deserved first blood, and it went to potentially the best player of Varus. LeBlanc could have used it. Now 3 members of Fnatic, they want to challenge this red buff.
It's 4-on-4 if they do decide to fight here. Yellow Star going to take a lot of damage. Is he going to get flipped in? Yes, he is. Yellow Star going very low. Finished off here by Froggen. You don't want that LeBlanc to get rolling early on. And Fnatic look like they may want to try and get in there. Where's the grasping root here from Enrated? Stun card is ready for it. Peke cleanse away. Nice cocoon will land onto Enrated. But Crepo gets stunned up. But to be honest, Peke not going to have the damage to finish off. 2-1 EG.
So Evil Geniuses are going to be happy with that trade. They traded 1-for-1 in terms of kills, but now there are 2 carries that need to get strong. Both have kills. Twisted Fate was able to pick one up as well, so that's obviously going to help him out. But some very, very good grasping roots from Enrated allowed that play to happen. And crucially, they defended their red buff. So that will be there. Was it stolen away, actually? It may have been stolen. It's not on the map, so it actually may have been stolen.
So the interesting thing is now for the start of, level 1, they're pretty much all coming in here at level 2 anyway. 1-0-1, of course, for Varus. He's got double Doran's Blade plus pots coming in right off the start, and Twitch only got pots to use.
If a single cocoon lands from Crepo, that's going to be a dead rat. There's so much damage that's going to come down from Yellow Pete's auto attacks that you can then combine with the percentage HP damage of his own abilities plus that of Elise. So they need to be extremely careful in that bottom lane, especially because Yellow Star has no cleanse and no flash available.
Oh, we saw there at the top, Enrated actually going to get hit here by the cocoon. Didn't have the vision down, but no, Enrated, every little bit of damage is going to hurt him. We saw the elixir being used already by Yellow Star, and wow, it's going to be a tough lane now for Fnatic. There's no doubt about that one.
Yeah, very, very true. We had a quick glimpse of that top lane where Soaz was spamming out those ice blasts over onto Wicked. And you've got to imagine the psychological effect. Peck has been snared.
Yeah, is he going to get stunned up here? Yes, he is, but not going to have the damage to follow up. He, of course, did manage to start with that kill early on as well. Crystalline Flask and the water. Snoopy going to come rolling in. Peke got no mana really to stop this one from happening. Will use Barrier and Flash to try and get away as he gets the stun card on towards Snoopy. Has Cyanide now got the damage? Spirit Fire is down. Snoopy starting to regen as the red card will slow them down. And that will be him getting out to safety. Hectic start.
So importantly, both passives there got proc, both of Froggen and of Snoopy. So if they manage to get some damage down, they can secure kills. Soaz and Wicked going toe-to-toe, and the psychological effect of losing that 1v1 earlier surely will be playing on Wicked's mind.
Yeah, one thing that Soaz now is not so much mana coming. Obviously, he did go for that Crystalline Flask, and with his passive, can get in there and gets every fifth, after every fifth auto attack, one ability in there for free as well, which you can either use for harassment or for just staying healthy as you like, chomping down on a minion.
And he hasn't put a single point into Blood Boil just yet, so 2 into Consume, 2 into that Ice Blast. It'll be interesting to keep an eye on that, because I'm sure our solo queue heroes will like to know how you play that Nunu in the top lane. Completely immovable object, but Shens tend to be an unstoppable force as well when they're in that top lane, so it may just be the two of them bashing away. If Shen uses his feint, he can block some of the damage, but they've caught Yellowstar.
They've got the repel down. Where is the Cocoon? Krepo a little bit slow to switch off and get that one down. Grasping Roots, so not quite getting the grasp on Krepo that they wanted.
No, a very anticlimactic little engage there coming out of Krepo, but I think he just wanted to scare them away. It didn't really feel like they were going all in. You can see that Ignite is available for Krepo, so if they do want to pick up kills, they have that available. Caught out in Rated, and again, just looking for some extra poke onto them, and look at the damage onto Yellowstar.
Yeah, gonna have to stealth himself up there just to avoid as much of that damage as he can, but most of it was already in, as Snoopy gonna be taking this blue buff off here at the start. And let's have a look down some of the items here, because it's that mid lane in particular that have really been picking up. Double Doran's Ring for both. The difference between the boots that Twisted Fate has. Crystalline Flask for both. No boots yet, though, on LeBlanc.
So the additional CS for Twisted Fate, as well as his passive, is owing to the fact that he's got that particular item set up. We see that Cyanide is coming for a gank in the bottom lane, but you know, a nice zoning Cocoon from Krepo locked him out. Interestingly, from Xpeke, he's gone Flash and Barrier, so he's really afraid of the amount of damage that's going to come down from LeBlanc, and has opted to pick a summoner spell that can save him every couple of minutes.
Well, you might have seen on the left-hand side of your screen there that Soaz actually used his ultimate in that top lane. That was basically like, I'm going home. I'm going to ultimate all of these minions and get myself away with all that extra farm in there. He's going to come back into the lane with a Cage's Lucky Pick, plus the Doran's Ring.
I'd like to see where this Cage's Lucky Pick actually goes to, because it can go into the likes of a Morella Nomicon, which is obviously going to help in terms of healing. That'll negate the passive of Volibear and any sort of sustain types items that come from EG. Or it could be even more interesting and go into something like a Twin Shadows, which will give some magic resist and allow him to chase. So he can Ice Blast one person, then send the ghosts after the enemy, and you know, really have a lot of fun with that item, as Peke takes a lot of damage.
Well, that is a LeBlanc for you. You are going to get bursted down, and Peke knows that he's going to have to play fairly defensive, definitely cautious if he's going to want to survive these little exchanges coming out from Froggen, who, you know, he's got to be offensive at this stage. He needs to get that CS in there.
So he's playing relatively well. He sidestepped the chains coming out there from Froggen. That was one thing that Faker landed from Korea every single time. Managed to land the snare and just get a full complement of damage onto his opponents. Froggen leveling up as is to be expected. The Signal of Silence, the Q being your primary spell. And of course, once he's got that ultimate available again, you can expect him to go aggressive. It's a very, very short cooldown. At rank 1, it's 38 seconds before cooldown reduction.
And before that CDR comes in. As we see Froggen there farming nicely up underneath that tower. Volibear on the top side of the map, so may try and come in and stop Soaz's Nunu. It's currently 49 to 50 CS, so you know, Wicked, despite basically being slowed the entire time in this top lane, is doing a good job of keeping up with that CS.
So I think staying up late at night and being haunted by the memory of being defeated by Soaz's Nunu has allowed him to think of a counter. Shen being energy-based and having the ability to block a lot of the damage of those Ice Blasts with Feint is a great pickup. He can then sustain, Feint instantly as the Ice Blast is traveling. He can also regen, but Soaz has been caught, and here comes Snoopy.
Snoopy is coming into this one, but look at that! Soaz gets him blown up, and now Twisted Fate getting involved. Soaz gonna run under there. There's the Ice Blast. The finisher gonna come from the red card. Surely no, the passive is keeping him alive, and it will be Cyanide in the end that gets the kill. And that's the danger, you know. Absolute Zero does massive amounts of damage when you've got AP behind you.
It's so well played as well. Soaz managed to get a good channel on that, a couple of seconds up, pop the Ignite, and then the Ice Blast to close out the kill. So a very good combo. We see Enrated almost being caught by Froggen, but he went just a second too late to catch out Enrated.
And we heard on the stream the other night, Wicked saying, I can't do anything against it. You can't do anything against it. That's kind of the point of that Nunu in lane. You know, he's got good damage from the Ice Blast. He's got good healing abilities just coming out of his Consume. Like, he's really an immovable object, and Snoopy's going to have to help focus in on that if they're going to, you know, get rid of the Yeti.
I remember hearing Snoopy actually saying on stream, Riot, please nerf Nunu. We'll see how this matchup goes. It's exactly like you said, he has damage, he has sustain, he has mobility, and it looks like he's making a Haunting Guise as well. So if that is the case, he's going to be hitting even harder with that Ruby Crystal and Amplifying Tome. Snoopy is going to be moving towards Dragon and they catch Cyanide a little bit.
That chain's missing, and actually we are going to see Froggen in a little bit of danger now from this one. His passive will pop. He's off towards the bottom side. You're going to keep doing damage. Cyanide goes down. Yellow Peter picks that one up. Soaz was in there as well. What's he going to be able to do here? There's a repel coming down from Crepo. He lands right on top. Another Ice Blast will drop Crepo very low. Yellow Pete having to cleanse away from this one. Peke still going in. There's a red card. Finisher from Yellow Star. Good kills coming down. A 2-for-1 for Fnatic, and it might not even be over. Peke was getting in there. Couldn't quite finish off getting in range.
No, good play from Evil Geniuses to maybe catch somebody out, but Fnatic were simply too close and responded too quickly. So they got in there, managed to pick up 2-for-1 and the mid turret. They're not finished yet because Peke's got that blue buff up. He can clear waves very, very quickly, and now they're going to carry on this inner turret. Snoopy is here, but he is alone, and he's not going to be able to defend against this many members of a Fnatic.
Yep, and when you're out of range of the turret there, they can hit you from inside of the turret range and you can't get anywhere near them. That's 2 turrets taken down for Fnatic in a row. That brings their total now to 3-0. They're 5-3 up in kills. Dragon being started here by Cyanide.
So Cyanide does not have his ultimate just yet. It's something we see out of NASA's players. They tend to burn that Fury of the Sands while they take down the first Drake. They're a minute later than when Gambit were. And if you have a look at Xpeke, he's zoning out members of Evil Geniuses to buy time. A Grasping Roots comes up from Enrated. You can see just on the top, it slowed them. And it looks like EG want this fight.
Here we go. Varus going to try and get involved. The Cocoon not landing. And, well, they've managed to walk nicely away from this one. Soaz going to do absolute 0 in that fight, and they walk away back towards that bottom lane. Unfortunate timing there. I saw what he was trying to do.
To be honest, everybody held their breath for a few seconds going, is this going to work? Is this going to work? But no, it only works for Team Empire all those years ago in the bottom lane. We'll see if Soaz can be cheeky and pull that one off in this particular matchup. But good thinking, good thought process behind it. Just wasn't able to pull it off in that particular engagement.
And that will leave us as Twisted Fate goes into this top lane to clear out 19.8 to 14.1. That's, you know, almost a 6,000 gold lead right now for Fnatic after everything's said and done with those towers, with the Dragon, with the 2 kills extra.
And of course with the Twisted Fate passive as well. You need to keep remembering it adds a good couple of hundred gold, you know, every few minutes as that ticks over. And one of the great things about it is it effectively pays for your wards. If you think about that bonus gold that everybody can buy 1 or 2 wards every, 7 or 8 minutes, it's earned from that passive of Twisted Fate. So it's a very, very powerful tool, powerful passive in the matchup. Right now, it does look like Yellow Pete's going to take out this bottom lane before Yellow Star can react, and that'll be their first tower of the game.
Yep, that turret is going to be taking a beating here. Yellow Pete just wanting to make sure that he gets all of that CS underneath it as the next wave comes in. That will go down. That's the first turret of the game coming out for Evil Geniuses, and Cyanide is trying to sneak away that red buff right now.
So Cyanide, he's behind enemy lines. There's no one really close by. You can see that Froggen is roaming towards this bottom lane, and if Yellow Star hangs around a little bit longer, he could be in trouble. Crepa's going to throw out the Cocoon. He's caught.
He is going to get caught as he cleanses. Can he get away, though? No, he can't. It's Froggen that picks that one up. He's now 2-on-2 without LeBlanc. Haunting Guise in there. Twisted Fate, though, with Peke already got the Lich Bane.
So a point in Blood Boil has been spent there by Soaz. He threw that over to Xpeke. Fnatic are onto the inhibitor turret, and the rest of Evil Geniuses are going to back away. They don't have an AD carry with them right now, so it's a little bit slower to chunk it down. But EG have done nothing. It's a 13.5-minute inhibitor turret, and that means that inhib is open to be taken, or open to be expected, if you will.
You can't give that kind of objective away this early on in the game. I mean, just the vision that you lose from that middle lane, from the outer, the inner turret down, and having that open inhibitor is just an invitation to Fnatic right now, especially with that Lich Bane on Xpeke. But that's a great pickup from Fnatic. They are now 22.8 to 17.3 thousand gold in the lead. Still only 1 kill, but if we look down the golden where it is at this point, 1,500 difference in the middle lane. Same story in the top lane. The AD carry is actually pretty level as Froggen is going to dive in there, picks up the kill on towards Enrated. You don't expect much less with the looks.
No, not
with a LeBlanc, sorry.
We knew what you meant,
I drew
Joe.
a LeBlanc there, sorry.
And of course, Zyra being so incredibly squishy just gets blown up. A Ruby Crystal has just been picked up by Enrated, so that'll help some of it. But Expec has been taunted.
Flash taunt in there, Expec in a lot of trouble. He's going to get taken down. It's Froggen that gets himself another one. Here comes Soaz from the side. What's he going to do? He's got stunned up, but Crepo is now in all kinds of danger. Double kill. Here comes Absolute Zero, and there is the explosion of Yellow Pete. They take down Wicked as well. Froggen is now the last man left alive. Soaz has got no mana left in, as Yellow Star is the one to take all the damage. And this is a bit of trouble for Yellow Star. There's the passive coming out of Froggen, but it is another kill coming in for Yellow Star. The ace for Fnatic in what looked like it was pretty good for Evil Geniuses under the turret there.
So effectively it was a 5-for-1 at the end of that. Evil Geniuses just being caught after they dove Zyra. Yeah, they blew the support up, but so what? The rest of the damage dealers were untouched and they were able to zone out the respective members. That Absolute Zero did a lot to hold the members of EG in place and just let Yellow Star roll through and pick up some kills. I really like Froggen's positional play with that little hop and skip, because of course on his W he can jump forward and then go back to his original casting position. So he almost caught Yellow Star out, but cooldown's just a little bit too high on the rest of his abilities.
So let's have a look at some items finished after that. Morellonomicon is in there for Nunu with that Haunting Guys. You've got the Bloodthirster now complete for Yellow Star as well.
So that's obviously going to be just giving him all of the sustain that he needs to survive, especially if he doesn't get blown up instantly by LeBlanc. He's going to need to back away, get his HP back up off some minions or some monsters, and then rejoin the fight. He's just picked up a Giant's Belt, so that instant burst potential has somewhat been negated because he really doesn't want to die super early. Destiny's available for Pekka, and he's thinking about going the mid lane, because you can see by Cyanide's positioning.
Oh, Froggen going to get withered up here. Is he going to be able to escape? Twisted Fate is coming in right on top of him. Will dash over, but now Soaz is going to chase in there. Actually, the wildcard did connect onto the back end of Froggen, but here comes Soaz around the corner. He's going to land the slow, but Froggen will again try and dive away. The wildcard's missing. They're chasing in. One more snowball will finish off. Soaz now on a killing spree.
Those wildcards flew a little wild, you might say, and were able to close out the kill thanks to the cooldown on that Ice Blast, but the fight isn't over. Wicked tries to taunt up Expector while on the bottom lane, Yellowstone and Rated pick up their 5th tower of the game. Fnatic wisely back away, but what a great zone control there. They used Destiny for vision, and you had Cyanide and Soaz catching him out.
Absolute Zero is in there. There's a stun card. Wicked taking a massive amount of damage, but Varus is there to lock them down. Soaz and Cyanide trying to get away. They go actually back in there. Not sure that's the wisest decision. And in the end, they decide against that one. They are stealing away this blue buff, though, and they've pushed that bottom lane right onto the inner turret.
The roles are reversed from last weekend's game. What we see Fnatic doing to EG, EG did to Fnatic. They are using Destiny to pick up kills. They are roaming around the map. They are not relenting control. If I channel my inner Joe Miller and talk about the pre-match show, but a great play by Fnatic right now, a 10,000 gold lead before this dragon is picked up. Crepo is a little bit, overextended, but Fnatic, they're not going to, really jump on that one. Instead, they're just going to keep control of the map, and they're keeping up the pressure on this top lane.
Yeah, keeping the damage coming down. And if one person is going to be split pushing, it's going to be Expector. We've seen it time and time and time again from him this season in the European LCS. And now Yellow Star is even pushing out this bottom lane as well. And that's the trouble that EG have right now, is who's going to deal with this one? Yes, you've got Shen in there, but he can only be in one place at one time. The rest of the team need to be somewhere else.
Yeah, they're going to need to decide how they handle these compositions right now, because in terms of the carries, they have the ability to pick up kills, and very easily, because TF and Twitch, even with that Giant's Belt, can still be killed very, very quickly. Maybe not with a full combo from Froggen's LeBlanc. A little bit of extra damage may need to be required, but in these team compositions, they have the ability to do so. And as long as they can get an early kill and then not lose Varus and LeBlanc, they can actually win team fights. Twisted Fate, he does have a Lich Bane in that Seeker's Arm Guard, but he's not necessarily insta-killing people until we see that death cap being completed, as well as the Hourglass.
So, mid lane going to be forced back by Evil Geniuses. We're only 18 minutes and 50 seconds into this one. already a solid gold lead and kill lead and turret lead, everything lead for Fnatic right now. And now they lost, as we said last week, to Evil Geniuses, and their plan today was to do exactly the opposite and try and give them a bit of their own medicine.
Yeah, and especially when you consider that they are guaranteed that top 2 position, the amount of pressure that is off these guys' shoulders now, and we've seen that in those opening minutes. They pretty much just threw themselves at EG. Destiny is up and Peck is chasing.
Yeah, they're going to go in for Yellow Pete on this one. Shen will be coming in with Stan United. Will they turn it around? Yes, they've managed to get in here. There is Absolute Zero. They've all walked into it, but it's not quite got the desired effect. Soaz going to go on a rampage as he gets one. Can he get any more? Yeah, he will. There's another explosion. This time it's Elise that goes down. He jumps on a minion, turns around towards Wicked. Here comes Cyanide. Wither is down. He is going to die. He flipped from Snoopy, but Soaz is still alive here. He's going to eat another minion, and he's got a quarter of his health back. And now they go straight in onto that inhibitor. Yellow Star now is going to be going in. Easy kill on LeBlanc. Pray and spray. Spray and pray.
That's the one. Spray and pray indeed. But there was no... the only person praying in that engagement was Froggen saying, please don't kill me. It wasn't enough. He still got taken down. And, you know, Soaz is currently 5-0-7 with Nunu. Willump, the actual Yeti, is carrying, you know, Soaz and the rest of Fnatic at the moment. Such great play. He took on 4 members of EG. He survived, got 2 kills, and walked away with an extra assist in that particular engagement. Well played by Soaz.
And you see the power of Nunu. I mean, we saw it already on the... I don't want to harp on about that one too much, but the fact that Soaz has, you know, really said, we're going to play that against Evil Genius. I'm confident that Wicked, you know, from the way he was talking, how do I deal with it, suggested that maybe it didn't matter what he put against him in that top lane, that Soaz would have at least a mental advantage against him coming in. And up till now, well, you can't argue with it, can you? 5-0-7 currently with the Yeti, and EG on the back foot in this game.
Even if you remove the fact that Nunu is somewhat of a unique pick, you know, it's a different champion that we see in the top lane. And if we say LeBlanc, also maybe not your traditional AP mid, Nunu is doing incredible work. The rest of this team is genuinely countered by that ability. Crepo has the ability to use that repel and jump to a particular target. But if Soaz positions himself correctly, you can then zone out Crepo from dealing any more damage. He's used his repel, it'll be on cooldown, and the rest of it, you've got to run in. We see Wicked's been caught out, and Yellow Star's going to pick up his 6th kill of the game. Does he have Expunge available in the red buff?
Yep. Yellow Star goes down. And now they're going to walk straight in towards them. Cyanide going low, but here is a flash in. Absolute Zero not doing as much damage as they would have hoped, but they're chasing down Yellow Pete. The Wither is in position. Froggen going to come in. Yellow Pete will go down. Can they get Froggen as well? It's Soaz that's chasing. Actually, he's changed position here. He's going to get Crepo as he repels over the top of the wall. And now Yellow Star getting involved as well. He will get the kill on LeBlanc. Elise goes down, and it leaves just Snoopy. That's 4 kills for nothing for Fnatic.
Absolutely 0. And the thing about that particular engagement, Froggen blew every single spell he had on Cyanide's Nasus. Fair enough, he is a big, scary dog running at you, but it did next to no damage to him. With that runic bulwark and all the HP from the Ruby Sightstone, it wasn't enough to chunk him down. The rest of Fnatic are surrounding the Nexus turrets. They've got the first one, they're turning onto the second, and this is going to be Fnatic going 2-0 today on Super Week Friday.
Looks like they want more kills though. Pecky going to take down Wicked. Snoopy's very low as well. One more card should do it. There it is. The red card will send Snoopy home, and Fnatic are going to be taking down the second Nexus turret. Can they finish the game here though? A lot of damage coming out from Froggen, and there is Yellow Pete being dove on. Crepo, I don't think he's escaping from this one either. Will use a repel. Soaz is still pushing in there, and they are focusing down the Nexus. It's all on Froggen now to try and do something with this game. He's going to get Ice Blasted. The Nexus will fall though, and Fnatic will beat Evil Geniuses as revenge for that loss in our last week of play. A great performance coming out of Fnatic.
7-0-12 on Soaz's Nunu, unkilled in that entire matchup. And how many times was he behind enemy lines, taking on multiple members of Evil Geniuses? Congratulations to Fnatic, a very one-sided affair and a deserved win.
Deserved win, looking very, very good. We're going to go over to the analysis desk where Demon and Jason are ready to break down all the action from Fnatic versus Evil Geniuses.
Yes. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and fantastic performance there from Fnatic. And yeah, you got to brace yourself, ladies and gentlemen, because it's a coming to solo queue and a ranked match near you.
The
maybe.
Blizzard's coming.
The blizzard is coming. Winter is a coming. That's what you should have gone with.
But it's summer here.
Every time, all I was listening to every time I saw that was.
I was expecting the ha.
Yeah. He could have gone. He should have gone possibly with that bot. That's the favorite Nunu bot. But fantastic play. So we have one replay for you. We're going to jump straight into it because, frankly, that was a absolute masterpiece from Fnatic. Despite the really dodgy start, Yellowstar called out, managed to get away, did that little stealth. It was like SK Candy Panda all over again. He managed to escape there, and then N-Rated kind of walked back into it, gave them first blood, so we thought, okay, maybe it's on, but when they tried to attack them on the turret, it backfired horribly.
Yeah, and even at the red buff, we saw Yellowstar go back in. Yeah. He was stealthed up, but then he kind of just sat there like 1 second too long, and he unstealthed, and he's like, oh crap, just starts to run away, but obviously EG was able to pick up that kill. But that replay we have for you, it's about 14 minutes in. It's 5-4 currently for Fnatic. We have a 1-0-2 SOAS at this point. Obviously it changes as the game goes on. But let's get the replay. I'm just going to show you what happens because if you didn't catch it the first time, it's extremely fast. You see right here, Froggen, it's going to get the kill and rated. I'll tell you right now, I'm going to slow it down a little bit too, just how quick he blows up. Like this is how strong Froggen was, but it didn't really matter because SOAS was stronger at that point. So we have EG, they're going to siege up a little bit more. We're going to see Xpeke get taken down as well.
And I should point out, actually, we talk all about Faker, but that's actually how he got a lot of his kills. On the support Zyra. That's how he got a lot of his kills. He went 12-0-2, but yeah, you got to take him where you can get him.
So we're going to see EG siege his turret yet again, and we're going to have Xpeke go down. So keep in mind, we had one person on Fnatic die already. Xpeke will get taunted up here. He will get bursted down as well with that ultimate coming out of Yellow Pete. This is where it starts to change around. Xpeke dies, and Fnatic's like, they're decently low. I kind of fancy my chances here as Yellowstar does finally come around. They go straight onto Snoopy, and they're going to pick him up. They're going to switch right over to Krepo. He's going to fall down as well. And the thing is, it's a 3-on-5 situation here, and Fnatic is able to pick up an ace off of this completely just with the lineup they have right now with that Bloodborne to Yellowstar, with the damage out of SOAS, with that ultimate, doing absolutely tons of damage. And of course, Froggen trying to go for a nice juke right here. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out. Yellowstar plays it very smart, just sits in that bush waiting since he had the rest of his team chasing him down. And he's like, oh, hello, I'm gonna kill you now.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic performance, and well, kind of just showed you really how Fnatic are top of the league. You know, they are back up there again. They are one game ahead of Gambit, though, so let's not get carried away. Gambit, once they have their equal matches, they may well be up there. This is a case of a race for first place, effectively, really, between those two. But MVP, well, it's no shock, really. It was, of course, SOAS. He proved why he was #1 in the European All-Star on Nunu, and he's done it once again against Wicked. Well, not really against Wicked, against the rest of Evil Geniuses this time. He got 7-0-12 towards the end of that. Fantastic performance from SOAS, pulling out the Nunu.
I really wish we can get an interview with Wicked and SOAS. They're just like, so Wicked, what was your thoughts seeing Nunu picked again? Oh, yeah, I practiced it. I got really confident. And then we just see SOAS just do very well. I mean, Wicked actually did a very good job in lane. Like, he was able to take the early harass out of SOAS, and he was able to actually push the aggression back at him. But you know, SOAS was able to get the items he needed to really turn the tides in his favor.
Well, that is it, ladies and gentlemen, from us here at the Analysis. Des, thank you very much for watching. We're going to get over to Shox, of course, who is standing by with the MVP of the match. It is going to be SOAS.
SOAS, it wasn't enough that you beat Wicked in the 1 versus 1 and won the All-Star vote. You just had to pull out that Nunu against CG.
People were saying that Nunu was just for 1-on-1. I just proved them it wasn't. That's all.
Okay, but seriously now, they pulled out a LeBlanc who could just focus people down, and in the level 1, didn't go exactly as planned. 2 Doran's Blades to start off for Yellow Pete, so wasn't the easiest start.
The thing is, they got the first blood, that's true, but they waste a lot of flash, and we managed to still get our red and did a kill as well, so it was fine. And I think that PK managed to do really good against LeBlanc mid, and he didn't die, and we just killed, we did a double kill top and get a tower, and at this point I think we just snowballed the game after that.
Now, it's going to be a solo queue invasion, the Nunu, so quickly, what to level first, what to build?
I take E and Q until level 9, and at level 10 I start maxing the Blood Boil, the W, so that's it.
All right. Now, of course, very important win here. You're guaranteed top 2 now. I asked Alex E, she's also guaranteed top 2, and he said, yeah, right now we don't really care. We're still going to play good, of course. So what's the mindset for you guys? Is that a weight lifted off your shoulders?
We want to be #1. We don't want to be 2. So we just want to win every match.
All right. Thank you very much, SOAS, and good job on Nunu. Now, let's go over to Joe and Quickshot one last time to take us through today's matches.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. We are now at the end of our first day of Super Week. Of course, we have a lot of games still to come up. 6 tomorrow, 8 games, maybe even more on Sunday if we have any ties from that.
Let's actually explain that quickly, because
yeah, we should do that.
If 2 teams are tied for wins and losses, and their head-to-head record is 2-2 as well, they will actually play off against one another to determine who will advance to the playoff matches.
In a best of 1.
In a best of 1, correct. And if there are 3 teams tied in the same position, or more, say for example Copenhagen Wolves against Authority Giants, and their head-to-heads are tied as well, we'll actually have a round robin after all 8 games on Sunday.
Which means they'll play each other again, which means 8 games plus whatever we have tied. Sunday is going to be an incredible day. A long day, but an incredible day that you definitely don't want to miss. But before we get on to what's coming up later, let's have a look at what we've seen today. The results, starting with Against All Authority, getting that shock victory against Evil Geniuses. Then moving on to Dragonborns versus SK. SK turned up with a job to do, and they did their job well.
Yeah, very, very true. They've managed to outplay the Dragonborns and really just shut down that poke composition. Against All Authority versus Giants was a hard-fought victory, but it was one that Against All Authority really seemed to be in control of from the get-go. Before we jump into match number 4, Fnatic versus SK, El Clasico once again, it was completely back and forth, and we were losing it. A great composition from Fnatic with that Urgot Blitzcrank combination really helped them secure that win.
Yeah, and of course our not quite final game, our penultimate game of the day, Gambit versus Giants, with Gambit coming out on top of that one. But again, another absolutely off-the-hook matchup, which Gambit, you know, rightly won themselves that. They actually got themselves up to that first place, but not for too long, with Fnatic actually getting in there as well. And then that obviously brought us on to our final game. Honestly, a bit of a one-sided affair, if we're going to be really honest about it. Fnatic, you know, they just came out flying, came out of the blocks absolutely flying, and never really looked back from that one. I think it was 23 minutes or so that they beat EG in there.
They really snowballed that game particularly well throughout the entirety of the match and deserved the win.
See what you did there, Trevor. Let's have a look at the standings, because they are the really important thing right now. And at the top, we see Fnatic are back up there. 20 wins, 5 losses, compared to the 19 wins and 5 losses that Gambit have right now. Again, though, that could all change. They've still got games to be played here over the next couple of days. In third position, SK Gaming, 15 wins for 10 losses.
And Evil Geniuses at 12 wins for 13 losses. This was one of the examples we talked about. SK versus EG is the very, very last game of Sunday. And if SK proceed to lose their next 3 matches, and EG proceed to win their next 3 matches, they will be even. They will have a best-of-1 playoff at the end of the day after their final game.
If, you know...
If it happens.
if it happens. There's still so many ifs and buts here. And then to go into the bottom half of things, Against All Authority, good couple of weeks they've had here. Dude making a massive difference, and they are now 10 for 15. The Copenhagen Wolves have slipped again a little bit here. They are 9 wins for 14 losses.
Now, I don't want to touch on that for a second, because Copenhagen Wolves did not play any games today. They play 3 matches tomorrow, 2 matches on Sunday. If they win the majority of those games, or, for example, they win more than Against Authority do, because they have less losses, they will have a better win percentage at the end of all 28 games, and they will overtake them in that position. But for the time being, they are 6th, and they will be facing SK in the playoffs. And the bottom 2 teams, Ozone Giants and Dragonborns, it's very bleak for the Dragonborns. I don't think they can actually make it out if I do my math very quickly. The Giants, however, there is still a tiny, tiny chance, but everything has to go right for them.
Yeah, a tiny chance it is at that. But, you know, it's all ifs and buts right now, and that's why you need to be here for both tomorrow and Sunday's action, starting at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time every single day. And don't forget, if you've managed to somehow miss all of the action today, you can find all the replays along with the recaps and the statistics over on lolesports.com. That's going to be it from me and Quickshot today. Thank you very much. As usual, Quickshot being a massive pleasure. We're going to go over to Shocks for some final thoughts here on Friday.
Amazing stuff here in that last game. So I was pulling out the Nunu and, you know, giving it to EG. Now, of course, this was only the first day of our Super Weekend here in Europe. We return tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central European Summertime with the return of the Copenhagen Wolves. That's going to be our first game of the day. The Copenhagen Wolves taking on the Dragonborns, followed by AAA taking on SK Gaming, the Dragonborns versus Gambit, and then the Copenhagen Wolves versus Giants, EG taking on Gambit, and Fnatic versus the Copenhagen Wolves. Of course, you don't have to wait till tomorrow for your League of Legends fix, as the NA LCS will will be continuing at 1 p.m. Pacific. That's 10 p.m. Central European summertime for us here in Europe. Thanks from all of us here in the studio. This was the first day of our European Super Week, and there's 2 more to come. So we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.